Internet, and welcome to Creative Live. We are here in a beautiful off-site location in Seattle, and we are so excited for a two-day event, The Art of Second Shooting with JD and Jasmine Starr. My name is Kenna Klosterman, and I'm going to be your host today, along with the lovely Susan Roderick. How are you doing this morning, Susan?
I'm doing excellent. I'm excited for this workshop. Excited to have JD and Jasmine back in the Creative Live house, even though we're not necessarily in the house, but I love this place. Yeah,
same.
Really excited.
So, folks, we're just going to do a few minutes of pre-show here. The goal is for you to let us know if you can see us and hear us, and let us know where you're joining us from. Susan's going to do some shout-outs, but we'd also love to hear where you are in your second shooterness, as I coined this morning with our studio audience, whether you are just beginning, whether you've been second shooting for a while. Tell us a little bit about where you are so we can tell JD and Jasmine.
Yeah, we'd love to give, like Kenna said, shout-outs from the internet to let JD and Jasmine know where you are and where you are physically and where you are in your career.
Exactly.
So as well as all of you people at home, everyone joining us from around the world, we have 8 people in the studio audience today, and we'd love to get to know you guys a little bit better. So I'll go check out the people online, and why don't we start with you, and if you could just introduce yourself, maybe where people can find you online, and anything else you'd like to add to that?
Yeah,
maybe
just
where they are?
Yeah, why you're excited to be here. We just have a few minutes, so we can do kind of a little bit of rapid fire, but where you are in your second shooterness.
All right. Well, I'm Mark Valentine, and I've been second shooting for about 2 years. You can find me online at markvalentinephotography.com. And I'm just excited to be in Seattle, to be in the presence of awesomeness all day long, and just to learn a ton.
Fantastic. We're excited to have you.
I'm Marissa. We're a couple. We've been shooting for about 2 years, and we shoot together, so we're actually both lead and both second shooters.
Interesting.
And you can find us at chickarelliphotography.com.
Yeah.
Super excited to be here.
Yeah. My name's Eric Ciccarelli. So yeah, that's one. I think the main thing was that we're both shooting, so I think we can benefit from a lot of this. So very excited.
Well, that's great. I think what's great about this workshop is that you'll see that you can benefit from this workshop whether you're a first shooter or a second shooter. It's going to be in depth from both sides, and you got to know both.
Right.
So it's really cool that we have you guys who are a couple, just like Jasmine and JD, and really interesting that you alternate, and so that you guys are going to have a great perspective for everybody online as well. So happy to have you.
Yeah. Thanks.
I'm Tara Brown. I've been shooting weddings for about a year now, and I do a little bit of first and a little bit of second as well, so learning both perspectives is something I'm looking forward to. Based out of Seattle, you can find me at tara-brown.com, on Facebook at Tara Brown Photography, and Instagram and Twitter at the Tara Brown. There we go. So yeah.
Very cool. And that's really cool that you do both, again, the first and the second. Yeah. Are you looking to transition to more first, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I really like being in the lead a lot. It's fun to collaborate with people, and so I do enjoy the second shooting, but I like being lead, and I want to be able to coach people that I work with and just know how we can work better as a team. So, yeah.
Awesome. I think that bit about the coaching, again, and knowing how to direct your second shooter and how to engage with them and all the protection that you want and that they need. So it's going to be great. Kevin.
I'm Kevin Rich. I'm based out of Tacoma, Washington. You can find our work online at ladyandgent.com and Facebook at Lady and Gent Photography. I shoot with my wife, and we, like Marissa and Eric, we kind of go back and forth as to who's the first shooter and who's the second shooter. So we're really excited to get to learn from JD and Jasmine.
And like he said, I'm Becca Rich. You can find us on Facebook, Lady and Gent Photography, and we're really excited to be here today, and we're just hoping to learn from JD and Jasmine. We know that they're a married couple, we're a married couple, and you know, even after all the shooting is done, you still have to work together all the time, so just seeing how they do that, and they've done it well for so long, so we're really looking forward to being here.
Exactly, and we're going to be talking about that tomorrow, about that working with your partner, because it's very common and it's out there. And as we were joking yesterday, that could probably be a whole other class.
I'm Laura Adams, and I just started shooting weddings this past year, done some second shooting, but I'm moving to a new state, and so I'd really like to learn how to get those second shooting jobs. So, and my website is lauraelizabethphotography.com.
Fantastic. And we're going to be talking about that today, about how to get those jobs. And of course, Jasmine has done that quite a bit in the beginning of her career, so it's going to be great.
Hi, I'm Nicole Cerruto. I'm located in Connecticut. I started interning this year for a local wedding photographer, and I love it. I eventually want to be able to open my own business. You can find me at NicoleDanielleStudios.com. And I love Jasmine's work, so I'm really looking forward to learning a lot from her and JD. So.
Perfect. Well, once again, we're really glad to have all of you here. Want to take a second to find out where you guys are coming from online. So, Susan, who do we have?
You know, we have great stories. I know we only have a minute, but I'd love to read a couple. Heidi H. says, hello from Minnesota. So excited to catch as much of the course as possible, just starting out on my dream of becoming a photographer. Bri Ofoto said, just getting into wedding photography. First, second shooting is on Saturday. So this is a perfect opportunity for them. Tina Roth is also in the Creative Live Lounge and says, I have never second shot and have been thinking about doing it, but have no idea how to go about even approaching photographers about doing it. So very cool. The stories are just coming in, and it's awesome.
That is fantastic. It's really cool to see different people at different stages, and we're going to cover a lot of those different stages. So you all are in the right place. So everybody, it is that time. It's 9 o'clock. It's time to get started. Welcome again to Creative Live. This is the art of second shooting with JD and Jasmine Starr. I'm just going to take you through a quick tutorial about how to watch today's class, how to ask questions and chat, and how to purchase the course videos. There's one place to watch Creative Live, and that is creativelive.com/live. You can take us on the go on your iPhone, iPad, or Android-friendly device. So wherever you are today, you can take JD and Jasmine with you. Let's take a look at the live page that you're watching right now. Wherever you are on the Creative Live website, you can always go up to the top left-hand corner of the page where it says Watch, and you can find out what is playing. So sometimes we have multiple channels going, and you can see, again, what you want to watch. You can find it right there. Scroll down the page a bit, and beneath the video screen that you're watching right now, you will see the Buy button. This is where you can add this course to your Creative Live library for anytime access. So again, if you're not able to watch all 2 days, or you know that wedding season is, you're in the midst of it right now, and you're going to want to refer back to this workshop, you can add it to your cart right there. The course, the 2-day course, is $99. However, when you purchase it during the live event, it is $79. Susan was reading off where we have people joining us from. We want to have more of you engage with us here in Seattle, in our Creative Live studio. So what we want you to do is click on that chat button. You're going to click on that. It's going to pop open another window, and you will see 3 tabs across the top. The first tab is the Creative Live tab, and this is where we invite you to have your on-topic conversations. Again, Jasmine and JD are going to be dropping some serious second shooting knowledge, but there's so many of you out there that have knowledge to share as well. So have fun in the Creative Live chat room. Share your ideas and resources with each other. Secondly, we have the Creative Cues tab, and this is our one-way spot for you to ask your questions of Jasmine and JD. So just drop them in there once. We have a number of folks behind the scenes who are helping us out and feeding those questions to Susan and I, so we can ask them at the appropriate time when they are on topic. Let us know where you're joining us from when you drop in those questions so that we can give you a global shout out. And finally, we have the Creative Lounge. This is the room for you guys to just build community and have fun. Once again, global audience here at Creative Live. Highly encourage you to connect with each other, especially in the lounge. My goodness, I can just imagine that there will be a ton of people who live in the same cities looking for second shooters or looking for first shooters. This is going to be a great place to connect. Also want to shout out, while we're here, a Facebook group that has been started by Jasmine and JD, and it is called J-Star Second Shooters. If you have not joined yet, highly encourage you to go do that right now. Go to Facebook, search J and the star, the little asterisk, Second Shooters. There are already, the class hasn't even started, there are already over 2,000 people in that Facebook group. You'll just have to request access, and we've got a number of folks who are admins who are accepting people live in real time. But again, go join that group so that the sharing and the connecting can last a lot further than just the live event. All right, moving on. For those of you who are new to Creative Live, another way to ask questions is on Facebook and Twitter. So we'll be taking your questions there and your comments, facebook.com/creativelive, as well as on Twitter. The hashtag is JDJStar. So JDJStar will be looking for your comments and questions. They are the power duo, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Again, the way that Creative Live works, this is the art of being a second shooter with JD and Jasmine Star. We try to reach as many people as possible around the world during our live events for free. We are here to raise the industry bar, and there are so many people out there that are hungry for this education, hungry for how do I become a second shooter, and there's not a lot of courses like this out there, if any. So in addition to that live event, we play a rebroadcast at the end of today, and then you can purchase anytime access to these course videos so that you can rewatch at your own pace and have this information forever. The course is $99 for the 2 days. However, when you purchase it during the live event, that's today and tomorrow, it's $79. So an incredible investment in your career and your business and even your craft. Is this, if you're just getting started, you're in the right place. Let's take a look at the course page. This is where you will find all of the resources connected to this workshop. You can enroll for the course if you haven't already. You can also purchase the course directly here on the course page. And this is where you're going to find all of the content. We have some bonus materials for this workshop. All of the slides that JD and Jasmine are going to be presented are part of this course. So you can take a breather, perhaps not have to take as many notes as we walk through their keynote, their slide presentation, because when you purchase the course, that is included as a quick reference. Again, the course videos will be here on this page. You can do a couple of things. You can download the high resolution or the low res files. We break out the content into bite-sized chunks so that you can easily reference, go back and find exactly what you're looking for. You can also always just directly stream the workshop once you have purchased Anytime Access right there on the Creative Live website. We are giving away some fantastic prizes over the course of the next 2 days. And so you can enter our quote contest. There are 2 different ways. The first one is on Facebook. That's go to Creative Live's Facebook page. You'll see a little green icon for quote contest. You're going to click on that. It'll pop open another browser, a little screen, and you're going to listen for your favorite JD or Jasmine Star quote or tip. There are going to be a lot of them over the course of the 2 days. We're looking for things that are educational, inspirational, or fun, and we'll be giving away prizes again throughout the day. You can also enter that contest on Twitter, so get your tweets on. You're going to, again, listen for your favorite JD or Jasmine quote. Make sure you include @Jasmine Star, as well as the course page URL. You see a short version of that on the screen right now. You can copy that and paste that down, but you can also just copy and paste from the course page itself that URL, and that is where you will enter. You can enter on Twitter as many times as you would like. So looking forward to seeing those tweets. With that, everybody, it is my pleasure to welcome back to Creative Live for the 5th time Jasmine Star and JD. Jasmine has been here, again, 5 times over the course of 3 years. Susan and I were there for that very first live wedding, a 5-day workshop, and my goodness, it's been amazing to see Jasmine return over and over. This time, JD has always been here, but this is the first time that he is actually going to be up here and teaching with Jasmine. This is actually, they told me yesterday, the first time that he has done any kind of big presentation. So we are here to support you, JD. Of course, international photographers, the 2 of them, the power duo. Please help me welcome back to the Creative Live stage, Jasmine Star.
I'm so happy to be here.
Thank you.
We are so happy to be here.
I am happy to be here. I'm I'm very happy to be here.
3 years.
Yes.
3 years you have been part of the Creative Live
And
family.
it feels like family. So now you guys are all inducted into the family. So it's good. It's really good.
What are you most excited about this workshop? We've never done anything like this. We've been trying to get you guys to do this for 3 years.
Well, we have been trying to get him to do this.
That's
so
right. That's
all of us have always wanted, and he'll get into that. But he was always like, I'm behind the scenes. It's never been my thing. And I think the last time he actually spoke in front of the audience was in college. So you guys have to, he's like, you got to go easy on me. And so no, we're really excited. That's the thing I'm most excited to actually do a course that we could look back at a later point in our lives and think it was a shining moment. And regardless of how things fare, I know that people will walk away with things. And that's the thing we want to keep in the forefront of our minds. It's not about perfection, it's about education. So.
Always.
Yes.
Always. Well, I'm going to let you take it away, Jasmine.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I just want to turn to y'all and say hello and welcome, and to everybody online, welcome to the Art of Second Shooting. This is a course specifically for second shooters. And we are so excited for what's in store, but what I am particularly excited about is that I am not 100% responsible for the course content. It is so nice to have somebody else who's going to be sharing those responsibilities. So for almost 3 years, the crew here at Creative Live joked that JD should be teaching his course, and his immediate response was absolutely no way, there's no way I'm going to do that. This is proof that peer pressure works, much to his chagrin. But he's never spoken to a crowd before, and he is the kind of person that prefers to stay behind the scenes, and that's the kind of role that he takes also in our business life, in our professional life, but in our personal life, I think that's what you're going to see a little bit more today. It's definitely like a 50-50%. We're both business partners. We're both in this here together. So I'm glad that people can see that today. Now, even though he remains quietly behind the scenes, over the course of the next 2 days, he will be dissecting the role of a second shooter and what he does for me in the business, and also what he does for us in a personal capacity. Obviously, I'm nervous for him, but the nerves actually have quickly dissipated, because this week leading into this, he started acting like a diva, and he started requesting things like, I would like all green M&Ms, and I would like sparkling water on tap. And he said, you know what, I don't think I can do this unless I get a formal introduction by you. And I was like, wow, okay. What this basically means is that Creative Live has created a monster. It's a good thing that I happened to find this demanding creature devilishly handsome, or else I probably would have gone crazy. But I'm actually extremely excited and very nervous to welcome JD, who will be introducing the course formally. So help me welcome JD.
All right. Wow. I get a formal introduction. I'm done. That's all I wanted. I'm going to go home now. No. Welcome, you guys. Welcome to the Second Shooter course. I am, like I said earlier, it didn't feel real, but now we're live, so this is real. And I want to welcome you guys. I want to welcome everybody. This is actually the first Creative Live course that's dedicated to second shooters. So the next 2 days, it's all about us. So we're going to just take that moment and just soak in it. Thank you for being here. I also want to thank everybody that's online in the chat rooms. For those of you that are online, welcome. I'm usually so behind the scenes that I'm usually the guy that's in the chat rooms while Jasmine's talking. So I just want to say hello to you guys and welcome you guys to the class. Also, to everyone that's joined the Second Shooter group on Facebook, thank you so much for talking back to Jasmine and I. We've been just pulling a lot of information, and we're definitely going to give you guys shout-outs throughout the week, or throughout the next 2 days, because you have definitely shaped some of the sections in the course.
Yes.
I think it was, 2 years ago when Craig Swanson and Chase Jarvis had mentioned the idea of doing a second shooter course. And right when they mentioned it, I disappeared. Like, I was gone from the conversation. I was nowhere to be found, because every time I would always tell them that hosting a class on Creative Live was Jasmine's thing, not mine. And it wasn't until it was Chase's wife, Kate, who got the brilliant idea to have Jasmine join me. And right when I heard that, that Jasmine can come on, I was sold. I said, you know what? If I can have my partner in crime next to me, then sign me up. And that's pretty much what brings us to where we are today, here.
So what he's basically saying is he's a grown man. He needs a security blanket.
Guys, yes. Guys, I'm sorry. I am a grown man, but I will admit that it feels so nice having Jasmine here right now standing next to me. I'm a lot less nervous because of it. I'm going to be talking a lot about the pressure point. I'm going to be talking a lot, period. But I'm going to definitely talk a lot about the pressure points that many of us second shooters face as we shoot alongside our first shooter. And I'm also going to talk about ways to improve our skills as second shooters so that we can continue doing what we do, and that is second shooting. Because I don't know if I think you guys are all in the same boat. I really love second shooting, and I wouldn't want to do anything else. So I'm excited to get this started. Gosh, this wouldn't make any sense if I just spoke into this the entire time on my own. So Jasmine's definitely going to be bringing in her perspective. For those of you that don't know, Jasmine was a second shooter. She was a third shooter and even fourth shooter for over 40 weddings before she became a photographer on her own. And so I'll never forget, Jasmine got the opportunity to fourth shoot at a wedding in San Diego, which is about 2 hours from where we live. And she was so nervous the night before that she had asked me, she was super nervous. She's like, JD, can you please come with me just to drop me off? And
I pitched it as carpool.
Right, carpool.
I was like, well, carpool.
You know, and exactly, she said that, and I remember telling her, I was like, you know what, don't worry. If you make a mistake, you'll have 3 other photographers that have your back. And that still didn't work. She's like, no, listen, the main photographer might not need me for the full 8 hours, so we can go, I'll shoot for a couple hours, and then we'll have a nice dinner, and then drive home. And I was like, okay, cool, I'll take you. So I drop her off, and 8 hours later, she comes into the car. She didn't get paid, but the look on her face when she came in, she was still excited to be doing what she was doing. She was finally following her dreams, and I couldn't be happier for her. So Jasmine's perspective is definitely going to be from a second shooter, but the primary portion of her perspective will be that first shooter, second shooter dynamic. Where I, on the other hand, I'll be talking about the logistics of a second shooter, and gosh, that's pretty much it.
It's good. That was goal and aim together. So our game,
there you go.
Our game, y'all. Our aim is to be real and to be raw, and that's why we encourage you guys to ask us really uncomfortable questions. We are 100% open book for things that you guys want to really get to know. Because what we discovered was that second shooters weren't really talking to each other about the pressure points of second shooting. So this is what we want to disseminate. We are going to talk how we can improve our businesses, both from a first and second shooter's perspective, and we're going to be talking about the mistakes that we made.
Oh yes, I'm actually going to open up a can of worms, I think. And I remember the time when Jasmine was a second shooter, and she was asked by the first photographer on a wedding to shoot on manual mode. And Jasmine shrugged her shoulders and she said, sure. But she had never shot on manual mode ever before. So she came home that night and cried herself to bed because she thought she ruined every single photo.
Yes, so we're going to be talking about lots of mistakes.
Yeah.
Like that time that JD had forgot all of our gear at the wedding, right? So we shot the wedding, and then he doesn't realize that he forgot all of the gear until we're already at the reception.
That was a rookie mistake.
Okay, so we're going to be talking about,
but it happens,
we're going to be real. So that happens. I don't know.
Hasn't everybody done that at least once?
So we're going to be talking about those things. So we're going to be real, so don't leave us hanging, or else you'll be like, we got our ish together. We don't know what you guys are talking about. Okay, because we've all made those mistakes. And guess what? 7.5 years into our business, after continuous mistakes, we're still standing. And that's what we want people to understand. One mistake, even if it's big or small, is not going to ruin you. So let's move forward together. I'm going to be explaining how copyright works, how second shooting, what that dynamic looks like, should a second shooter get paid. We're going to be covering a lot of work, and how to become the type of second shooter that a first shooter consistently wants to work with. And the best part of that situation would be building your portfolio, but at the same time, building the portfolio of that first shooter as you guys are progressing together.
Right, and I'm going to reinforce that. I'm definitely going to talk about how we can diversify that portfolio, and also how first shooters can critique their second shooters. That's a big point of when we start working together. I'm also going to talk. I'm excited about doing a live demo shoot with Jasmine, because Jasmine's going to be posing clients, and I'll show you guys what I do as a second shooter to get the shots that we need.
Yes, so that's going to be it's going to be great.
I'm ready to get this party started, but you guys, I know that you guys, it's all our first time, so just bear with me. This is my first rodeo.
Okay. I have to take this opportunity to talk about how I probably won't be taking it easy on him. because
Oh, gosh.
this brings us back up to this idea of during our first Creative Live course back in 2010, after we shot a live wedding. So this event was 5 days, and on the fourth day, we shot a live wedding with 150 guests, a real bride and groom. People legitimately got married. It was amazing, a hot mess, a nerve-wracking experience. I mean, it was everything, and it was so amazing. And as we went through the images at the end of the day, I casually mentioned that I give JD, my second shooter, a grade. And I said, you know, in the course, at the time we had been shooting about 3.5 years together, and I said, in 3.5 years, I've never given him above a B+. And that the grades were based on his performance and the quality of his work. And oh my God, people were up in arms about this on the internet. They're like, how does he not get an A? And so what transpired was that JD's internet friends started giving him A's and A+. And so he became the valedictorian of people on the web. And I was like, wait, how is this making sense whatsoever? I'm here to say that nothing has changed. JD is still getting grades after our weddings, and JD will probably be getting a grade after this course. So if you guys want to go easy on him, that's fine, but I have my report card, and we're going to get that party started, you know, with our whole grading scale.
Right. But, I just can't get away from that report card. You know, I can't get away. Ever since that class, it was 3 years ago, Jasmine's given me 1A. Just one since then.
I know, I'm a hard grader, what can I say?
What's up with that? In these next 2 days, you'll definitely see the contrast in our personalities. Jasmine, if you don't know, Jasmine has always been a straight A student. And I, on the other hand, I'm okay if I get a B. So if I get a B for this course, I'll be stoked. I'll be happy, I must admit.
And so sometimes I'm like, you don't want the A? Like, why do you not want the A? He's like, got a B? Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
And I was like, you want the A. Come on, you want the A, don't you? So we're going to talk about my grading scale. We'll get into it. And that's why I always get afraid. I'm so glad I don't have other second shooters because I don't know if they could deal with my grading scale. I'm not going to lie.
She's just, you know, she's a hard grader. She was a homeschooler. She got A's when her mom would give her A's all the time. But then when she got into high school, she expected A's, so she kept on getting A's. And then when she went to college, she got more A's. So I think she just always expects people to want to get A's. And she doesn't get...
He's just jealous he wasn't homeschooled. That's really what this is about. Okay, let's get started.
Yep, I'm going to get started. We're going to start this day by... I'm going to give a brief overview of how I became a second shooter. It all pretty much started in December of 2005. It was Christmas, and I decided to surprise Jasmine with her first digital camera. It was a Canon 20D. I'll never forget, when she opened her present, she was shocked, and she loved the present, but it was the strangest thing. She didn't actually open the box and take the camera out. I didn't know why, but it wasn't until January 1st, so a few days later, January 2006, where she decided to actually take her camera out. And I'll never forget, she took her camera out and she started turning it on and off, and I secretly think that she was really nervous because when she actually held her camera, she started to realize that her dreams of becoming a photographer were actually coming to life. So it was that time when Jasmine would have her manual out and she would read it every night. And the way that she learns is she likes to read out loud and teach herself out loud. So she would...
I was homeschooled.
Yeah,
okay,
again,
didn't need to bring this up again.
Exactly, yeah. That's going to be our running theme. She would read it out loud, and yes, I would start processing things, but I never thought I'd be a photographer. I was, at the time, working a full-time job at a startup communications company. So it wasn't until she shot her first wedding in October of 2006. That's when it got kind of real. She hired a second shooter, and we had discussed that I'd come in as an assistant. Now, that first wedding that we shot was a little dramatic, so I'm going to leave that story for Jasmine, because she's pretty good with the drama.
Okay, thanks a lot for that. Okay.
I can't tell this story as good as she does.
No, but that wasn't it. One thing that I want to clarify for that story is when I was going through the manual and talking to myself and teaching myself how to shoot, I think that JD really processed those images, that context with me. So by the time we actually shot the wedding together, I opened my camera in January. We shot our first wedding in October. So roughly 10 months of us really just kind of hashing things out behind the scenes. I invited him along just because I needed a security blanket too, okay? So I invited him along. I was like, just help me carry my bags. You'll help me keep me placated. I have a second shooter. There's no pressure on you whatsoever. The wedding was on a Friday. And I hired a second shooter, and she worked a full-time job, and she says, I'm going to head to the wedding after my job. And I said, no problem. But I should have known it was a rookie mistake. I should have known that Los Angeles traffic is so unpredictable. So she is supposed to be there at roughly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and she calls me at 2:55 and says, I'm probably not going to be there for another hour or hour and a half. And this is my first wedding ever, and I'm just like dry heaving off in a corner, and I'm like, this is going to be the end of my career. I haven't even started my career, and it's officially ended right now. So I turned to JD, and I was like, you have to shoot. Like, there's no other option. You're going to put it on P mode, and we're just going to pray for the best. That's really what had transpired. So JD shot the guys. He shows up as a second shooter. I shoot the girls. Just as the ceremony's about to start, the second shooter comes along. Or the paid second shooter comes along, and she's apologizing profusely. I said, no problem. We shot the wedding. We went through the wedding. And as I was going through the images after the wedding, I actually liked JD's photos better. Stylistically, aesthetically, like technically, he had a lot more to go. I mean, Homeboy was shooting on P mode, okay? So he had
I was just firing away. I was like, I'm glad you like him, Jazz.
I mean, technically, he had a lot more to grow than the other second shooter, but I just felt like you can train somebody technically, you can't train them to match your style aesthetically. You can, but just to a certain point, and already he was already there, and so I felt like that was more of a seamless transition for us.
Yep. And actually, after that wedding, that first wedding, that's when things got serious for me as a second shooter. I realized that I remember those first couple of weddings, I saw Jasmine interacting with her clients, her bride and groom, and the family members, and I would always tell myself, wow, she's a professional. And that's when I knew I needed to step up my game and actually really be in it. Jasmine signed up for a Photoshop class at a community college, and I remember I volunteered I wanted to know if she wanted me to join the class with her, and she said sure. So we took a Photoshop class that was from 7 to 10 at night.
Twice a week.
Twice a week, right. And we would drive there together, and it was the randomest thing. Our teacher would have us design counterfeit money and design little animations. So, I love those memories because during that time, I realized that Jasmine's passion for photography and to really pursue her dreams was big. It was so big that it actually sparked a passion in me to want to see her business go forward. And so that was it. And I think that this course, the art of second shooting, is just about that. It's about following what you're passionate about and getting better and improving yourself as a second shooter so that you can continue doing that.
Absolutely. JD at one point turned to me and he said, I don't want my abilities as a second shooter to impede your business.
All right.
And
right. In the very beginning, I would always I would tell her, I was like, it won't hurt my feelings at all if you want to hire another second shooter. I'm totally okay with it. And she said something that I won't forget. She said, if you really want to improve, I'm sure that with time, you're going to get better. And that was it. It gave me the confidence to just say, okay, I have some time. I'm going to learn. Because I know wedding days are so fast that, it just always felt like I was ruining it every time. But she said, just be patient. You're going to get better. And so.
And he started coming with me to shoots outside of wedding days to improve his skill prior to the wedding day. But we're going to get more into that. But that was just like the personal component to our business.
Yeah, so that's the intro of how I kind of became a second shooter. Now we're actually going to get into the first section of the course. And it's a lot more about the second shooters that are here today and also watching online. I'm going to start by breaking down second shooters into 3 categories. Now, not everyone's going to fall into a category. We spoke earlier, and I know not everyone's going to fit into a category, but the idea of this is so that you can start to understand what type of second shooter that you are. Because I think it's really important if you know the type of second shooter that you are, so it's a lot easier for you to get to where you ultimately want to go. Now, again, it's not set in stone, but by the end of this section, and actually by the end of these next 2 days, I'm gonna expect you guys to know the type of second shooter that you are. So, the first type of second shooter is the second shooter who shoots as a hobby. They have a very nice camera, but they don't go out and pursue getting second shooter jobs. If one comes their way, they'll definitely take it. If a friend or a friend of a friend needs a second shooter for a wedding, they'll definitely jump at that opportunity. They have a nice camera and they love the creative outlet that photography provides. Now, they most likely have a part-time or full-time job, and leaving their job isn't something they want to do anytime soon. So that's the first type of second shooter that I'm going to explain. The next one is this second shooter is the type of second shooter that I am and that I've been since the very beginning. And this is the second shooter who just wants to be a second shooter. They love helping other photographers, but they have no desire to run a business on their own. I was speaking to some of you earlier, and this is it. They just love to second shoot. They don't want to deal with running a studio or dealing with clients or handing over images. But ideally, what they do want is they want to make sure that their calendars are booked out through wedding season. You know, with paid second shooting gigs. When I first started second shooting, I had a full-time job, so I would work Monday through Friday, and then on the sixth day, on either Saturday or Sunday, I would go and second shoot with Jasmine. And my day job was so different from photography. So I love the diversity in the work week, and that was just a breath of fresh air. And I know a lot of second shooters who are full-time moms who are Monday through Friday at home working with the kids, and on Saturday and Sunday they either have a family member or their husbands to support them, and they can go out and second shoot. Now they also get a diverse work week, but they also get supplemental income, which is always good.
So the main thing to keep in mind between the type 1 and type 2 second shooters is that type 1 is a little bit more passive. If those opportunities come along to them, that's great. The difference between a type 2 second shooter is this person is out there hustling. It's not a misnomer. They let those first photographers know, I'm not trying to build a business. What I want to do is I want to get busy and I want to stay busy.
Yep. And I want to. Some of them want to be very consistent with one photographer, and others want to be, shooting with other photographers all the time. Now, the last type. This is the last type that I'm going to get into, and this is the second shooter who eventually wants to transition into becoming a first shooter. Now, there's some of you here in this room that are in that position, and there's probably a few people, maybe one or two online, because there aren't that many people online, right? But this is it. This is where they want to get a lot of experience very, very quickly. They not only want to get a lot of experience, they want to learn the intricacies of a wedding day. So they want to understand the ebb and flow. They want to know the timing of a first look, of the ceremony and the first dance, first kiss, all those things, because they're really wanting to get that experience in so that they can build their portfolios quickly. Now, they also really want to start building relationships with their main photographers, because one day when they become first shooters, they want to make sure that they pass business to their first shooters that they were working with before, and vice versa, so they can actually help each other grow and become successful business entrepreneurs.
And sexy entrepreneurs too.
There you go.
One thing to note too is that as a type 3 second shooter, we may or may not have a full or part-time job, but the goal is to make wedding photography our full-time job. That's
right.
That's kind of like the main, like a big difference between
exactly
a lot of the second shooters.
The type of second shooter that I was, again, they probably want to stay in their full-time jobs or have a part-time job, but they really want to make sure that they book themselves out so that they still have a good source of income coming in from second shooting. Now, regardless of which category you're in, the point of this is to really just start to understand and embrace the type of second shooter that you are. I see a lot of photographers who, I see a frustrated look in their face, or they don't know what they want, and a lot of times they start comparing themselves to what other second shooters are doing. It could be very easy to just think that, oh, because this second shooter is doing this, I should probably do this too. And that can be further from the truth. Now, there isn't a right way, but understanding what type of second shooter you are will really start shaping and giving you that permission to be okay if you're the hobbyist who wants to just shoot every once in a while and just a couple weddings a year. Or if you're that second shooter who really wants to get into it, it's okay to not want to run your own business. I feel like a lot of second shooters think that eventually they have to become first shooters. And yes?
I just want to break in and give some shout outs because people are saying, we ask people what type they are. And we have, of course, across the board, but I like Aardvark Bill says he's a type 1 Monday, Wednesday, Friday, type 2 on Saturday and Sunday, and type 3 on Tuesday and Thursday.
I love it. I love it.
But Jen Hudd says, I ordinarily only shoot first. However, when I get the chance to shoot second, I'm thrilled. So again, it's like when it takes that responsibility off a little bit.
Yeah, people are just chiming in. I'm definitely a type 3. You know, I'm a type 2, kind of gauging themselves. So it's cool to see that people are defining themselves what type of second shooter they are.
I love it. I love it. And I love how you guys, everyone's quickly understanding that there is no structure here. The people that are bouncing off from, you know, there could be, you could be a first shooter one weekend and find yourself being a second shooter the following weekend. That's completely okay. But the thing is, understanding that and being okay with it is always so liberating, I think. You know?
I once heard that comparison is a thief of joy. And every time you look to somebody else and you compare yourself, it's disingenuous to your business. Because if you know where you want to ultimately go, other people will be taking jobs that were never meant to be yours because they're not pushing you closer to your goal. If the minute you define what kind of second shooter you are, you now have a new set of goals. So you don't need to wish for every second shooting opportunity because it might not be pushing you to where you ultimately want to go.
Exactly. And I'm going to close this section with giving a little piece of advice to those second shooters who want to transition into becoming a first shooter. I'm excited for those photographers because, you know, that's what Jasmine did. And in the future, you're going to be hiring a second shooter, which excites me because that gives us more jobs. But I want to leave you with a piece of advice, and that is you must learn how to follow before you can lead. Because you know, when that time comes for you to lead, you'll know exactly what it takes to have a second shooter that has your back. And that, as you know, training a second shooter in that way is always just a good thing for all of us that are in this wedding industry.
Perfect.
Yep.
So I think what you guys will notice is JD's a little bit more thoughtful and cerebral with his thoughts.
And slower with my words, probably. Jasmine speaks a mile a minute, but.
No, we covered this before, and if you tuned into Creative Live in our courses, I don't talk fast, you listen slow. Okay, so I think that I'm a little bit more linear. I'm a little bit more fact-driven. I like how-tos. So I think that hopefully this course will offer both of those perspectives. So now we're going to get into a section on what makes a good second shooter photo. Now, a good photo is going to be defined differently by each photographer. So we're just going to be throwing out a few global ideas that second shooters should be keeping in the back of their mind. And most probably, as a second shooter, you want to do two main things. And you want to get more jobs, and you want to further your craft. Regardless of what type, 1, 2, or 3 you are, that's going to be 2 of your main objectives. So the more photos that a first shooter can use in his or her portfolio, the more viable you become as a second shooter. Now, one thing that I want to kind of address going into this section is I want photographers to resist the temptation to overshoot. Because what happens is and I'm saying this primarily as somebody who used to be a consistent second shooter. And that's, you're kind of worried. You want to make sure you get everything for that first shooter so you don't let them down. So you kind of go into sniper mode, or like, not sniper, that's opposite. You want to go into like a machine gun mode, right? So you're just like holding your finger on the shutter, and then at the end of the wedding, that first photographer has to go through 3,000 or 4,000 photos in addition to his or her own. And that is not a help, it's more of a hindrance, because now you have to go through and look through 7,000 or 8,000 photos from a wedding day. Be thoughtful, because what we need to understand as second shooters is that the first photographer will be getting the shot, right? They're going to be confident in their stance, they're going to be confident in their lighting, and that second shooter needs to be a little bit more thoughtful. Wait for it. I would say that 3 to 4 photos is much better. 3 to 4 good photos is better than 20 almost there. Here's a good one, almost there. Oh, here's a good one. It degrades our work as second shooters. So one thing I think people should do is to be thoughtful. And that really, it takes time and it takes a reprogramming. As a first shooter, your mode is go, 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 go. As a second shooter, it should be, I see what that first shooter is doing. I see their stress. I see where they're going. I'm going to stand differently, and I'm going to be thoughtful about this approach. A first shooter appreciates that very much. Okay, cool.
Very true.
So sometimes you're nodding, and I wasn't sure if you wanted to interject.
Oh, no. I liked it. I'm listening now to everything. I act like I haven't heard any of this before, but I'm in it still.
I wasn't sure if that was like husband code to be like, you're talking too much.
No.
Okay.
I'll make that clear.
Happens. That definitely happens. Another piece of advice and what makes a good photo is to push your creative boundaries. You know, a lot of times we can become so preoccupied in getting the shot when, as a first photographer, I really appreciate when my second shooter, I have shot probably 98% of the weddings with JD, but there have been a couple weddings here and there that I brought on a second shooter. And what I really appreciate in either of those situations is when somebody gets creative. Because yes, it's great to have a second angle, but to get a second angle in a very creative style, it's like, oh my goodness, how did this person see this? This is brilliant. I'm happy for them because they have a stronger portfolio, but I'm also happy for myself because my clients have a stronger day as a result. So think about these things as you go into the wedding day. Now, along the same lines as overshooting, I want to heavily encourage photographers, second shooters, to know how many frames are on your camera as you go into, how many frames are on your CF card as you go into certain moments. Because there's nothing worse than having a second shooter stop when that first shooter's in a groove. And there have been times where JD's like, Jasmine, and I look over and he points to his camera, and then I know, okay, he needs a minute. And so I know to kind of slow my roll, shoot a little, give him some time to get caught up. However, we don't have that luxury when it's the first look, when it's a ceremony first kiss, when it's the reception. So what I need second photographers to always do is change your cards before those big moments on the wedding day and be fully prepared for that. I'll never forget that wedding that JD said that he drove me to we carpooled to San Diego for that wedding. What had happened was the first shooter was standing in the center aisle. The second and the third shooter were standing in the wings. So there was really no pressure on me. So I kind of stood at the back of the aisle off at a slight angle. And I was ready for this kiss. I was ready and waiting, primed for it. And just as their lips are about to touch, I looked down at my camera, ran out of memory. And I was like, no. And so I'm panicked. I can't get my cards. And not only do I miss the first kiss, I miss the announcement. I miss them walking down the aisle. So total freak out mode. But what I learned that day was a valuable lesson. You know, I'm glad that I learned it when I was a fourth shooter instead of me being a first shooter or even a second shooter. I learned that valuable lesson early on, and that's something that I really try to instill with whoever I'm working with, as well as JD early on.
I can't make those mistakes. No, I'm kidding. No. But it happens. It's one of those things where even if you have this thing with your first shooter where I like to remind Jasmine before these big events. I like to just go up to him and be like, your card good? Is your card good? So just making sure that you're always being aware so that you don't miss a very important moment that can't be recreated.
Great.
Yep. So yeah, I'm actually going to get into the next section. Yes. Wow, we're just moving right along.
Great.
The next section is what...
hold on. Oh. You guys know that you guys can ask questions, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because we've gone through this before.
Are there like a ton of questions already?
No, well, we do have Q&A, and I want to make sure that Kenna and Susan feel like what I told our amazing students off camera is that I wanted them to interject when you guys had questions. Yeah. I don't want you to feel like we're just talking. If anything pops up, I want
Even
you
if
guys...
you have a similar story or,
yes.
You want to reinforce a point, go right ahead. We'd love to hear what's going on.
Yes. Kenna, did you have something to say?
Well, of course, we have so many questions already coming in from the internet. A lot of the questions you guys are asking are amazing, but there are also a lot of things that we are going to be covering later. A lot of the topics are things that we're going to be covering later. But do you guys have any sort of initial thoughts or questions? We can get the conversation going.
I think I have an initial thought. My thought is I'm just so excited to be here, and I think that we can relate in kind of a way. We don't really fit into one of those categories, but how we fit is that we shoot together all the time, every wedding. But when we have the opportunity, we are more than willing to second shoot for photographers that we aspire to be like, or that inspire us, or whose business model we admire. Or we run our own business. We have our own little company, but we are always trying to second shoot with people that have been doing it longer than us, who have gone before us. So
good. In a word to Wise, don't diminutize what you do. You don't have a little company. You
have
a big company. I mean, you have an organization. You have an enterprise.
Right.
Yeah, no, definitely. But I definitely see your point. That's good. Thank you guys.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
From online, we have a question from Scott Hamill, who asked, how much experience should I have before I try and get a second shooter job? I have tons of passion for photography, but I have never shot professionally before, only friends and family.
I think it's very good for, you said his name was Scott?
Scott.
I think it's going to be, Scott, I think it'll be great for him to create a portfolio based on the photos that he's photographed so far. And in a portfolio, making sure that it's diverse. You want full sun, you want open shade, and you want low light to show a perspective photographer to showcase what you can do on a wedding day. Now, when I first started second shooting and when I was working with other very new first shooters, those first shooters didn't want to take on a second shooter who had a lot of experience because it could be very intimidating, right? So you kind of wanted to bring along somebody who was at your level so that you wouldn't feel like overwhelmed with the fact of how far they were in their learning curve. If they had a big business and you had a quote-unquote little business, right? You want to bring somebody around your same caliber. So that shouldn't be an impediment. It should just be really forthcoming. This is my diverse portfolio. I'm going to reach out to you. And for people who want that particular second shooter, he'll be a perfect fit.
Yep.
Great. Do you have a question?
I do, yeah.
Great.
I was just gonna, you said be thoughtful and kind of get creative with your shots, and the first shooter's gonna have the shot, so maybe look at different angles, that type of thing. Has there been a situation where somebody's gotten too creative and is actually pulling away from the situation that you're trying to shoot, or
I'm sure that's happened before.
Yeah,
Yes.
Absolutely. I mean, we can think of every horror story between a first and second shooter, and it likelihood
And we have
is
a few
probably
that we're going to
happened.
be talking about later. We
Yes.
definitely have a lot
Yes,
of those,
we do,
stories.
We do. But as a first shooter, if JD is not able to go to the wedding, I do a lot of thorough work. You know, I mean, if I see a portfolio piece, I don't invite strangers to shoot with me. I invite people I know on a personal basis who I follow on their blog, social media. So I'm seeing a consistent body of work. So I'm not getting a lot of like tilted images, selective color, really deep saturated photos. So I'm doing a lot of legwork in advance. That was a good question, Mo.
I have a question that's coming in, and then we'll get to you. Awesome. From Catherine Photos by Orion in Salem, Oregon. When you have a husband-wife team, is it possible to have either of you as a second shooter, or is there always a second shooter? So maybe just talking about the concept in and of itself of first shooter, second shooter, and what that even means.
Yeah.
You know, great question. You know, for our business, I am always the second shooter. But I know a lot of husband and wife teams who that role reverses all the time. It's always different. At one time, but they'll have those discussions in advance. Well, they'll talk to each other and they'll say, I'm going to take the lead on this one, and they'll pose and allow the other photographer shoot, and then it will completely switch. So there isn't one way to do it. We have it settled that I always be the second shooter, and Jasmine always poses and works with the clients.
We're going to get into that section tomorrow. We're going to be kind of hashing that out and what roles look like, and tips for how to improve, how to work together as a couple, and also how to shoot together as a couple. Because there are people who are watching whose their spouse does not want to be a full-time member of the business, but they want to shoot with them. So there's kind of two different types of relationships. We're going to get into that tomorrow. But we're going to move on to the next section.
Yep.
Oh no, one more question. Yes.
I was going to ask, is there ever kind of like that, a situation where maybe it's like a time crunch and you're like, JD, can you go get the groom?
Oh,
so
yes.
You're kind of separate.
You're beating us there.
Okay.
You're getting yes.
We're going to get there. And
yes,
those moments happen all the time where Jasmine, I'll go out and take the responsibility of a certain part of a shoot. It just when I think I was answering this question whenever Jasmine and I are actually working together, when we're in the same space, then she'll take the lead on those things. But yes, there's a lot of times throughout the day where I'm doing that.
Cool.
So where I'm going out and shooting on my own. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Good.
So I'm going to get into a question that a lot of second shooters actually have, and that is, what do I bring on a wedding day? What do I pack? And this answer is going to be different for a lot of main shooters. Some main photographers prefer that you use all of their own gear because they feel it's more reliable and they know exactly what it is that you're shooting on. So this means you're going to use their cameras, their lenses, their CF cards, and all those things. And on the other hand, there are first shooters who want the second shooter to shoot with whatever they're most comfortable with. And that usually means bringing your own gear. So I remember you telling me that story.
There was this one, actually, last August, we were here in Seattle, and I met up with another photographer, and we were walking around Green Lake, and she had recounted a different story of how she had worked with a second shooter, and the second shooter showed up, and it was a recommendation from a friend, and he brought on a few lenses with him. Now, she liked the way he worked, and so the following weekend she had a wedding, and so she hired him again, and when he showed up to the wedding, he had one lens. And she turned and she was just like, so what happened to all of those lenses that you had last week? And he's like, oh, I didn't have enough money to rent them again this week. She was like, can you believe that? I was completely shocked, but we have to understand that if nobody is asking the question, you won't get the answer. So you have to never assume that somebody has all the gear that they're showing up with for every single wedding. Now, you could alleviate this by saying, do you have all of your gear? What will you be bringing? Or you say, I have enough gear for the both of us. I would prefer if you shot with my gear or just if you shot with my memory cards.
Right. You know, the moral of the story was that making sure that you're always asking first what the photographer would like you to bring, and then also letting them know what you're actually bringing so that in case you don't have what they want, you can make preparations for that. And you can always make sure to always be prepared. You know, if you're shooting on all the first shooter's gear, a lot of the times they're not used to packing for 2 people. So if they forget something, then what happens to you? If they forget a battery or a couple extra CF cards, that means you don't get to shoot. Or if something goes wrong with the first shooter's gear, you're usually shooting, if you're using their gear, you're using their backup equipment, which means that if something does go wrong with their camera, again, you're left with nothing to shoot. So always be prepared, and the best way to be prepared is to pack backup equipment. No matter what, even if you're using somebody else's gear, bring your own stuff and just leave it in the car, and in case those things happen. The best way to stand out as a second shooter, I found, is to have things prepared and ready for the first shooter that they didn't even think they wanted. So I like to just put myself in Jasmine's shoes, anticipate what it is that she needs, and then have it ready for her. So I'm going to get into a list of things that I actually bring on the wedding day that aren't gear related, that help. I think Jasmine just appreciates when I come with those things and I show those things off.
I absolutely know this.
I'm actually going to pull out my shoot sack, and I carry a shoot sack. I love it because it just allows me. It has so many pockets that I actually have all my lenses in here now. But what I like
most of them.
Oh, most of it, yeah. Well, the lenses that I usually use. But the first thing that I always like to pack in here is I always pack an extra bottle of water for Jasmine. We shoot in the summertime, and it gets really hot, so I always like to make sure that my first photographer is hydrated. I also pack, and it's nice, it all fits. The next thing I like to pack is a bag of Kleenex. It comes in handy. It might sound a little weird, but wedding days are very emotional days, and bridesmaids or mother of the bride or the father of the bride can always tear up. So if I see that happening, I'll first shoot it, capture that moment, and then I'll pass off the Kleenex to Jasmine so she can go hand it off. Always makes her look good. I also pack, what's the next thing? So on the side of my shoot sack, I always put, I have safety pins and bobby pins here. As a guy, I don't even know how to use these things, but I can't tell you how many times there's been like a little snafu with a dress, and Jasmine comes up to me and says, do you sell that safety pin? And I have that ready, which is great. I always carry a bottle of aspirin. It always comes in handy. Now again, these are things you don't need to have, but gosh, it makes a big difference. The other day, the DJ came up to me and we were talking. He's like, dude, I have a headache. And I said, oh, great, you want some aspirin? I gave him some aspirin, and then we just hit it off that day. We made sure, it felt like we were on the same team. So, he would always look out for us.
Right, there was no event that night. Yeah. He wouldn't do anything without coming to us like, hey guys, are you guys ready for this? And I was like, aspirin, that's the trick.
I always put a handful of Band-Aids in here, and that works because Jasmine's on her feet all day, so she might ask me for it. She actually requests Band-Aids sometimes if her feet start to get really beat up. But a lot of the bridesmaids, they're wearing heels and their new shoes their first time, so it's always good to have those things so that when you see someone in pain, you can just give them a few Band-Aids. The last thing I actually pack, and I put this usually in the big bag where I have all our gear, I always like to pack a non-plastic hanger. So I'll put a hanger in my bag because this has helped us so much. There's been so many times when we walk into the bridal suite and we see that the dress is hanging on a plastic hanger or it's still wrapped in plastic. And so what we need to do is, if we're in a pickle, if we don't find a hanger at the time, we're in trouble. So I always make sure that I bring that along. So these are the little things that you can always just bring to help you stand out, and your first shooter will always appreciate these types of, little extra measures.
Definitely.
Yep.
So there might be people online who are just like, are you kidding me? I don't bring that stuff. Well, your first shooter would totally appreciate it. Like, take my word for it. Like, JD does like little small things that I take for granted. So if I ever work with somebody else, I'm just like, wait, you're telling me you didn't bring Band-Aids? Like, I have to think for myself right now? What we're gonna move now on to is a really important question, because we get asked this quite a bit. So this is how to get, yes, Kenna.
Jasmine, maybe we can talk a little bit more about gear before we move on to this, or is that...
Yeah, actually there's a section that's going to be dedicated to the gear that I actually bring and why I bring it,
okay.
my favorite lenses and why I use them and when I use them. That was just a quick little, I just wanted to touch up on things on how to stay prepared on a wedding day, because...
He wanted to show off, basically.
No, I just felt it was the more...
Yeah, I was like, yes, no.
These things should get you an A if you're shooting with a first shooter. If you're shooting with Jasmine, you're guaranteed a B+ for bringing these little items. So we're definitely going to get into that.
Okay, cool. I was
Thank
like...
you.
That's probably a lot of the chatter.
What happened to the cameras and the lenses?
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah, definitely. So we're going to move into how to get second shooting jobs. We get asked this quite a bit. The first thing that I would recommend if you want to start getting jobs is to get known within in the photographic community. But specifically the photographic community in your area. Now, if you're not outgoing, this is going to seem like a really daunting task. I am kind of, I'm really shy, and I know that people don't believe it, but I am. So, to get out in these like big party type situations, I immediately close in on myself, and I'm the girl who prefers to hang out by the fried food station in the corner. But this is going to have to change if you want to start second shooting with other people, because I believe that the personal connections you make with other photographers are the things that lock in those deals. Now, for starters, I want you to do an online search for established wedding photographers in your area. Now, when I say established, I don't mean the biggest, the fanciest, the most high-end. I just simply mean established wedding photographers, because people are going to need different things at different times. Now, once you've established a list of photographers who you think this would be awesome to work with, what I then want you to do is I want you to search and get familiar with, one, what they do. Focus on the niche of style of photography that they do. And if you're a second shooter and that's what you want to pursue, you want to choose a photographer who focuses heavily, if not exclusively, on weddings. Because there are photographers who do babies, families, seniors, horses, cars, right? That photographer probably won't get you closer to what you want. And what you want is experience. What you want is the ability to help another photographer, right? So find out what they do. Secondly, I want you to follow them on all social media mechanisms: Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. These things help personalize the business experience. And what happens when you know somebody personally is that you can help them in a very different way. And I'm going to get to that in a second. Thirdly, I want you to start thinking of ways on how or why they might need help. Because offering second shooting services, I'm going to be honest, just isn't enough, right? You need to start leveraging different aspects of what you do to add value to their business. So once you have a good idea of what you think about them and how you feel, and you feel like, okay, I know this person. Now, it's not just enough to follow them. What I would love for you to do is to leave comments on their Instagram account, leave comments on their Facebook page. If they're blogging weddings, leave feedback, because to them, you're a complete stranger. But the more you start talking to them, the more you're going to personalize that relationship, so that if you do send them an email, which is I'm going to propose in a second, they're like, oh, I kind of remember this person from talking to me on a consistent basis. So it's like passing that girlfriend in your halls of high school. You kind of sort of know her, like, oh, hey, girl, but you want to get to know her a little bit better. Okay, so then email them, and what I want you to do is to introduce yourself and explain what it is you want. You want to help them. You want to find ways to build their portfolio, and at the same time, if it's possible, you'd love to build your portfolio as well. State your intentions. Don't leave it ambiguous, because as a first photographer, I appreciate knowing exactly what somebody wants from a relationship. Now, these types of things, you doing this type of work in advance, social media, blogging, all this stuff, finding it to get to know them, it helps you find ways to help. So here's an example of how this actually played out. There was a very successful photographer in Chicago. She had taken a maternity leave. Now she had all of her weddings booked up for the fall, and she had put out on social media, I'm looking for a second photographer. And what transpired was a lot of people sending her requests to second shoot for her. But one particular email stuck out, and that email had said, I really love your work. I had a daughter 2 years ago, and I know what it's like to be on maternity leave. Now, I know this might be a little forward, but when I got back into the swing of shooting, I felt like it was difficult to breastfeed while I was out on the job. And all of a sudden, she started giving her breastfeeding tips while she was out shooting a wedding day. Now, this might be personal, but she had known that she was having difficulty with this because she followed her on social media. So all of a sudden, out of the sea of inquiries that she got for second shooting opportunities, this girl stuck out because she knew, hey, I've been there and I can help you. What transpired was a really good friendship, and that girl actually second shot quite a few weddings for that main photographer. Now, this would not have happened if she had not taken that extra time to get to know her on a personal level. So small things like that. And some of the guys in the audience are like, whoa. If there was maybe a guy who's like asking for car tips or something, speak into that on that level. Either way, what happens is like attracts like. So you start following photographers who you'd love to shoot with, and ultimately maybe they'll find a way. Yes, Mark.
Yeah. So how do you get to follow all these people and get to know all about their personal lives? Send them an email and not come off as a stalker. Hey, I saw that you did this last week, and
well, I mean, so when I met you this morning, I looked at you and said, Mark, right? Did you think that I was stalking you? I could bring up things that I had seen in your video submission for this course. And I think that that's the way it works with social media. You put things out. You know, you go up to them and be like, hey, I know your social security number is 555-029-761. That's creepy, you know? But people do put things out so they can connect. So connecting on a peripheral level is good.
And just to add to that, soft touches, instead of coming on so strong in the beginning, soft touches like maybe even liking a photo that they posted or leaving a small, just a comment on whatever they're doing. Those are like soft touches before you get into, hey, once they see your email, they'll remember that you've been also following them on social media and doing things like that. So give them a little fair warning that you're not a stalker.
Okay, what I want you to do is then craft an email that's personalized to you wanting to work them. But what I don't want you to do is to copy and paste the same email to 10 different photographers. Right. Now, I'm not saying that you can't connect with 10 different photographers. You just have to find ways to personalize each of those emails. Now, what you want to do is you want to showcase how you can use your unique skills to help that photographer, and you do not want to merely ask for them to help you. That's what a lot of times we see happening with second shooters approaching first photographers is, how can you help me? Because this is what I really want to do. To be honest, the response should be, I want to help you. So can you help, it's just like Jerry Maguire, help me help you, right? Okay, so here are a few examples of emails that I have received from people who want to second shoot with us. We're going to see if we find any sort of patterns here whatsoever. Okay, hi Jasmine, my name is blank. I'm not sure if you are needing a second or third shooter, but please let me know if you do. I would like to work and learn more from you. Okay, moving on. This one's slightly shorter. Can you take me as your assistant with lots of respect? So it wasn't even personalized to my name. It was just, can you take me as your assistant? Let's see another one. Oh, shoot. Okay, let me back up a bit. Okay. Hi, Jasmine. I opened my own photography business, and my passion is growing with every photo I take. So here's the reason of my message to you. I was wondering, how can I learn from you? Can I work as your second shooter for you? Can I assist you somehow so I can watch you? Here is some of the work that I've been doing. And then they provide a link to Facebook. Again, nothing's really wrong with it, but it sounds like there's developing a pattern. Can I shoot with you? Can you help me? Last one. Hi, just hi, right? So I don't know if I'm BCC'd with like 50 other photographers, but hi. Have heard about your photography quite a lot. I have covered few weddings, all candid shoots. Below is my Facebook page link. Would love to work with you guys if you ever require more photographers. This photographer, and I know that it probably sounds mean, but I didn't bother responding to this photographer because this photographer didn't bother to personalize this email, and I don't know if I was one of 100, one of 5. So taking time to personalize each email will actually go a bit farther. Last one. Okay, I was always told the worst they can say is no, so I'm contacting you with this in mind. I know JD is your second shooter, but I just wanted to ask if you ever be interested in any help. I use the term help loosely because realistically, I know you don't need help and that I would be the one with all the gain. So 2 things. 1, be sure to proofread your emails before you send them, right? Because you want to put yourself in a professional capacity, so just do that. And secondly, don't discount what you do, right? You want to make that first photographer excited. So if you were to say, I know that you don't need help and I would be the one with all the gain, it doesn't make me excited, nor does it make me trustworthy to bring somebody like that along to the wedding day.
And just for the record, I want, because I know Jasmine, it can sound like she sounds mean, but at the same, it takes a lot of courage to send an email.
Yes.
And so I think Jasmine really appreciates getting emails, but when she gets these emails, I think she just wants to make sure that she cautions the way that you send out emails, because if you're going to take that time to actually do it, which I think is a huge step forward, just make sure you're doing it with some
the best you
tact.
can. Yeah, absolutely. So I think what we've noticed in a pattern through the emails that we just read was that they're all photographers asking for an opportunity. But here's what they don't show. What they don't show is what makes them unique. In those 5 or 6 emails, I didn't see one thing that made them different from the others. What also I didn't see was what makes them qualified. They all asked for it, but not one person mentioned how long they've been shooting. Not one person sent me, if all of those emails, not one person sent me a link to a professional website. They all sent me links to Facebook. They didn't tell me why I should invite them. I want to know why. I really do. And some photographers might not, but always err on the side of more information than what a person might need or want. Lastly, why is it mutually beneficial? So those 4 tips can make you easily stand out the minute that you're reaching out to a first photographer for second shooting opportunities. Now, if you want to start second shooting, I think that it would be best to show these things via email and help convey the value to their time as well as your time. But I want to show one email that I happen to find particularly interesting. Hey Jasmine, my name is Blank. I'm 16 years old and I'm a sophomore at Blank High School. My passion is photography. I came across your work and was amazed by it. I also have a little photography business in my free time. I'm also based in Orange County. I know this is a pretty big leap, but if you ever need 1, an unpaid intern to help with stuff, 2, film your sessions, 3, make a promo video, I'll do it. Video production is also my passion, so win-win. I have to say that this emailer, who is 16 years old, showed his uniqueness. And even though he was young, I was really impressed because he provided 2 links, one to his video portfolio and one to a professional website. I went to his website and I was like, I didn't even have MySpace when I was 16. And this kid has a full-on website. It was so impressive. He explained why I should invite him. He explained how it would be mutually beneficial. And he asked if I was looking for a photo intern. And at the time, I wasn't looking for a photo intern. But he wanted help with his photography, and I felt like if I help him with his photography, he'll help me with video, which is something that I need, that he discovered that by following me on social media. So I'm happy to say that we've worked together in professional and personal capacities, and in the beginning, he started out as an unpaid video intern, and now I'm really happy to say we're paying him because he's really good at what he does. Yeah, and this email instantly caught my attention. So I don't want to present it like I say no to every email. It's just like if you do it right, I'm going to start paying attention. Now, if you're feeling stuck because you don't know how to showcase what makes you unique, what I want you to do is, I'm not even advancing my slides. Okay, so I want you to leverage your assets. That's exactly what I want you to do. And I want you to find ways to add value, and I want you to meet photographers in person. Because what happens is I should come out and admit that I have never once, especially in the first part of my career, reached out to another photographer to ask for second shooting opportunities. I had shot somewhere in the ballpark of 35 to 40 weddings before I shot my own wedding, and I had only received those second shooting opportunities by meeting people in person or getting a personal referral from one photographer to another. So if you feel kind of stuck, like I don't know how to get them, then you got it. The rubber needs to meet the road. Get out and meet people. Now, if you live in a large city, this would be a little bit easier because magazines or venues have just get-togethers. That's where you can meet other photographers. If there's, especially in the early part of my career, I would sign up to go to photography workshops or courses.
Oh,
Now,
Jasmine was all about them. I think
I was.
every weekend she'd be out doing something with a group of photographers or taking a workshop, actually.
Absolutely. Now, workshops range anywhere from a couple $100 to a couple $1,000. In the beginning, I was doing the really inexpensive courses, $150 to hang out with a group of photographers. I'd be like, okay. But the relationships that I made in those workshops far superseded the value that I received from that singular instructor. And I think that we teach workshops now, and I know that the groups are actually finding more value with each other, in addition to the education that they receive.
Become their own. They shoot. You know, a lot of them, if they're first shooters, they start shooting. You know, they start tag teaming with each other, so they'll be each other's second shooters, or second shooters start uniting together and going out and starting their businesses together. So.
And we even had over the course of those, we had 2 people meet and actually become a full-time studio. So you know, this is what happens when people meet face to face. So. Find a way to meet people in person. And what happens, what might be easier is if you meet online first and then meet them in person, because you can kind of build like a peripheral, like you don't have to go up to somebody and be like, hey, how's it going? So meeting them online is always like that nice segue. Now, regardless of the type of experience that you offer, somebody will need you right where you are. So don't ever hesitate or think that you aren't that person. Like we had mentioned earlier, some photographers want to work with photographers who've been shooting just as much time as they have. There are photographers who wouldn't want me as their second shooter, and I understand that, and that's totally fine. But knowing your range is going to be a-okay. What I want to show, which I'm really excited, is this is Kristen. Kristen is in the second shooter group, and she's also in the Restart group. A few months ago, we hosted Restart, and we remade photographers' businesses, and we remade over 3 businesses, but 10,000 people got onto Facebook and formed a group to actually be committed to run their business differently. And Kristen is one of those photographers. And she posted, hey, Jasmine, last Saturday, a group of Southern California, or how we say in SoCal, a group of SoCal restarters got together at True Foods Kitchen in Santa Monica. We are so thankful for your inspiration and the new friends and connections we have made through Restart. Let us know if you want to join us next time. And heck, yes, I will join them next time. This is great. Now, this is the perfect scenario. So roughly 10 to 12 people met for lunch. Now I have to say, if this was happening in my area and I was just starting out, I would move heaven and high water to get to that event, because I knew if I can see people face to face, I can get them to trust me and I can convey to them, I have your back, I'm not in it for my own, whatever you need is where I'll be, paid or unpaid. We're gonna get to compensation in a minute, but I'll be very forthcoming. The first 7 weddings I shot, did it for free, did it for the hustle. Into this last section, this is odds and ends. So if you want to get jobs, here are a few quick things. I want you to get invited to non-specific, photography-specific related events. So if you are going to a bridal show or an expo, you don't have to be a presenter. You could still go and find that you're intersecting with photographers of different variations, just mingling by the drink station. So that's a good thing. That's what I did all the time. I just find ways to be in people's, hang out by the food, you're going to run into people. Also, what you want to do is go to a wedding industry network events. So a couple months ago, there was a coordinator who said, hey, can you come and shoot an event? It's not paid, but we have a speaker coming in. It was a really small event, but I said, of course, there's a coordinator who really helped me in my career. So I went and I shot the event, and while I was there, I met a couple other photographers, and I met another couple coordinators who put me in contact with photographers. So going to events where just wedding industry people are is always going to be a good thing. Now, lastly, as a side note, few tips on how to get your portfolio viewed by first shooters if you're sending to them as a second shooter. What I don't want you to do is I don't want you to send photos via email. I have received emails where people attach like 17 to 20 photos, all high res, and I'm like, nervous twitch in my eye because I can't read the rest of my email because these photos are trying to load. So don't do that. What not to do is, if you are going to link to your Facebook portfolio, that's fine, but link to a folder on Facebook. Just don't link to your Facebook page, because when you go to the page, you see all these random updates, you see random photos. What you want to do is put your best foot forward, and you do that by curating your work in a way that you want somebody to see. If you're going to send a slideshow, assume that you have 30 seconds of that first shooter's undivided attention. So if you're going to send a slideshow, put your best work in the beginning, Put your best foot forward. Don't try to intermix them. I want to end it strong. No, they might not get to the end. So put the best stuff in the beginning. And lastly, if you are not stoked with your website, you can't expect a first photographer to get stoked about your website. So before you start reaching out, do what you need to do to get really amped and excited about the portfolio that you are presenting. If you are stuck on that, that's not what this course is about, but we went through it in Restart. We spent 3 months on how to build websites and actually make it something you're proud of. So I heavily encourage you to get involved with the Restart group, ask questions, and check things out. But where that leads us now is a Q&A section.
Yes, it does.
Our favorite section.
Hey.
All right, let's start with the studio audience. Does anyone have a question? You guys think about your questions. We have plenty online. All right, let's start. There, I know there are so many questions that are going to be answered, but I just want to, a couple people had asked, Confucius Jones, who is from Istanbul, as well as Heather Price, talking about how much should the limitations of their current gear affect their ability to second shoot? Someone said, I currently own a T3i with minimal lens, but I'm highly motivated to shoot. Do first photographers ever provide gear to the second? And I know we've covered that a little bit, but the question seems to be coming up a lot.
Yes, first shooters sometimes do provide gear. And the thing is, if you only have one lens, doesn't mean you can't second shoot. You can second shoot an entire wedding with one lens as long as the first shooter knows you're just working with one lens.
This is the second shooter's response. Let me chime in as a first shooter.
Okay.
But I think it's a great response. It is. But as long as that first shooter knows, but I would say that a first shooter probably wouldn't invite a second shooter with one lens. If you are a second shooter and you don't have more than one lens, I heavily encourage you to rent what you need. JD is going to show you his setup, and it's very straightforward. We could probably estimate the rental value on the lenses that he brings to a wedding, and it would roughly cost less than $100. Right. So if you happen to get paid for that wedding, just understand that you're paying and covering your rental fees. Either way, find a way to make it work. We rented all, if not most, of our gear for those first few weddings that we worked. So I'm a huge proponent of it.
And I wanted to give Confucius a little bit of motivation there, because Jasmine's right. Definitely rent gear if you can, but at the same time, I know some first shooters who will actually hire more than just a second, like Jasmine was. They'll bring in a second, third, and maybe even a fourth. And the fourth shooter, if they know they only have one lens, that first shooter will probably say you're going to be the fourth shooter today, which is fine because you're still getting that experience that you want.
Which leads me, wow, this is the world's longest answer.
Yeah.
That wedding that I fourth shot, I actually had 2 lenses. I had the 24-70 and I had the 70-200. So I conveyed to that first shooter that my focal range was from 24, which is pretty wide, to 200, which is pretty tight. So
range.
It was a great range.
Yeah.
You could theoretically shoot, and it was like the 70-200 with macro ability. I was like, I got macro too. I mean, looking back, I was like, but I was a fourth shooter, so it was all good. So work with what you have and be forthcoming with it.
Yes.
All right, I think that the topic about how to get second shooter jobs is definitely a big one.
Okay.
And so following up on that from Priscilla Christine, how do you handle the primary shooters who will never respond back after you have put in to second shoot with them, or you have contacted them several times to second shoot, but they have never given you a chance? So maybe how much is too much?
Right.
If you really, really, really want to shoot with that second or with that first photographer, you make that initial contact and then maybe wait a week or two, which would be plenty of time, and do a follow-up just to ensure that they received it. But if they don't respond after that second follow-up, I would highly encourage them to move in a different direction, because it's kind of like dating. If the guy doesn't call you back, he doesn't want a second date. So, and it's fine.
And it's hard because I know that a lot of times you want to take those things personally, but it has nothing to do with that second shooter attempting. They could just be really busy, or they just really like the second shooter that they currently have. So making sure to move on, like Jasmine said.
Oh my gosh, how mean. I'm like, move on, girl. And he's like, well, what it could be.
Moving on is great. And understanding what Jasmine was saying earlier, where don't just use email as the only source of introducing yourself. So that's all I can say.
Great.
Okay, we did have questions coming in about why can't I use Facebook, and we did talk about that. But people are asking, Berlin54 asking as a type 2, so differentiating themselves between the different types of second shooters, what's the best way to share my portfolio with photographers since I don't have a professional website? And then Lily also said, if I'm wanting to second shoot and not run a business myself, do I really need a professional website? And why isn't Facebook good enough?
Well, I mean, as a point of clarification, I think that we had initially set out that Facebook was a difficult thing. It's a difficult mechanism to navigate to highlight your strengths. So what you want to do as a professional second shooter, if you're a type 2 or even if you are a type 3, is you want to put your best foot forward, and sometimes just simply sending them a Facebook link isn't enough, right? So if these people are asking these questions and they're booked for the year, don't listen to me. If you're asking me these questions and you ain't got no jobs, I might have a way to help you get there. You can use Facebook, but put your best foot forward. Create a separate folder specifically for one, either each event, or two, a conglomerate of those events, and then give the first shooter an option. So if I was in this situation, I didn't have a blog, I didn't have a slideshow mechanism, but between both of those options, you could probably get a blog and a slideshow mechanism for less than $100, okay? So I'm not one for excuses. My dad was a Marine, so, you know, excuses are like rear ends. Everybody has one. So Facebook, here is one where I would say, this is my most recent favorite wedding. Here is a recent collection of all of my work. Here is a collection of low light settings, because I know that this could cause a lot of photographers to worry. You want to make it easy. Like if I got a detailed list of this, and this, I would be like, I want to click on the low light. I want to see what they do there. If you can handle low light, you could probably handle everything in between.
Gosh, I'm going to add in. I'm always chiming in now. Type 2 second shooters, I consider professionals. You know, type 2 second shooters, they want to actively keep on shooting. So as professionals, I think it's a great idea to get a website. Especially, even if you never want to become a first shooter, just having a website where you can have your portfolio and showcase who you are, even a bio of what you do, is always a good leg up. So if you don't have that yet, make sure that I'd encourage you to try to start working on getting a website.
And what we need to understand, we need to put out from the get-go, second shooting is competitive.
Oh yeah.
There are, you know, I would venture to say that the ratio between first and second shooters, there's like for every one first shooter, there's probably 8 to 10 second shooters. So for people who are saying, well, why can't I do this? Well, you can, but you may or may not be as competitive as other people who have the ability to organize it in an effective manner.
So questions in the studio?
Yeah, I have a question. So talking about gear, you guys shoot Canon, I shoot Nikon. Is that going to be a factor for a primary shooter or first shooter, saying like, hey, I shoot Nikon, but I know you shoot Canon? Because I know there's a difference in post and everything too. So
good question.
I wouldn't think so. Like if there was a second shooter who I felt like loved his portfolio and he happened to shoot Nikon, you know, it's fine. I mean, your glass isn't as good as mine, but I won't hold it against you.
Oh, God, Jasmine went there. Yeah, no.
I know. And all of a sudden, the internet's like, no! Yeah, it wouldn't be an issue, at least for me.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to totally piggyback on what you guys were saying earlier about like reaching out to other people, because when we moved here last year, we did the same thing. We reached out to a couple who we felt like we could connect with just on a personal level too, and we just got together for drinks and like met. It was nothing for trying to second shoot with them or anything on the get-go. It was just like, hey, we're new here, you're photographers, we're married, you're married, like we have so much in common, let's like see if we can be friends. And so I definitely recommend that. It's been super successful.
Yeah. It works. It really does
what
work.
transpired from that? Like, so
we still talk and still get together, and they've helped us a lot with getting our business up and running. Shout out to Juliana and Nathan Renard.
Good.
But yeah, it's been awesome.
I'm happy to hear that. So this is proof that I'm not talking
It
trash.
works.
Right, no,
It works.
Yeah.
That's good. Mark, did you have a question?
I was just wondering, kind of cart before the horse, if you don't have the experience of shooting a wedding, how do you then kind of put together a portfolio that you might send to a first shooter? Maybe if you don't have the bride and all of that, can you use other pictures? What would be your guys' recommendation on that?
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, on a wedding day, we're going to get to this in a second, but I asked JD as my second shooter to shoot what we call environmental photos. So this is very similar to what you might shoot for a landscape, because we want to set the scene of the wedding. If you happen to shoot landscapes and you send me a couple landscapes, if you happen to shoot your cousin, your sister, whoever you're around, like a portrait of a girl is a portrait of a girl. If you know how, if I could see her body lines, I could see the movement, I could see laughter. A girl in a white dress, a girl in a black dress, it's still going to be the same for me. I'm looking for basic principles. If you have that, I think your portfolio is going to be strong.
Oh, go ahead, yeah.
Sorry.
Yes.
No, going back kind of too. I had actually started out I sent an email to a local photographer that a friend known. She was looking for a second shooter. And I also didn't have the portfolio, but I really wanted to get into it. And I emailed her, and she was like, well, she's like, I'm looking for somebody with a little bit more experience than what you have right now, but I have all my equipment. I sent her a list, some pictures, and she was like, well, she's like, how about you intern and assist with me for a while? So that's actually how I got into it, to build my portfolio.
Good.
That's great.
And I did the same thing. I emailed her, then I met with her. Absolutely loved her. She's great. I'm going to do the same thing. Hi, Janie.
That's great. No, that's great.
But it's such a nice feeling that there are people that will help you build your portfolio and teach you. But it's the same thing. I was helping her. I was assisting with her.
That's great.
That's a great point.
And I think what I want to point out is, yes, it said a lot for, her name was Janie?
Yes.
It said a lot for Janie to take on somebody, but Janie watched her back. She didn't say, yes, come on. She said, come intern. Yeah. And there was a lot of photographers out there who'd be like, I can't intern. Either I don't have time for it, or I'm above it, or I have too much experience. And that's not, she didn't say yes, but she didn't say no.
Right.
And, there are going to be photographers, and you have to understand that a photographer will watch his or her and protect his or her business like it is their baby. So don't be offended if they say, you have to work for free, or you have to come in and assist. You have to schlep my bags. You have to hold the reflector. If you really want it bad enough, you're going to do what it takes to make it work. That's good.
I agree. Very good advice, actually.
Yeah.
I like that.
Jasmine and JD, we have such an engaged audience out there. There are so many amazing questions coming in, so we're just going to take some more because we still have about 5 minutes. So the question is, I've solo shot for 13 years and with a second shooter maybe 10 times. Can you talk a little bit about the value of having a second shooter and in what scenario you need them? But again, the value.
Yep.
That's huge. I would encourage this person to put this exact question on the Facebook second shooter group so that other people can speak directly into this. I've had photographers come to my workshop and say, I prefer to work alone. I like autonomy. I don't want to worry about anybody else. And I just want to shake them. And I'm like, if for nothing else, an 8 to 10 hour day by yourself can feel very isolating, because 5 days a week you're probably by yourself, either in a cubicle or at your office at home. And so you go to a wedding and again, you're by yourself. Having somebody there for backup, for support, for that simple conversation, because there's always that one crazy person on a wedding reception who's out in the middle of the dance floor, that drunk girl who just drank, her cutoff was like 3 drinks ago. It's sometimes nice to look up at your second shooter and just have that communication like, oh my God, this is the one, this is the one. So it's like that alone is worth its weight in gold, outside of things that happen too. There have been times where I'm in a position for the first kiss and random Uncle Bob gets in the middle of the aisle right in front of my lens, and I'm like, oh my God, is this real life? Is this happening right now? And I look over and JD's like, got it. And I'm like, thank you, sweet baby Jesus. So yeah, like those moments really, really happen. So it's scary. It's absolutely scary. And having a second shooter to protect your business for personal and professional capacities, and also just to have a friend is just always a great thing.
He's been doing it for a while. I think you said 15 years he's been doing it solo. But it only takes that one time where you just start that one wedding, you just never want to leave that bad taste that you didn't get a certain shot that the bride really, really wanted in their mouth. So, that's just being prepared, having a second shooter. I would
encourage him to try 3 weddings. One wedding, probably you're not going to find its implicit value after one experience. But after 3, it'll give him a good idea. And if he still feels like, I do this better on my own, that's fine, to each his own. But to give it 3 honest, good chances, I think he'll find value in very different capacities and free him up to get the type of photos that he wants. Yeah, exactly. Now, this is a creative aspect now for him. Right. Somebody else can get those solid safe shots.
He can start distributing some more responsibility to that second shooter, and it's going to free him up to be more creative too. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, we are getting questions from first shooters too as well.
That's great. We wanted first shooters to watch too.
And they are watching. So Sunny says, a lot of young people starting photography are inexperienced shooters, and they think they're a lot better than they are, like we all have, right? What do you guys recommend for potential second shooters to do to get an objective assessment of their skills?
We're actually going to get into that because we know that one of the #1 complaints from first shooters is the fact that the second shooter isn't capable of, their portfolio it looked great, but they didn't have the technicalities throughout the entire wedding day. And we get that. And so Jasmine's actually going to go into a photography overview on the things that a second, ways to improve our exposure as a second shooter, so that we know that we're getting the types of photos that the first shooter really wants and can actually use, as opposed to just blown out photos.
To speak to that question directly, though, where people can go to get like an honest assessment, I think it's a two-part answer. If you see potential in the second shooter, and that second shooter wants to work with you, and you think that this could potentially be a good relationship, see how much you want to invest in that person. We're going to get into how to critique a second shooter. Janie saw something in you, right? And she says, there's something here, and I'm going to see if I could work with it, if I can massage what's going on here. Now, there's other photographers who would look and be like, that's not for me, and that's fine. But what second shooters need to do is to get honest opinions from their peers. Now, you can go onto the Restart group, or you can go into the second shooter group. Now, what I would encourage people is to keep the second shooter group for second shooting inquiries, questions, things of that nature. So let's just say, hypothetically, Tara puts together a portfolio, right? And you want to put a wide range. You don't want to put like, these are my 6 killer shots. So everyone's like, these are amazing, and you feel so great about yourself, but you really aren't getting a true feeling. Put up an online gallery of a couple hundred images. Maybe one person, maybe 2 people. Find a group of peers that could all come in together and say, okay, guys, we're all second shooters. You can meet them on the Facebook second shooter group and say, online, I'm going to show you your gallery, and you show me mine, and I'm going to show you yours, and the 3 of y'all are going to keep it real, KIR, and be like, your low light, there's a bunch of grain in that. Like, you need to fix that stat, right? The only way that you can get an honest opinion is if the other person is equally invested. So find people who either 1, want to help you in a higher position, or 2, are at the same level you are, but everybody's going to be mutually getting something beneficial from that relationship.
All right, fantastic. Well, this is going really quickly already. Yes. It's amazing that we're done with our first section. And like we said, thank you guys so much out there for all of your engaging questions and comments. There's huge dialogues going on in the chat rooms. And Robert J. Hill said, second shooting is amazing, and I believe it is a crucial thing to do as a lead photographer. Being able to shoot weddings on your days off to freshen up on techniques and push yourself creatively will make the next wedding you lead shoot even better. So
Absolutely.
I thought that's another great idea for why you might want a second shoot. And Julie Worthy Photography says, I still have your response to my email advising me on my camera purchase. Thank you for loving us and taking the time to help, Jasmine. Aww. This course is amazing because I'm a JD second shooter. I'm a number 2 all the way.
Yeah.
So tell us what we're going to do. We're going to take a 15-minute break. What are we going to do when we come back?
We're going to start with a second shooter etiquette.
Right.
So the do's and don'ts of second shooting. We're going to get down and dirty. We're going to talk about those uncomfortable things that we see people doing. And as first shooters, sometimes you don't want to say, why are you chewing gum at my wedding? Like that should not really happen. But again, it does. Don't check your phone in front of your guests. Things like that, we're going to go through that and set those established terms. We're also going to talk about second shooter compensation. How much should second shooters be getting paid? Again, this is something that we don't really talk about. And we're also going to be talking about setting up an agreement between a first and second shooter and making it formal.
Right. I love how you guys have just gotten down to business right out the gate. We are just throwing down the information. I mean, I loved hearing your story, JD, about how you got started second shooting. That was awesome.
Oh, cool.
We've covered the 3 different types of second shooters, which is also amazing, and then also how to get second shooter jobs, which is really what everybody wants to know. So it's been a great start to the morning, and with that, we're going to be back in 15 minutes, so we'll see you shortly.
Welcome back, everyone, to Creative Live. If you are just joining us right now, we are moving into the second part of the first day of the art of being a second shooter with Jasmine Starr and JD. But before we get back into it, we're going to give away our first prize of the day. And the first prize is a White House custom color 16 by 24 or 20 by 24 gallery wrap. Tell me about White House.
Talk about the timing. You guys, I think you guys prepped me for this. So on the break, we're all hanging out offset, and somebody had asked, oh, so do you give your clients anything, or what kind of products or tactile things that you provide? And I said, I don't provide much. I like to keep my collections as a photographer pretty streamlined, so most of them include albums, but I'll surprise my clients by sending them a canvas print, and I use White House custom color for this. So after the engagement session, I'll send them an email and I'll ask, like, hey, what was your favorite photo from the session? And they come back to me, they let me know, and then I order it through White House, and it's always a nice surprise. So a 16 by 24, 20 by 24, these are pretty big, gorgeous canvases. So anytime they have that in their house, it's like a billboard for Jasmine Starr Photography.
That's right. This is one smart businesswoman.
Thank you,
one
Kenna.
smart businessman. All right, so the winner is Sarah Smith, and the quote was, "You must learn to follow before you can lead." And that was from JD. So that was a great one.
Now it's gonna be a competition. I was like, I better get the next one.
1 point for me.
That's hilarious. Okay, so the next prize we're going to give away is a shoot sack after lunch. So, guys, you can enter this contest on Facebook or on Twitter. There's a blog post, creativelive.com/blog, that gives you all the details. But before we go, I wanted you guys to talk again about the Facebook group that you created, because people are joining like crazy already this morning. So I want to make sure everybody knows about it.
Yes, definitely. So the thing that we want to clarify too is that the group was created because there was a need. So people wanted to find second shooters that were qualified, and second shooters wanted to find first shooters who needed second shooters. So we just basically filled the gap, and people came to it because there was a need, not because it's the most glorious place, although at the end of 2 days, I'm pretty sure with all the people joining, it will be pretty dang amazing. But already in it hasn't been open a week, and people are already connecting. Job availabilities are being fulfilled within a few minutes. Portfolios are being critiqued. Friends are being made. It's overall like a really good place to be on the web.
Well, and just that fact that we have a global audience, but that means that a lot of people in the same cities, and we're seeing that already in the lounge, in the chat rooms, but the Facebook group is a permanent place, and so you can go back and find those, talk about how to get a job.
Yes.
That's it.
Absolutely.
That's it.
And one of the cool things, there was a very overachieving participant in that group. She made a list of every single state within the United States. So you would find your state. So if you're here in Seattle, you go to Washington and you put your city, where you are, your phone number, contact information, and other photographers who went international started doing it for Mexico City, Sydney. So it's been pretty great. We're actually getting lots of aggregate information for people who want to get busy.
You guys are amazing. I love it. I love the community.
They are amazing. I didn't do anything.
I was looking at the camera.
You guys on the Facebook group are amazing. Yes, I agree with you, Kenna.
You're amazing too.
I was homeschooled, thank you. I need this positive affirmation in my life.
All right, well, let's get back into it.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. By the way, I have a little packet of gold stars here that I'm going to bring out every once in a while and give Jasmine a little gold star, because that just makes her day.
I know, seriously. It's amazing what stickers will do to a girl. Okay.
All right. Actually, well, welcome back from the break. I'm glad everyone got to stretch out their legs a little, get a little bit of drinks, get some water. Did everyone get hydrated? It's part of my thing now. I think I just always making sure people are hydrated. I'm actually going to start with this next section, and that is second shooter etiquette. When I was building out this section, I wanted to make sure I gave a huge disclaimer before I even started, because I'm not going to sit up here and act like I am the world's best second shooter, or that I even think that I'm this perfect second shooter, because I'm not. Actually, when I was creating this section, it kept me accountable on my most recent weddings. I was doing it, we were building out this section just a couple months ago, and we had a few weddings since then, and I remember I would look at Jasmine and say, whoa, I'm going to be such a good second shooter today because I'm going to try to hit all these points. And at the end of the day, I realized that after 7 years of second shooting, I'm still trying to get better and improve as a second shooter. And I hope that a lot of you still have that same idea in mind when you go into a wedding, that there's still a lot that you can still improve on. So I'm going to actually get into a list of do's and don'ts. I created this list from my past experience as a second shooter, but I actually gathered a lot of this from the Facebook groups that are the Restart and the Second Shooters group. So thanks for helping compile this list. I'm going to start with the do's. And the first do is arrive on time. Now, you can do so many things that are right on and to be awesome as a second shooter, but if you just do one thing wrong, like arrive late on a wedding day, it kind of just leaves that bad taste in that first photographer's mouth. What Jasmine and I do, we live in Southern California where traffic can be a nightmare, so we always pad our travel time by an hour.
At minimum.
At minimum. And that usually means that we're showing up to the venue pretty early, which is nice, though. Jasmine and I, what we'll do is we'll grab a bite to eat, and then we'll talk about the logistics of what's going on that day, which is always a great refresher. The next thing you want to do as a second shooter is you want to make sure you sync your cameras with the first photographer. And what I mean by that is our cameras all have an internal clock in them, and what you want to do is you want to make sure that you guys are both shooting the wedding at the same time with the same timestamp, because when it comes to post-processing and getting all the files categorized, it's going to help have all that in order so that doesn't have different file names for different times, and it's the same type of shot. So the next thing is make sure to offer and set up light stands, umbrellas, soft boxes, so that the first photographer can go to the next spot. For me, Jasmine, I know that Jasmine wants her off-camera flash set up before she gets to the reception site, so I always leave a couple of minutes in advance to get that prepared for her. So making sure that you do those things for your first photographer is great.
One thing, too, if I could step in, that there was one more do that JD might have overlooked because I'm the one controlling the keynote, and I was like, oh, you missed a spot, B+. So what you might want to offer, to do is carry the gear. Now, I understand as a first photographer, I don't expect a second shooter to carry my gear. I don't. But JD has kindly offered to do it on a regular basis, and I think that he would not just do it for me, he would do it for any other photographer. And there have been times where I have second shot for photographers, and I'll just offer to carry whatever looks to be too cumbersome. And those small things, what these do's and don'ts are not contingent on becoming a second shooter. But I think that it defines a good and a great second shooter.
Very true. The next one is make sure to run ahead and do what you can to prep the next area if you're shooting in different locations when the first photographer is finishing up in the last spot. Now, what this means is usually Jasmine will always shoot bridal portraits before a ceremony. And so I'll actually be with her and I'll be shooting the bridal portraits. I'll be getting candids of all that stuff. But about 2 minutes before she's done, I'll let her know that I'm going to run over to the ceremony site because Jasmine she always gets a pulled back wide shot of the entire ceremony site. But a lot of the times the guests start arriving before she even gets there or before we get there. So what I like to do is I like to stand there, and in case some guests start arriving, I'll ask them if they can just wait just a second or two so that we can get an overall photo. And that really helps with that portfolio and making sure that someone's there to do that. Or else you're going to find yourself getting purses and bags and sweaters and picking things up and cleaning up, and it takes a lot more time. The next thing you want to do is offer clear and solid advice when asked. Now, if Jasmine ever asks for my opinion during a wedding day, I know that it's because she's in a pinch. And so I want to make sure that I'm clear or that I've done things in advance to make sure that I have the answers for her.
Well, the last thing as a first photographer, any first photographer wants to hear from a second photographer is, I don't know. If I'm asking you, I need an answer from you. I need a yes, I need a no, and if you don't know, you say, I will find out. Because I'm probably under a lot of stress at that moment, so I'm like, this spot just got crowded, it just got so hot, can we shoot behind the barn? And
instead of saying, I don't know, you just say, you go look behind the barn.
They're like, hold on, I'll be back.
You come back and you say, yes, you can shoot behind the barn.
And if the answer is no, you can't shoot behind the barn, I passed by the corral and there's shade there, so we'll head there. And that's what I need to hear. That is so helpful.
Yes. The next do is make sure to notice the things the first photographer doesn't seem excited to do and take over. This is kind of a big one because I know that if we're shooting a wedding with over 200 guests and the bride and groom have requested that we shoot every single table individually, I know Jasmine's not going to be pumped and super jazzed to go get those table shots.
Like, I don't know. Do people like table shots? Am I the only person who likes table shots?
I know she's not because, you know, I always put myself, like, I wouldn't want to do that either. I mean, be the only one doing that. But what I'll do is I'll say, Jasmine, during this time, take a break, get yourself together, or work on the slideshow, and I'll go and start with the majority of those table shots.
But he just likes the party. He just loves the party aspect. Like, oh, people are toasting here at this table. Hey, guys, how's it going? Like, that's his strength.
That is fun.
It's not mine.
I do think that's pretty fun. Another thing is I know that when we're shooting family formals, and if there's a lot of kids around, I know that working with kids isn't Jasmine's strength. For some reason, I remember watching her in the past, and she speaks to kids the way that she speaks to her dog. I don't know what it is. And it just, you know, I always make sure that if I see kids around, I'll make sure to get their attention, make sure to, you know, get my camera and show them behind the screen, or do something to get their attention, and then kind of get their attention behind Jasmine so that Jasmine can shoot these.
I mean, I think he implicitly understands it's probably not the best reflection for me to like, hey there, little baby, look here, you want a treat? You want a treat? I was like, oh my God,
Yes,
this is
that's
not very
exactly
good.
Yeah, so I'll take care of that for her. So make sure you do that for your first photographer also. The next thing is test your equipment the night before. Now, I'm going to get into this in detail with a pre-wedding day checklist a little bit later, but you want to make sure that even if you've been doing it for a while, this is one of the things you don't usually do because you always think that it's going to work, everything's going to work, but making sure you test things so that you don't show up on the day of with something not working on the wedding day will always be good. The next thing you want to do is give credit to the main photographer and list that you were the second shooter. If you're going to be posting anything online, the last thing you want is not to give credit to that photographer and someone think that you were the first shooter and it getting back to that first photographer, because that will definitely burn some bridges. So make sure to always give credit to the first shooter. The next thing you want to do is take test shots before the first look, ceremony, first dance, any big key event.
And know your mark.
Oh yeah, and so that you can know your settings and your mark. You know, the way that Jasmine and I do it, I'll use Jasmine as my test subject and she'll use me. But if she's not around, what I'll do during a ceremony, when people are getting to their seats, I'll stand where I'm going to be shooting and I'll start, you know, shooting just guests come in so that I can get my settings right on. Now, doing this for every main event is big because, you know, that pressure of shooting and then trying to figure out your settings while the things are actually happening are just a lot more.
It's not advised.
Yeah, not
it's
advised.
Not advised.
Yeah, definitely. So do that. The next thing we only have 2 left. The next thing you want to do is make eye contact with your first photographer often. Now, you know, Jasmine handles stress differently than I do. I know that during these big moments, when during the first kiss, or you know, when the bride is coming in for the first time, that Jasmine wants to make sure that I have her back, that I'm there. So I'll always make sure to look at her and give her either a thumbs up or just like smile at her, and she knows that I'm here. I know everything's good to go. So do that. You know, keep them at ease. I know first shooters can kind of just be a little bit, you know, a little bit nervous during these moments. So as a second shooter, you know, easing their.
But sometimes making contact goes both ways because things change right before a ceremony. And if we come to find out, like if he doesn't check in with me right before the guys walk in, and he's assuming the guys are walking in the aisle when somebody has told me the guys are walking from the front left door, I need him to look at me and I need to be like,
you're gonna, yeah, exactly.
Then he knows, move up here, homie, the door's over here, I'm gonna stay here. Like, those little things need to happen quickly, and I'm not gonna call him, we don't have walkie-talkies, it's just that eye contact is a third language, a second language.
Yeah, having those signs are great. The last thing you wanna do, and this is kind of just the icing on the cake, grab the valet ticket just before the first shooters is packing up their gear. I always do this, I always make sure that I run over at the end when the night's over. I'll grab our ticket, and if there's any other vendors that are leaving at the same time, I'll grab their tickets, send them to the valet so that when we all walk out, our cars are there. And, you know, a first shooter will always appreciate getting home just a couple minutes earlier because a wedding day can be so long. So these are just little things that you could do to definitely help you stand out. Then now I'm going to get into the list of don'ts.
Now, I have to say, like, I think I'm going to feel bad because people are going to watch and then they're going to, like, know how spoiled I am to work with a second shooter. It's like literally I'm just like, oh, cars of LA, duh. You know, but that's not what everybody does. You know, not everybody will help me get attention of children during the reception or during family formals. So the more that you do to help other people, the higher the commodity, the higher your value becomes on wedding
Yes,
day.
and you know what, you guys, I know there's a lot of second shooters that might start thinking like, you know, I'm a second shooter, I'm not an assistant. And you know, getting the valet ticket is more of an assistant role, I would say. But you know, all the other ones were a lot of second shooter roles. But it never hurts to go out of your way and do these types of things that are assistant type roles, because as a second shooter, all you want to do is you want to make sure you're putting your best foot forward so that you can continue shooting. I mean, I would love to get reoccurring business from the same person like Jasmine. If Jasmine fired me, I would be pretty much having to, who knows, go to the second shooter group and ask for a second shooting job. But yeah, I'm gonna actually get into the list of don'ts now. The first don't is don't get in the first shooter's line of sight. Now, remember, second shooter's photos are important, but the first shooter's shot is even more important. So making sure that you're not in the way is key.
And this came up first in our list because this is the #1 thing that photographers complained about when it came to that interaction. Not necessarily for the quality of work. The quality of work was a different complaint, but in the interaction between first and second shooters, everybody was like, tell them to stay out of our way. Tell them to stay out of our shot.
Yep. And as a second shooter, don't post the images before the first shooter has had a chance to do them. The great thing to just avoid this is asking the first shooter when they're going to be posting so that you can manage your expectations and knowing when you could post the images. Because if a first shooter doesn't post their images 3 months, 4 months, if they choose to just wait really long to post them online, then you as a second shooter are going to have to do that also. You're going to have to wait. So knowing in advance will help you just manage those expectations, because a lot of times you want to post them as soon as possible. The next thing is don't stand right behind the main photographer. Now again, this is different. If you're standing right behind the main photographer while they're shooting, most likely you're getting shots that are very similar, and that's not going to help push the portfolio forward. Even if you have a different lens, you'll still get a very similar shot. So making sure that you find different angles is always better. The next thing is don't use flash unless it's absolutely necessary. If your first shooter isn't using flash and you have a mounted flash, don't turn it on, because what you're doing is you're going to change the environment, and also it could actually be a distraction. So if your first shooter is shooting with flash, that's cool, totally, go ahead. But if you know that your first shooter, like Jasmine, she actually prefers shooting in natural light, so I won't be interrupting with flash at any time. The next thing is as a second shooter, don't offer your services to the main photographer's clients on a wedding day. I know this sounds kind of like, who does that? But I've heard it before, and it actually can be very easy. If a guest comes up to you during the wedding day and says, I love the way that you're interacting with everyone on the wedding day, and I really love just your personality. How can I get a hold of you? That's very tempting to say, oh, well, I do run my own business. But you always want to say, I'm here on behalf of the first shooter's business, and if you have any questions, to please contact them. Making sure that proper etiquette is always enforced is a big thing. Cool. The next thing is make sure to take the bride and groom off to take formal photos on your own. Okay, this is another one. If you find a spot that's really nice, most likely the first shooter will want to shoot there also. So don't ever take them off on your own. Make sure to get permission.
Or under the auspice of being like,
oh,
what? This is so great. These are for your portfolio.
Right.
No.
Right.
Do not take my clients on your own.
Right.
That will not happen.
Right. The next one is don't check your phone in front of guests. Again, I check my phone to check what time it is usually. But what I'll do is, if I'm going to do that, I'll step away from the line of sight of guests and then check my phone. So very simple. The next things you don't want to do is don't get drunk, don't pick up on wedding guests, and don't eat cocktail hour food. I am a huge foodie, and when the hors d'oeuvres come out, those are like the first things I want to eat. But we have a thing, no one wants to see a photographer eating all the food.
We're really there as contractors of that wedding. We're not there to eat the client's food, and they paid for it. And I don't think it's a good reflection, at least this is my personal opinion, and I'm the first photographer. So as the first photographer, I get to make decisions within my business. I don't think it's a good reflection of our business to be eating along with the guests during cocktail hour. Other photographers might feel differently.
I think this might rub a few people the wrong way, but at the same time, if you're a first shooter who encourages eating cocktail hour food, I might sign up with you at one time in my career, for sure. No, but please just, stay away from that. The next thing you don't want to do is you don't want to whine to guests, you don't want to look bored, or you don't want to stop taking photos because you're uninspired. The best way to not look bored, the thing that I do is I like to just pace. If I'm feeling like a lull, I'll just pace around a room, especially if it's at the reception site. I'll walk around just to kind of get me out. And if I'm feeling uninspired or in a rut when I'm shooting, the only way to get out, my way to get out of a rut is to continue shooting. You know, there's moments where I just don't feel like it's clicking, but don't stop then. Just keep shooting and you'll find yourself, your creative juices coming back. The next thing is don't ever, 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 ever hand out your own personal business card. The best thing to do is leave your business cards at home and ask the first photographer if it's okay, if you can have some of their business cards and if it's okay if you hand them out. So if someone does come up to you and says, do you have and ask for a business card, you can always hand over the main photographer's cards.
Tara.
Oh, yes.
If you're interested in networking with vendors, you know, the florists, the people who do linens, whatever, is that also frowned upon if you want to exchange information with them or at least take their card? I mean, would that be okay?
You know,
if you
I'm a second shooter. Jasmine,
Yeah,
would you be offended by that?
You know, I feel like there's terms like the industry is really small, but if you're at a wedding that I brought you on and that you just happen to click with the makeup artist and you just happen to click with the florist, I don't want you conducting personal business at my wedding. Only because I think it's an unfair advantage because as a first shooter, you're thinking about doing 6 things when the second shooter's just like, got the shot. How are you? These florals are so nice. Are these peonies? Peonies are my favorite flowers. And I'm just like, oh my God, I'm stressed out and I'm working and you're having the conversation and then you guys are gonna be buddy-buddy. You can say at a later point in time, we happened to meet at John and Jennifer's wedding. I wanted to follow up, you know, peonies are my favorite flowers. That's fine, but on my time when I'm paying you for you to be there, I need you to be 100% committed to my clients. That's just my personal thing.
But you could get their info, like if you wanted to be able to recognize them in your blog post after you posted your photos first, you know, that kind of thing. Like, so you just have their information?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
If that was the case, I would still, but here's again, I always erred on the side of caution. If I was going to blog towards somebody, I would email the first photographer and be like, hey, is it okay? Who is the florist? Or sometimes photographers are like, I would prefer if you didn't. And then you have to respect that.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Yes, but that's a great question.
Yes, Mark.
You mentioned family portraits and being a second shooter. Can you talk a little bit more about some of the do's of that and how?
Oh, sure. Like my role when we're doing family portraits?
We're going to get to that.
Okay.
We are.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow.
Okay. Oh, darn it. I was like, I have something to say.
Well, you can say it, you can say it, you can say it. No, say it.
Well, you know, honestly, during family portraits, family formals, I'll always make sure to get the shot list from the first shooter and start corralling all the guests in certain and grouping them and then putting them on deck so that when Jasmine is done with one family, the other family's already on deck and they just transition in seamlessly. Now, we only have you don't want to spend too much time on family formals, so you want to make sure that it's pretty organized, and as a second shooter, that's pretty much what I've considered my job duties to be.
But we're going to go into actually the specifics, the logistics, and the types of photos he's taking during this time.
Oh, yes. Now, that's okay. Right, exactly. That has I didn't talk about what I'm doing as
we have to save the good stuff for tomorrow. Yeah. We can't say it all today.
I'll definitely talk about how I'm shooting them. And actually, during our shoot today, I'm actually going to show what I'm doing when Jasmine's doing bridal party portraits.
Yes.
Cool.
So I've been talking a lot of the do's and don'ts. Those were them. Now we're actually going to move into something that's a little bit more business related, and it takes a lot of like number crunching. So I'm going to hand it over to the math nerd over here.
I'm a very proud math nerd, I will tell you. I think that this section is important because I want people to know, as second shooters, it's totally okay for you to put value on the time that you spend second shooting another person's wedding. In fact, I will say that I've openly said that we have never taken a loan on our business, that we were only buying things that we could pay for in cash. And partly how I financed the first part of my business was by second shooting with other photographers. So I would second shoot 3 or 4 other weddings, and by that time I would save enough to invest in a lens. And I was also doing side photography gigs, but I want people to know that it's okay. Now we're just going to talk about numbers because sometimes it's a little faux pas, to get into these specifics. So there are different types of compensation for second shooters, and the key to remember is that there isn't a set standard. I don't want you, going to a first photographer and be like, what, $100? Jasmine said, no. The first photographer gets to create the terms in which they will pay their second shooters, and the second shooters have the choice to agree to that term or not agree to that term. So everybody knows what they're getting. Ask 10 different photographers how they paid their second shooters, you would probably get 10 different answers. But we're going to try to cover it in a global perspective and then deal with independent questions as they come. Now, there are because in light of all of these different models, we're going to break second shooters into 2 groups. And then we'll be able to talk about the mitigating factors within each 2 groups and the sliding scale in which they get paid. So the first type of second shooter payment will be a paid second shooter. Now, the going rate for a second shooter, it varies widely, but it varies primarily on 3 main factors. And those 3 main factors are 1, experience as a second shooter. Second shooters who have more experience have a tendency to be getting paid a little bit more. 2, geography. Based on our research, larger cities and metropolitan areas traditionally pay their second shooters more. So New York, Los Angeles, Miami, San Francisco, Dallas, we saw a trend with people getting paid more there. Now, it could be simply based on geography. Photographers in larger cities do get paid a little bit more. So maybe they're paying their second shooters more. Or it could be in part to factor 3, is service price. When these photographers are getting paid more, they're more likely expecting a higher caliber of work profession, like professionalism with their workplace, and also they're probably depending on a diverse portfolio in a clutch situation. So these are things to think about as you're negotiating with the terms of your payment. Now, what we discovered was that an average price for a second shooter was anywhere from $200 to $300, and that seemed like the national average. But in larger cities, people were getting paid as much as $450. And if you're getting paid $450 to $500 to second shoot a wedding, my hat is off to you. That is a great day of work. This is America. You can get paid that much money. That is amazing. Goodness gracious. Now, as a hired second shooter, what you need to understand is that you are an independent contractor to the main photographer. That's what we need to clarify from the outset. And if the first photographer has not clarified those terms, you have to understand that this is an implicit understanding. Now, the key to understanding this type of second shooter arrangement is you have to have open communication. Because you're getting paid outright for your services, you may or may not be able to use your images as the second shooter. That is the prerogative of the first shooter. Now, some photographers will allow their photographers to use them in different capacities. Let's talk about those capacities. Some photographers will not allow their second shooters to use their images at all. Some require that all of the images are turned over that evening and you cannot use them. Some photographers require that you shoot on their CF cards. You turn those cards over at the end of the night, and that is what you got paid for. Now, some photographers will allow you to use images in your portfolio, but they do not allow you to use them online. So if a client were to come in and meet with you and you had a wedding album or if you had a canvas print, they understand that for studio use, you can use them. Now, the last type of way that a second shooter could possibly use them if they're getting paid is you can use the images online, but you cannot use them in your portfolio, on your website, in a wedding album. Now, some photographers will allow second photographers to use this because they can say, oh, hey, I shot with Tara in Seattle last weekend, but I was the second shooter. So it's a win-win, and all of that has been clarified out on the web. Now, the key is to know in advance what you can do with your images if you are being compensated. Now, most of the issues arise between a first and second shooter because the terms of the agreement were not solidified in advance. Now, if each party knows how to proceed, then nobody is let down. And if you don't like the terms to either one of those agreements, you guys can amicably part your ways and it's all good. Now, the second type of second shooter compensation is an unpaid second shooter. Now, as an unpaid second shooter, you have an understanding that not all compensation comes in the form of money, right? Compensation can come in different terms, different ways. Now, generally speaking, what I want people to do is get the chance to shoot, but what I need you to do is to weigh your options carefully. If somebody says they're not going to pay you and you have to drive 2 hours and then you shoot for 10 hours and then they require you to cull your own images, which is probably going to take you another 3 or 4 hours, you have to start thinking this is going to be a lot of work. But Know what you want, then weigh your options carefully. Now, if you're shooting as a second photographer, generally speaking, loosely speaking, you will be able to use your images in some sort of capacity because they understand they're not paying you for your services, you're coming on your own time, so you will be able to use them. But the key is to understand how you can use them, know how you can use them in advance. Have it in writing, have it somewhere. Now, I've heard that most of the debacles between first and second shooters happens because there was miscommunication. Again, we're going to beat it. I mean, you're going to be so tired of this communication word at the end of the second day. I am not even lying. Now, nothing is wrong for shooting on an experience basis only. I had mentioned this before. I second shot probably 7 to 8 weddings before I even got paid. And even once I started getting paid and I had provided a service and portfolio pieces that I felt warranted to get paid, if there was an opportunity to second shoot for a photographer who I respected or I felt was really inspiring and they weren't willing to pay me, I agreed. But again, I knew the terms of that relationship. I knew what I was getting into, and that was fine. We were both okay with that. Now, what I want people to do is to ask uncomfortable questions. That's going to be the main thing. What should have happened, there was this, should I get into it now? Or I think, okay, I'm going to get into it. I'm going to get into what had happened between myself and a first shooter in a second. Now, regardless who is presenting the terms of agreement, you have to understand that the only person who has your back is yourself. If I'm a first shooter, I'm going to care about my business. And if you're a second shooter, the only person caring about your business is you. So take the time to ask those really uncomfortable questions. And what I want people to do is to ensure that you have some sort of documentation, getting a contract, setting up an agreement. We're going to get more into that in a second, but here are some basic things that you should be asking before you get into an agreement with a photographer. Now, I'm a huge proponent of writing everything out. I went to law school. I don't know if we mentioned that already, but I like gold stars, I like stickers, and I love writing everything out. I have to-do lists for my to-do lists. So creating open communication is great, and this is usually achieved by actually sending something that 2 people can read and be on the same page. Now, a couple questions that you should ask before taking on a second shooting job. Is this a paid gig? Then you just know automatically. Great. Once you find out if it's paid, I want you to know how much you're getting paid, right? It's no longer to be like, don't worry, I'll hook you up. Well, your hookup and my hookup might come at different terms, so know what it is. Secondly, in what capacity can the second shooter use the images? And have them be specific. If somebody says, yes, you can use your images, and then you come to find out, well, wait a minute, what do you mean? And he was like, I didn't mean that you could use them online. Okay, just know the terms, because now we know what the terms could be. Thirdly, how many hours am I working? Because if you've established that you would be working for 6 hours, and then he asks you to stay on for an extra 3, that might change the terms of your compensation, right? These are the conversations.
And that's pretty uncomfortable. When you say,
right.
Well, are you going to pay me for that extra hour? But yes, I mean, that uncomfortable conversation does have to happen.
Absolutely. I mean, unless you just don't mind being walked over, because that happens a lot in the industry. Now, if you're okay staying an extra 3 hours because you want to build a relationship and trust, that's great. But understand that you need to vocalize, I'm going to stay an extra 3 hours, but don't worry, you don't have to pay me more. Like, it's uncomfortable to say those things, but the only person that will say them on behalf of your company is yourself. Lastly, what type of gear is expected or what type of gear is needed? We already went through those types of conversations earlier today, but it's really important. If they say, you get to the wedding, they're like, you don't have a macro lens? Like, well, if you didn't ask, I didn't tell you, getting clarification in advance is going to be key, which leads me to my last point. Because these 4 questions were the most basic terms that you can get to when discussing the terms of your relationship with the first photographer. But if you would like help drafting a comprehensive agreement, I have drafted a very comprehensive legal agreement that's provided on JasmineStarStore.com. It is a PDF for first photographers and second photographers to come to an agreement. It's fully customizable. You get to pick and choose what you would like. Now, if you're a second photographer and you're working with the first photographer who does not have an agreement in place, feel free to send that photographer that contract or this agreement, because all of a sudden they're going to come to terms like, what am I willing to pay? Am I giving this second shooter a flat rate? Am I giving this second photographer an hourly rate? It's forcing you to have these types of conversations and outline everything in advance. It also outlines Do you bring your own gear? Do you not bring your own gear? So all the things that we've been speaking about up until this point. The best part is that these are, it's a preemptively awkward question, getting it out all up in the open, and it'll help avoid really bad disagreements, and it's $9.99. So that will clear up a headache.
Yeah, right. And also, if you're a first shooter who wants an agreement and who wants to start having an agreement with second shooters, this is what you could use. For everybody that's here, all you guys, I'm going to be sending you guys all a free agreement so that you guys can use it and
because we believe in them.
Yeah, exactly. So you guys start using it with. Actually, you just husband and wife teams or couples teams. I mean,
I make JD sign a contract.
You guys can use it if you like, but you don't make me sign no agreement. Actually, well, if that's the case, I need a raise.
I know, right? I don't even.
I'm gonna be like.
I know. Awkward.
Hey, how much did I get paid an hour, by the way?
Sometimes if we have to stay later, there have been times where we negotiate the terms of contract with the client. Our average collection is 8 hours. We usually say 8 hours at a wedding, but sometimes the day gets delayed or the party's going on and they ask us to stay an hour. Now, JD is very cerebral, so if you tell him 8 hours, I'm here for 8 hours. So sometimes the coordinator will come up to me like, hey, can we keep you guys an extra hour? And I'm like, absolutely no problem. I'll send you an invoice, yada, yada, yada. And then I'm like, JD, you have to stay an extra hour. And he's like, what? An extra hour?
No, I'm totally okay. I just know that Jasmine has to have that conversation of, hey, because it's really awkward.
But then I
think
bribe
it's always
them.
awkward.
Usually with like appetizers, I'm like, okay, we'll go out after for dinner.
I'm such a diva. I feel like I'm like this. No one's gonna want to hire me, Jasmine.
No. But again, it goes back to Mark's allusion to awkward questions. Yes, it's fine. But yes.
Does that contract talk any about insurance for a second shooter versus a
It
prime
does.
shooter?
It itemizes. It's an agreement. I do feel like we consulted with a lawyer for it, but I would prefer, just in our terms, to use it as an agreement.
Right.
If you want a customized contract drafted up for yourself, I encourage you to find a lawyer to do it. This is just a really detailed, with legalese, agreement between two people. But yes, it does say that as a second shooter, you're not covered by my insurance. The only people covered by my insurance are the people listed on that agreement. And within the agreement, it says we highly encourage you to find insurance on your own. So yeah, we covered our bases, Mark. Okay.
Yep.
Last thing that we wanted to say, which is what we would say again and again and again, is that communication is key.
Yeah.
And on that note, speaking of communication, we are going to move into questions and answers.
Cool. Let's do it. Okay. You guys are welcome to jump in at any point. We have one. All right, go ahead.
The difference between getting paid or getting to use images, if you're first starting out and you don't have a big portfolio or the right gear, which would you take? The paid to buy the right gear or more portfolio work? You know, like, is there a preference or is it all just personal preference?
I believe it's all personal. Okay, I'm going to answer it two ways. I believe it's all personal preference, and in the beginning, if anybody gave me this second shooting opportunity, I don't care. We drove 2 hours. There's this story that JD thought, like we actually spoke about last night, is I wasn't limited to, I didn't want to limit myself to second shooting opportunities within California because it was so competitive. I met a girl online and she was a photographer in Atlanta and she said, hey, can anybody second shoot? And I threw my name in the hat and I said, I'm from California, but I'll find a way to get there. So she said, I'd love to have you come from California. So then all of a sudden it came down to paying for the trip because I wasn't getting paid to second shoot.
Right.
And I had to pay for my way to get there. And so I turned to JD and we were poor and broke, but we were really happy. But I didn't have money.
I was just like, I don't know if I can drive you to North Carolina or to Atlanta. I was like, that's kind of a drive. So yeah, that wasn't happening.
It wasn't going to happen. I was so determined. And so I just had a real honest conversation and I reached out to my dad and I said, you know, I'm really struggling to like pay our bills, but I really believe that these opportunities could really push me forward. Should I charge it on my credit card? And my dad had said that he was saving airline miles for him and my mom to go on a trip, but he would, you know, push back that trip to get me a ticket on his airline miles to fly to Atlanta. And I believe that it was at that moment because just goodness, like 8 months earlier, I was sitting across from him at a table and I was crying because I was like, I don't want to go back to law school and I'm so unhappy with my life. To my father sitting across from me in his desk and he said, I believe in you. And I feel like that was like a really big turning point. So when it comes to personal preferences, not only was I not getting paid to second shoot, I was paying to second shoot. So again, you know, it helped me build a portfolio in a new portion of the United States. And when I was meeting with other photographers, I said, yeah, well, I shot with the photographer in Atlanta. It made me sound like I had more swag than I really did. Little did they know I was this like flying standby in Delta, you know? But either way, usually what you do is you start doing the unpaid gigs and they'll lead you to the paid gigs.
Yeah.
So that's usually that progression.
And now we just owe Jasmine's dad a round-trip ticket around the world.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
It's great. Yeah.
Cool, but that was a good question. Thank you.
Jasmine and JD, we have questions about the agreement that you discussed. Adrian Farr, who is from England, asked if we were to approach photographers for second shooting work and went with the contract or the agreement to detail exactly what is expected, would this not put photographers potentially off? Like, would they say, wow, that's too much?
You mean, as a second to a first?
Yeah, would the first photographer potentially say, wow, you're way too high maintenance with that contract?
I could definitely see how somebody might feel that way, but it's all about the pitch. If I was a second shooter wanting to shoot with somebody, I wouldn't say sign my contract. I would say, you know what, I downloaded this agreement. Can you review it? You set the terms to our agreement. Because remember, the second shooter doesn't set the terms. So it shouldn't be off-putting. It should say, I'm giving you all the power to establish how you would like our relationship to work so that we're on the same page. So then both people sign it and there's no questions asked. It's about the approach, not about the actual idea.
We have so many questions, good questions coming in. Let's take another one about compensation from Crystal Clear. How many times do you shoot as a second shooter for a first professional before you ask them to start paying for your work? So how do you make that transition, and can you with that same person?
That's a
great question.
really, really good question. Now, I would love if other people here could speak into this. I can only speak into it how it happened for me. I was second shooting with a photographer and I shot with him about 4 times before he offered to pay me. And the first time he paid me, it was in a $50 gift card to Chili's. So, and that's a true story. And guess what? Guess what? When I got that Chili's gift card, I was like on cloud 9. I went home, I was like, baby, Mama's taking you to Chili's. I was so excited. You know, it was not what we had expected. The second time he gave me a $75 gift card to Chili's. And, you know, so that was already like the 6th time. So obviously my Chili's equity is going up.
Jasmine's a vegetarian, but I was down. I was like, you know what? I can do this.
But after I had shot with him roughly about 6 weddings, I think it was at that time that he offered to pay me. Now, during the course of those 6 weddings, I would probably give myself about a B, you know, for what I was doing because I was assisting and second shooting. But there was one wedding in particular that I really botched it. I didn't know that I had overexposed. I had put my exposure compensation up, and all of my photos were really, really, really like high key, and I didn't know how to fix it. And he actually took the time at one of the weddings. We were driving back, and he's like, hey, you know that last wedding we shot? I was like, no. You mean the one I kind of like sort of ruined? And it was really uncomfortable, but he had a really great conversation, and he said, this is what you did. And that was the day that he'd given me a Chili's gift card, which I thought was so generous of him, because that wedding before, I was learning on his time. But I had already proven myself at the 2 other weddings that I had shot with him. So I think he was like, okay, I'm still gonna kind of work with you. And around the 6th wedding, he offered to pay me, and he gave me a flat rate of $125, which at the time I was just like, this is so killer. But, you know, it really depends. If somebody is hiring you on a continual basis and they don't offer to pay you, chances are they're not going to pay you. So I would, if that was in your situation, if that was me, I probably wouldn't ask, like, hey, can I get paid? Only because that's not what I do. I would try to diversify me getting out and shooting with other people to show that first photographer, you know, it's like you're a girl and you're dating. If you want your boy to put a ring on it, go out to the club, have all the boys like check you out.
No, don't do that.
No, but the kid, I know, my mom is watching this. She's like, what? No, but really, you have to understand that you are a very sought after second shooter. If you can shoot with other people, you're no longer dedicated and keeping your calendar open for somebody who may or may not call, for somebody who may or may not pay.
All right, great. We have quite a few questions coming in about the do's and don'ts and the second shooter etiquette. Do you want to take a couple questions?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. And I just want to say, watching you guys do the 5-day live wedding that we had, the first workshop that you did, watching JD and watching the dance that you two do together and how you're constantly looking towards her to see what you can do for her was incredible to watch. And I was like, that definitely...
I enjoyed doing that a lot. You know, a lot of the times I didn't know I was on camera, which was great, because if I hadn't known, I would have probably been a whole different person. But it was neat. I haven't watched that
We
entire. I haven't
have
even
not watched
that
that
entire
course.
thing.
We can't.
It was incredible.
I look back and I'm like, oh my God. But people would email me like,
That's
so when JD was at cocktail hour and he was really talking with the mother of the bride, and I was like, what? I was like, that happened? So, but you know, it was good. It was a really good course.
Well, I will say that I have watched it, and
Okay.
it was an incredible workshop. So that was before JD knew how Creative Live works. He didn't realize he was on camera all the time.
Seriously.
All right, well, let's see. Basically, the question was, when you're second shooting, with the do's and don'ts, how do you, a couple people had asked, how do you, if you know you've done something wrong, how do you approach the photographer? How do you apologize when you realize, is it as soon as you realize that you've done something wrong?
Yeah.
Do you wait until the person is calm?
Yeah, this answer could be answered very differently, but the way that I do, when I make a mistake on a wedding day, I confess to it like 3 minutes after I do it. I think it's just a lot easier. And you know, sometimes, I don't know if this is the best advice, because I don't know if all first photographers want to hear that you made a mistake on a wedding day. Maybe a first photographer would prefer that you tell them later. But our relationship, I actually just, the way that we work together, I tell Jasmine as it happened, or right when it happened. I'll just say, I did not get a single photo in that moment. I just, for some reason, I was overexposed and I didn't make my proper adjustments because I didn't look through my lens.
Here's a real example. He's with the groom and the groomsmen, and they're in a really, really, really small hotel room, and there's like 85 guys, and everybody's moving around like penguins, and he's just like, I did the best I could in that small room, but we did not get the types of shots that you need. I would prefer, if it was him or any other second shooter, to be real with me in that moment, because what I can do is go back and be like, okay, let's try to reset up some shots outside just so that I can complete the portfolio. I don't want to hear you didn't get the shot after I've already culled your images.
And I do that all the time for that reason.
Great.
I think that we can have a plan B throughout the day.
To answer the question separately, though, there was a photographer in the second shooter group where we were going through the list of do's and don'ts, and somebody had said, you're not supposed to hand out your personal business cards. Like, I did it, but only because they had asked me for it, and everyone's like, no, don't you ever do that. And so then she had realized that she had made a mistake and a transgression, and so she emailed that photographer that day. We don't know if it was months later or years later, but either way, for her to actually come out and ask for forgiveness, I think it says a lot about like who she is. So I don't think that there's a time to it, but if there's something that a photographer can fix day of, admit to it right then and there.
And I started that whole entire thing with saying that I make mistakes still to this day. I don't want anyone to be out there thinking that I'm like, I do everything right all the time. There are moments where, I make mistakes, and I always make sure to just let Jasmine know as they happen.
We all do, JD.
Yeah.
We all do.
I think we all do, right?
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
And Jasmine doesn't make any mistakes.
I'm just kidding.
I'm kidding. No, she doesn't. We like each other. We really do.
I
Actually,
know,
especially when we're working together. I actually really enjoy working with Jasmine. I think that it's fun. The other day we were at a wedding in Colorado, and I remember thinking to myself, I don't know if we'll be doing this when we're 50, but I could do this for the rest of my life with you. So.
And that was one thing, like our biggest concern was doing this course, is that it's always been so much about like the singular Jasmine Star brand. So to bring him on in a really personal capacity always made me a little bit worried, because I was like, oh, like I wonder, will people like think we like each other? Because we joke around a lot.
We hate each other or whatever, but
I know.
I actually enjoy doing what we do.
Yes. Okay. Question. Sorry.
We can actually tell.
Okay.
We can all
Try to convince everyone out there.
You don't need to. We can all tell, can't we? All right, I think we're ready to keep going on.
Cool.
Yes.
Going on.
Sweet.
Great. Oh, it was like more questions. Yes. Okay. So this next section that we're moving into is how to share images after the wedding. This is basic stuff, but again, we're going through the basics because I had said to the students in the classroom that today is going to be about basics, about logistics, and tomorrow it will be about a little bit more about the frills, about the bells and whistles of what we do as second shooters. Now, it bears repeating, different photographers request different things. So we're going to kind of go through that, and you're going to find out where you prefer and help identify, so that when you're working with a first photographer, you can ask how they want their images delivered. Now, some second shooters will be turning in their memory cards at the end of the night. This is because you were shooting on the first photographer's cards, and you have to know that in advance. Oh, and sometimes if you're shooting on a first photographer's cards, you're going to be tempted to go through and want to delete the crappy photos one by one. As a first photographer, if I go through your cards and there is not a single crappy photo on it, I'm going to be pissed off at you because you can accidentally reformat your card, or it says like delete one, delete all, or whatever. No. Leave the crappy ones in there, you know, like JD does.
I used to do this. When I would take a bad photo, I would go back and delete it. And I remember Jasmine walked by and she saw me deleting a photo, and she said, "You know that you can delete your entire card like that." And I actually did. At one time, I clicked on the delete all button, but I don't know what it was, but it said, "Are you sure you want to delete the entire card?" And that's when I said no. But had I just pushed the button again, that entire card would have been gone. So I stopped doing that.
Please include the crappy photos. I don't think less of you. I understand that everybody takes
does,
adjustments.
yeah.
Okay. And if you are turning in your cards at the end of the evening, you may or may not see your photos. So you have to understand that in making the decisions moving forward. Secondly, some photographers will request that you download all of your images from your CF cards that night. So they will either bring a hard drive or they will bring their own computer and you dump all of your photos on that. Word of caution, if this is what they ask you to do, the only person who will have your back is yourself. So what I want you to start doing is downloading your cards during dinner, downloading your cards during the downtime, because if you're off the clock at 10 and then you just start downloading your cards at 10, you're gonna be there another hour, and that's not an hour you're getting paid. And that first photographer, that's not his or her responsibility to say, when are you doing this? You should be doing this. So making sure that that's out in the open. Now, thirdly, you can send all of your images on a hard drive to the main photographer. So sometimes if the night got a little hectic, a photographer say, just send me a hard drive and I'll send it back to you. Now, a couple of photographers will get really irked, but I would pay for the shipping. It doesn't bother, it was a nominal fee for me to pay, and some photographers are like, I would never ship a hard drive because that's taking out of the money that they're paying for me to shoot. And I understand it, but for me, I wanted the experience. And it was like $7 to ship a hard drive. I was not gonna, squabble. Like, can you refund me the $7? It just wasn't worth it to me in that capacity.
But if it does mean something to you, put in the agreement that you just,
right.
that they pay for shipping.
Absolutely, a flat rate for shipping.
Yeah.
Next, some photographers will have you choose your favorites. So if you shot, 2,500 images that day, they'll say, send me your top 500 to 600. 600 to 800, whatever that case may be, because they want you to do your own culling so they're not having to go through all of your images. Okay, now what I think is going to be good is what I want people to do is to make sure that they're aware of timing. If you're working with some of the latter ones, sending the hard drive, culling your images, make sure and ask for a deadline. Because a lot of times photographers will just send me the images. You might do it in a week when they really need it by the following Tuesday. And if they tell you Tuesday, make sure the images are to them on Tuesday, that you're not shipping the images on Tuesday, because photographers are on a timeline and you need to really respect that. What you don't want to do is be an impediment. What you want to do is you want to make sure that you're a help and definitely not an impediment as you move into those long-term relationships. Why are you laughing? Did I do something wrong?
Oh, no, that big horn in the back.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if people online can hear, like, we have planes, trains, sirens. We're like in Southside Seattle. I mean, dang. I was like the po-pos up after us. Okay, it is really loud. But that's okay. I feel right at home with this. It's all good.
Looks like we live in...
I know, I was like, we live in hardcore Orange County. Okay, so what we're gonna move into now, you guys, I have these inner monologues in my head, right? Like, I'm only funny to myself, and it comes out, I was like, Okay, second shooter hotline. This, again, yesterday we were talking about today we're talking about the logistics, tomorrow we're talking about bells and whistles. The second shooter hotline is one of those bells and whistles that I think we're gonna have a lot of fun with, because I want to put out a request specifically for your questions. So your questions, people talking online, because what we notice is that the pattern is people are asking questions in response to what we're talking about, but what we want are specific questions related to difficult challenges that we have faced with a first or second shooter. Because now is going to be the time for us to open up and be really honest. Now, the best part of this situation is that we are going to be reading these anonymously. So any sort of identifying details or names will be removed. But what we want to do is have people be really forthcoming so that we can all learn collectively about the relationships and things that might have happened between first and second shooters. So this is going to happen tomorrow. I'll give you a sneak peek of two really difficult, sticky situations. A first photographer left the second photographer alone for 3 hours. And then the second photographer found the first photographer in the bar with the bridal party. And the First photographer said, you know what, you were alone for 3 hours and I'm just going to consider that a break and I'm not going to pay you for your time. The second shooter did not know that this was going to happen. Another sticky situation was that there was a second shooter who got reamed with a lawsuit because the first photographer skipped town without giving the clients the images. We're going to talk about how that person fared after that. So there is a lot of sticky situations. Now, we want to talk through these so that people learn from each other, and it's not going to be faux pas because we all make mistakes, but we hardly ever want to admit them. Now, where you are going to be posting your questions is in the Second Shooter Facebook group. It's private. You must request to actually be in that group, and the post is pinned to the top. I'm going to be asking, I said, have you been in a sticky situation with the first or second shooter? You can include that, and then we might pull a couple, and we hope that we can actually dissect and all learn from each other.
I don't know if Jasmine mentioned, but they're all going to be anonymous, so don't worry about having your identity revealed.
Yes. We are going to head into lunch, but are we good?
Yeah, we're good. I'm so excited about all these juicy stories that are going to come online. It's going to be interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good.
So
I want to hear some of your juicy stories too, Susan.
Yeah, I have a couple. I think we probably all have at least one.
Yes.
Don't you think?
True.
Oh,
I
yeah.
agree.
Well, it's been a great start to the day. Half the day is already over. It's just
So fast.
I know, it's so fast. You guys are awesome. So we are going to take a 45-minute break, and we talked a little bit about what we're going to do coming up, but talk about what we'll do after break.
When we come back from lunch, I'm actually going to start getting into, we're going to start gearing up for the photo shoot. And before that, I'm going to talk about all the gear that I have as a second shooter when I'm shooting with Jasmine. And then before the shoot, Jasmine's going to actually give a breakdown of some basic overview, photography overview, so that those of you that are here and those of you online can kind of get a grasp, a feeling of what it is that's actually going on behind your camera when you're at a shoot. And then we're actually going to do the live shoot and then come back and critique that. So that's what we're
So
going to be
fun,
doing.
a lot to look forward to. Okay, I have a couple quotes I'd like to read. Michelle, I've picked this one out just for you, JD.
All
Michelle
right.
Damien said, JD isn't a second shooter, he's a saint.
Oh, gosh.
Oh my! You know what? That's
I
probably
knew you'd love that one.
is
You hear that, Jasmine? You hear that?
No, because that's probably my mother-in-law watching online and disguising her name.
That's either my mom or Jasmine's mom.
I knew we were going to get the eye roll from that one. I love that one. Okay, Ron the photographer says, I have been a first shooter for 30 years and started off as a second shooter way back in the film days. Now I'm finding it fun to shoot as a second shooter for others. So way to
Nice.
come full circle.
That's
it's just
great.
very
That's
cool.
good.
And it is incredible. The amount of engagement and response here in the chat rooms today is larger than I've seen in a while. And the questions, I think we have about 8 pages of questions.
At least.
Which really means to me that there's such a huge need for this course, for this type of education. This is something we've never done before, and it's probably not out there either. So if you are somebody that is one of those 3 types of second shooters, this course is available for you to purchase anytime access, to have it as you grow in your career. Incredible information that is hard to find. You're learning from the best here, Jasmine and JD. There's a buy now button right beneath the video. The course is $99. However, during the live event, it's $79. So if you know you're not going to be able to watch the next 2 days all together, go ahead and add that to your cart now and get it done with so you do not forget. With that, everybody, we will see you back in 45 minutes. Big round of applause for JD and Jasmine. Welcome back, everyone, to Creative Live. Jasmine just finished a tweet, perhaps,
I
maybe.
didn't finish
You didn't finish it?
It's gonna come in a second.
We are here with Jasmine Starr and JD and the art of being a second shooter. And my goodness, it was a jam-packed morning. But over lunch, we just went through and saw Jasmine and JD go through all the beautiful setup that you guys are going to shoot in a little bit. You guys are in for a treat. There are just so many details and wedding party. It's just, I'm really excited to see how you guys do that. But first, we're going to give away a prize. So, as we talked about earlier, we have a shoot sack to give away.
Right.
Tell me about shoot sack.
Well, as a second shooter, I use a shoot sack as my satellite bag. So I carry a backpack with all our gear in it, but I'll leave that aside and I'll pack my lenses in my shoot sack, and I use that at every wedding. I like it because it blends in really well with my suit. It's a black bag that I have a black bag, and I usually wear a black suit, so it blends in perfectly, and that's why I like it so much.
Awesome. Well, one lucky person out there is about to get their own shoot sack, and that is Christine Hardcastle. And her quote is, "The only person who will care about your business is you." So
that was my quote.
Who's it going to be next? Everybody, if you go to creativelive.com/blog, you can see a post there about how to enter the contest and what you can win. So go check that out. And with that, let's talk about your bag and what's in it.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna head back.
Let's get started. Alrighty. All right, everyone. So welcome back from the break. I'm glad that everybody is now probably in a food coma, but I'm going to try to bring in all the energy, high energy here. But although maybe I should have started with a different section. But
No, this is fun.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
yeah, I think
this is
so.
what
People
you're-
were asking earlier. I'm actually going to start by talking about what's in my bag. Like earlier, I spoke about little things that I put in my bag just to be prepared. But now I'm going to actually get into the lenses that I use on a wedding day. And this is not all the gear we use. Jasmine actually, she did a creative live course 3 years back where she shot a live wedding, and she went into detail on everything that she has as a first shooter, and also what she carries for me. Today, I'm going to talk on the gear that I use just as a second shooter. So, again, like I said earlier, I use a shoot sack, and I'm going to start with my first lens, and I'm going to start with my favorite lens. The first lens is the 85mm 1.8. Now, Jasmine shoots with all the Al series lenses, but I shoot with the 85 1.8, and I love it. I couldn't say the reason why I like it so much is because it gives me, if I'm in a pinch in low light situations, I can push that aperture to as wide as a 1.8, and it brings in that light that I need when I'm in a crunch. But more than that, I actually use it a lot because it allows me to stand back and not be so close to Jasmine when she's shooting, and it actually gives me that photojournalistic approach that I want. A lot of times I don't want to be in Jasmine's way when she's shooting, so this lens really allows me to accomplish that. So that's the first lens. The second lens that I use, that's not the second lens that I want to describe, is the 50mm 1.4. Now, again, this is a go-to lens for me. Jasmine's favorite lens to shoot throughout the day is she uses the 50 the most. So, as much as I like the 50, I don't bring it out as much because I don't want to get the same look as Jasmine. So I will bring this out a lot of times during groom prep because the 85 is a little too tight, especially when we're in a small room. So I'll put on the 50 where I can actually get more of what's going on. And also, it's the capabilities of being at a 1.4. When I'm doing groom prep, as you guys probably know, the lighting is really harsh. It's always pretty dark in these hotel rooms. So that actually helps me out a ton.
Also with the 1.4, as you're getting your next,
Yep.
One of the things that I encouraged JD early on, especially when we were having the groom prepare at a house or in a really small hotel room, was that the guys had a tendency to be really messy. So if you're shooting a guy getting ready and you're shooting it at like an f1.4, a f1 like 1.8, is like it blurs everything out in the background because we don't need everything else. And so it's carefully cropping and framing and making that photo, the wedding, the best representation you can by shooting a shallow depth of field.
Yeah, that's a great point. The next lens I'm going to get to is the 24 millimeter 1.4. Now, this is the lens that I don't use too often, but I actually love what it does because usually when I'm shooting the groomsmen, there could be sometimes up to 10 people in a small little room, and the other two lenses that I mentioned will never allow you to capture what's going on in the entire room. So the 24 millimeter is a wide angle lens, and it allows me to capture everything. Guys, especially guys, for some reason, when I'm shooting when I'm shooting the bridal party or the bridesmaids, they like to get together in clusters, which is great because it makes it easier to document. Where guys, they like their personal space, so one person will be on the couch, another guy will be eating a sandwich over here, or one guy will be watching TV. All those things are going on, so the 24 allows me to capture what's going on in the entire room. I also use it for during the reception, during the dancing photos. It allows me to get the full dance floor as opposed to just getting individual shots of one or two people dancing. So I love it for that. Let's see, the next lens I'm going to get into, actually, this lens I actually only put in my shoot sack during the ceremony because I don't use it too often, but it's probably the most crucial lens. It's probably what you should invest in first, any type of zoom lens. This is the 70 to 200 millimeter IS 2.8. And the reason why I say this is so crucial is because I use it 100% of the times during the ceremony. There will never be a ceremony where I won't use this lens, and it allows me to get into those moments like the exchanging of the rings, the first kiss, and I could be far away, yet it feels like I'm right there in that moment. A lot of times you can't move around too much during ceremonies, and it also allows you to capture candids of guests just hanging out without being in their face with it, so they don't even know they're getting photos of themselves. So that's definitely a must-have. The last lens that I chose to talk about, and it's actually the only one these are the lenses that I use, is the 100 millimeter macro. Now, I'm talking about this last because I just recently, about the last 2 years, incorporated this into my shoot sack, but it's made the world of difference. So when you get some time to save up for that, it's definitely worth it. Before, I would shoot a lot of the details of the groomsmen. I would take them with a 50, and it's a huge difference when you're shooting when you have macro capability. Now I'm really excited to shoot the family heirloom. If there's any type of family heirlooms or cufflinks. Gosh, if the groomsman is writing his vows, which they're usually not writing their vows, they're just kind of prepping and reading them by the wedding day, but you can actually get text and actually really feel like you're in that moment with them. So I definitely recommend being able to get those crisp images if you want to. A lot of these photos I've realized are starting to actually come into the wedding day album. A lot of the cufflinks and things like that. So that's actually really exciting. I love that lens.
And tomorrow we are going to be walking through some of the photos that JD focuses on during groom prep, and we'll be showing, when he talks about shooting the cufflinks and using the macro for that lens, I would say that the macro isn't a necessity as a first shooter. It's just definitely a bonus. But of the 4 other lenses, you'll notice that we both prefer to shoot with prime lenses now. When I started, I was shooting with the 24 to 70 and the 70 to 200. But you'll notice that JD's range starts from, the 24 fixed, then it goes to the 50 fixed, the 85 fixed. So the only zoom lens that he's using on a wedding day is the 70 to 200. But the range still stays the same as when I first started. The range is still 24 to 200. So from a very wide to a very tight shot.
Right.
Cool. Okay, so now what we're going to move into before this shoot is something that I felt like we needed to kind of clean house, was because the #1 pressure point that we would hear from first shooters, was that they would say that they just cannot believe the images they got from their second shooter. They just felt like they couldn't use the amount of photos that they wanted to, and sometimes they even expressed that they paid a second shooter money that they should not have because they didn't yield the amount that they would find or deem right in a situation. So in light of that, I'm going to be referring to this as a basic photography overview, and I have 10 or 15 minutes in this section. So I mean, it's we're going to cruise through this, and the thing that we're going to focus on primarily is exposure, because people are having a very hard time controlling exposure on a wedding day because it changes so dramatically from 1 minute to the next. So the first step to managing exposure is to say goodbye to comfort modes. Auto mode, P mode, shutter speed priority, aperture priority. What we really want to focus on today is shooting manually. Now, nothing is wrong with shooting in those modes. I shot an aperture priority for the first 6 months of my business, so I'm not going to hate. But what was happening was that there was a lot of varying degrees. I would take the same photo and ever so slightly, a second later, take the same photo and I'm standing in the same position, and yet the shutter speed changed in such a dramatic way that there wasn't consistency in my work. So when I started making consistency a priority, I knew that I needed to move to shoot manually. So what I started noticing was that there should be a difference between correct exposure and exposing for your personal preference or for your first photographer's personal preference. You know, some people look at my work and they're just like, I can't stand her style. She blows out her skies. She should be using fill light. Okay, whatever. But here's the fact of the matter, is that I expose for skin, I expose for the dress, I expose for hair. If I don't have every darn cloud in the sky, I'm not gonna cry. I just don't like fill flash, but this is my cup of tea. All of this to say is if you decided to take a road trip from Seattle down to our home in Southern California, there are a myriad of ways to get down there, right? You just have to choose it. So this is what I'm talking about for exposure today. There's going to be a lot of different ways for you to find proper exposure. You just have to find your personal style. Now I'm going to be referring to something called the exposure triangle. Now the exposure triangle is made up of 3 sides: aperture, shutter speed, and ISO. So when you hear me saying that, that's what I'm actually referring to. So we're going to start with the first component, and that is aperture. Now aperture controls the rate at which light passes through the sensor. The size of the aperture is called the f-stop. I wish somebody would have told me this a long time ago. You know, like when I first started, and somebody had said, Jasmine, aperture and f-stop are the same thing. I was like, what? You know, I mean, clearly I wasn't reading the manual clearly enough. But this number is usually displayed on the top of your camera or on the back screen, depending on what model you have. But you should always know or be able to find what aperture you're shooting at and when. Now, if you're shooting in full auto mode or in P mode, it kind of defers to a middle of the road approach. So a middle of the road approach for aperture is usually 5.6. So this is what we've discovered. But JD a couple days ago said, you know, if you take a middle of the road approach to aperture, you're going to get middle of the road photos. And I was like, I like it. I'm going to steal that. When you're shooting manually, and you're shooting with the types of lenses that JD showed. He showed a 50 millimeter 1.4. I shoot with the 50 millimeter 1.2. If we have those capabilities, I'm really going to push my lenses because we're shooting with good glass. So why would I take a 5.6 when I could, if I'm just shooting the bride, I'm going to shoot her at a 1.2. So, a point of clarification that a lot of photographers will follow up with me, they're like, when you're choosing your aperture, you know, what are you shooting for a landscape? And I'm thinking, I need to clarify. If I'm shooting a landscape, we shot a wedding in North Carolina a couple weeks ago. From the bride's house, I was able to get a cliff and trees and a log cabin in the distance. I'm not shooting that at a 1.2. I was probably, if my memory serves me correctly, somewhere in the ballpark at f22 because I wanted everything to be in focus. It maximizes my depth of field so that the trees and the house and everything looked the way that it was supposed to. Now, if I am shooting one person in a photo, I can shoot it at anything wider than an f2.0. That's what I love. You know, you get that beautiful bokeh. Bokeh is light reflecting off of certain portions in the distance, and it really blurs that background. When shooting a person, you can shoot, as a general rule of thumb, what we want to do is I'm going to wait for that train to pass because I feel like I'm just yelling. If you're shooting more than one person, make sure that your aperture is at least the same number of people in that photo. So somebody had told me this, and they said, you know, if you're shooting 2 people, f2.8 is a great place to start. And I remember the 2 lenses that I started with was the 70-200 and the 24-70. Both of those lenses, aperture goes the widest at a 2.8. So I didn't have a choice. I was like, okay, I'm going to shoot at a 2.8. And that's the aperture that I shot at day in, day out when it came to shooting a couple. Now, if you're shooting more than one person, like if you're shooting a family photo, it doesn't have, you want to, obviously not be shooting at an f2.8. What I liked though was that I was able to get blurry backgrounds at a 2.8, and the more that you practice, the more often your photos will be coming in focus. Now the thing to remember is the wider the aperture, the more blurry the background will be, and there's going to be more light in the photo. Now you're going to see today that we are indoors and we do have pretty nice light. It's not the best light, and somebody who really depends on artificial light will walk in and be like, I know exactly what flash I would use. I know what flashing I'm going to set up my off-camera flash, because you can in this type of situation. But we're going to show how we just leverage natural light and we really push our lenses to the best capabilities we can. Now the second part of the exposure triangle is shutter speed. Shutter speed determines how long a camera's shutter stays open to admit light to the digital sensor. So if you're shooting in auto mode or in P mode, it really also takes a middle of the road approach. A middle of the road approach for shutter speed will range from 1/125th of a second to 1/500th of a second. And that's fine. Having a shutter speed that is around 1/125th of a second, it will kind of guarantee a non-blurry photo. We're going to get to a little bit more about that. I blogged about shooting in dark churches, and I included the EXIF data or the metadata, and I said that I shoot at 1/40th of a second. And people were like, wait, what about camera shake? What about blurry appendages? And I should have clarified that I can shoot at a 40th of a second and not get blur, because if a bride and groom, traditionally the darker the church, it's usually like a Catholic church, the priest is standing up and they're just standing still. The bride and groom are just standing still. They're holding hands, right? I'm not worried the bride's gonna run away. I'm not worried that she's gonna start waving to anybody. This is pretty serious, right? So as long as I have my feet planted, or sometimes I can lean against a portico, take a deep breath and just hold my breath at a 40th of a second, I could really push my lens. Now, would I just volitionally shoot at a 40th of a second just because I could? Not really, but the church was so dark, I was shooting at a high ISO and the widest aperture. So
And they didn't allow flash.
Right.
They usually don't allow flash in certain churches like that.
So thank you for clarifying. Yes, I'm not like,
I'd rather put it at 40th of a second than use my flash. If we could use our flash, we would have used our flash.
Absolutely, but they weren't allowing us at this moment. Right. Thank you for the clarification. Now, a general rule of thumb would be to keep your shutter speed faster than 1/25th of a second, unless you feel really confident to go beyond that. Now,
Jasmine's kind of geeking out right now, isn't it? It's like,
yeah, I know.
Whoa.
I know. But I always say, like, there are other, if you want to really learn like technical aspects of photography, there are other Creative Life courses and teachers who do such a great job.
Right.
We're just going over the mere basics so that when we start talking about the exposure triangle, what's your shutter speed? Why is your shutter speed? Why is it changing your ISO? You guys know how we're compensating and why we're compensating. And as a second shooter on wedding day, you need to know your compensation, like backwards and forwards. Lastly, in bright light, choose a faster shutter speed. So somebody once told me, you guys, this is how I learned manual, okay? Somebody said, oh, shoot at f2.8 for 2 people to be in focus. I was like, okay. Somebody told me to shoot at 1/2500th of a second in bright light to freeze my subject, and I was like, okay. Like, I just started using these basic principles, so I'm passing them along, because a generally safe thing, right now it's bright light outside, I would immediately go to 1/2500th of a second and then adjust from there. It's a starting point. All I'm giving you is starting points so that you're not like flailing, like, I don't know where to go, I don't know where to do, I don't know what to do. A general rule of thumb would be that the slower the shutter speed, the more light you will get, but your subject might be blurry if they move too fast. Okay, this is the last component of the exposure triangle, and this is ISO. JD, last night I was like, the right pronunciation of this word is ISO, and JD's like, no, it's not a word. And I was like, it's a word, trust me. And of course he gets on Google, and I'm proven wrong. It's like
it's 3 words.
Yes.
It's like International Standards Organization. Something like that.
Okay, this is why I have him on my team. I'm like, okay.
I usually don't even, I'm not a stickler for stuff like that. ISO, everyone knows what we're talking about.
Yes, but okay, so the right pronunciation of this acronym is ISO. I will sometimes refer to it as ISO just because it's 2 syllables instead of 3, and I'm all about saving time. So if you guys hear me say that today, that's what I'm referring to. So this setting determines how responsive the digital sensor is to light. So at ISO 200, it's twice as responsive to light as ISO 100. And at ISO 400, it is twice as responsive as it is twice as light sensitive than ISO 200. So I prefer to shoot with the lowest ISO. Because the higher the ISO, the more grainy the picture will become. So if people are watching online and they're not quite sure what I'm referring to grain, it looks as if the photo was rubbed along the sand. You're seeing specks in the photo. Now, when I first started with photography, I shot with the Canon 20D, and you could start seeing grain on that camera above an 800. But now that I'm shooting with Canon 5D Mark III, this is so amazing with their high ISO capabilities that I could shoot at 1600, 2000 ISO, and I'm not getting grain. So I really, really love that camera for that in and of itself. So one thing that I had learned early on, again, I'm passing on these like these amazing like just tips. Somebody had said, think of ISO as lightning bugs. So the darker your area is, the more lightning bugs you need to illuminate your photo. So if you have it set at 100, there's like 100 lightning bugs in the room with you or outside with you. Now, if it's really dark and you set it at 1600, there are 1600 lightning bugs helping you illuminate that room. It's very simple, but it's cheesy, but now you're not gonna forget it. The higher the number, the more light you're going to get. And a general rule of thumb can be, if you are shooting outdoors, right? You don't need that many lightning bugs, so you need about 100 ISO is going to do you well. Now, if you are shooting in a heavily shaded area or in a hotel room with maybe just 1 or 2 windows in it, you're going to be shooting roughly at ISO 400. And if you are in a dark ballroom, you're probably going to be shooting at ISO 800 or 1600 if you are only using natural light. So I want you to remember that the lower the ISO, the less light you're going to get. Last and final section before we move into the shoot is adjusting your exposure. Now, people ask, is there a certain way that you should do it? And no, it's not. It's your personal choice. But I will tell you how we do it. So when you hear us walk through the shoot, we actually do follow a very systematic thing. So firstly, I will set my aperture. I take into consideration how many people I want to shoot. So, for example, if I was shooting a bride getting ready and her mom was in the photo, I would set my aperture at about a 2.5 because I want that bride to be tack sharp and her mom will still be, you know, very, very sharp, but has like nice shallow depth of field. And if there are bridesmaids in the background, they're nice and blurry. So that's what I would do. Secondly, I will set my ISO. Now, given this same example, I'm probably going to be setting my ISO at 400 because if I'm in a hotel room and her mom's helping her in the dress, this would be my first guess. Lastly, I will then adjust my shutter speed. And I do this last. I adjust my shutter speed last because I like to control and manipulate ambient or available light. Now, there are other photographers, instructors I've seen on Creative Live who do amazing work, and their style is very different, and they prefer to crank their ISO. They don't mind the grain. They think it gives a little bit of attitude to their photos, and that's fine. To each their own. But today, you're going to see us shooting with wide apertures. You're going to see us shooting with low ISOs and slow shutter speeds. Now, given that example that I just gave right now, the mom helping the bride into her dress, I probably wouldn't shoot it any slower than 125. Why? Because hands are moving, right? Versus I could shoot it at a 40th in a dark church with people just standing still, but the bride might move her hair. Her mom's zipping up her dress. If I'm shooting it slower than 125th, they might, you know, have moving hands, lost appendages, they look like amputees, and that photo's not going anywhere. So think about what you're doing and why you're doing it. You'll see us shoot certain portions of the wedding today, and if it's just a singular cake, the cake ain't running anywhere. I can shoot it at a 40th if I so choose. So we're gonna play around with that today. You guys will see how we are going to work. And having said that, we are going to move into, we are running right on time.
That's right.
Good.
That's right.
Good.
Right.
Q&A.
Q&A, let's do some Q&A. All right, well, you know that we're photographers, so the gear questions,
Yes.
the tech questions we love. I'm just gonna ask a question from Sam Cox, who's from Colorado, and asking about custom mode dial settings like C1, C2, C3 on the Canon. Do you recommend pre-programming the modes that you talked about so that as a second shooter, if you aren't maybe up to par with your photography, you know, that you could just use those settings automatically? What do you think about that?
I think that that's a great question to post into the Second Shooter Facebook group.
Okay.
Because I've been working with the same second shooter now for a very long time, and the second shooters that I bring on, because of the caliber of weddings that I'm getting paid, and to be quite honest, the amount of money that we do get paid, I'm not bringing on a photographer who's not 100% confident shooting manual in even the harshest of situations.
Right. And I think that's yeah, exactly. That's actually a good thing to have as a backup. I was never trained that way as a second shooter. When Jasmine had said you need to start shooting manual, it was about a good.
I think I asked. I didn't command. I said it would be so lovely
really?
if you.
I remember that being a big moment for me because I just started stressing out, and it's a big deal when you are no longer relying on the camera to figure out settings for yourself. So yeah, I just remember when that transition happens, it's always maybe good while you're learning how to shoot manual to have a nice little backup or safe, so that you can get out of a pinch if something happens.
Do we have any questions in the studio? Everyone's really excited to get shooting, or to watch you get shooting. Okay, so a question from Beta as well as Maui Photo gave it a +1. How do you shoot manual and not miss moments that happen so fast? So what advice do you have for people who are still in that scenario?
We'll both take it, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll start. The advice that we'd give, we mentioned it earlier, definitely during these big moments, they don't happen out of the blue. You know these big moments are happening, so what you have to do is anticipate that those moments are coming, get to that spot, go to wherever it's happening, and then test your camera, making sure that your settings are right, so that when you get there, you're already ready for the shot. You don't want to try to set an exposure when some big moment is happening, because most likely it'll take you 1 to 2, maybe 3 frames to get your proper exposure.
And a legitimate term, I'm going to get to you in a second. So when JD was first starting, I would suggest going through, for lack of better words, like a map of walking into a room. Because he would say, Jasmine, the lighting when the guys are getting ready, it's usually unidirectional. It's coming from one big window in the side of the room. Because he would shoot, and if he was shooting backlit, they would become really underexposed. And I said, okay, immediately when you first get into the room, there's no pressure. What I want you to do is I want you to get your settings 3 ways. 1, with the window light shining directly on their faces. Walk to the other side of the room. Get your settings for when the light is behind them. So now they're backlit. And then I want you to get, if possible, a view of the side room. So then they would be side lit. Those are 3 different settings, but guess what? The light won't change within that hotel room given that 45-minute hour time frame that you're in. So if you keep your aperture the same, and if you keep your ISO the same, which you kind of sort of should in these situations, the only thing you need to navigate is your shutter speed. On a second note, see, here I am. JD's like warm and fuzzy, and I'm like, we're going to whip y'all into shape.
That's true. Very true.
Now, sometimes second shooters will kind of freak out a little bit when they're shooting a ceremony, and they have to leverage natural light and then shining on with flash, because you can use flash on certain points of that ceremony and sometimes not. Now, just because I'm not a stress ball enough, I want to get the safe shot. So the safe shot for me in my mind is to shoot with flash, right? The bride and her father coming down with flash. It's not my personal style, but as a professional, I need to know that she has a traditional shot of her and her father fully illuminated given that situation. As people are walking in down the ceremony, down the processional, just guessed at the beginning of the ceremony, I'm getting my settings. So with flash, I'm shooting at 2.8, 60th of a second, 640 ISO, okay? This is what I'm going through my mind. Then I turn off my flash, and then I say to myself, I'm shooting at 2.5, ISO 1000, and probably somewhere in the ballpark 1/25th shutter speed. So the only thing I'm ever thinking about is as they're walking down, I need to drop my shutter speed. From this point to this point, change my ISO. It gets really fast, but you can do it. So
That
I get
happens,
the safe
yeah.
shot and then the creative shot.
Even if you're not using flash, sometimes the sun could, so you can be shooting, it can, as soon as the bride passes and you're shooting, you're shooting backlit. Right? Yeah. Yeah. So what we usually do in that time is when you're testing, when you know that's going to happen, when you know there's going to be a severe change in light.
Or your perspective, the shooter's perspective.
Right, in the shooter perspective. Right, from the shooter's perspective, and you're shooting manual, on manual mode, what you want to do is, I actually like to memorize, so I'll do, if I'm working with just changing my shutter speed, I'll memorize how many clicks I actually need. So it says 5 clicks, 6 clicks, I'll just, make sure.
So you don't have to look at your camera.
You have to look at the camera, and you can just, I need to go 6 clicks up or 6 clicks down, and then, you'll be good. So it does take some time. It's not like, you do have to adjust to that, to those settings in manual mode when those fast moments are happening. But if you can just, do simple things like that, that always helps.
That was a long answer.
It was.
That was an awesome answer. All right, question about gear, back to gear.
Yes.
So I remember when I first started shooting weddings or being a second shooter, everyone said you need a second body, you need a second body. That was like a big deal. That really intimidated me. Carl G. Photo would like to know how many bodies do you carry? People asking what bodies do you use, and what do you guys think about having 4 cameras at a wedding, or 4 camera bodies between the two of you at a wedding?
That's great. The more the merrier.
But you don't.
Yeah,
you
I
don't
wouldn't
have that.
No, we shoot. I should have said this earlier. I shoot on the Canon Mark II,
5D Mark
the
II.
5D Mark II, and Jasmine shoots on the Mark III.
On the 5D Mark II.
5D Mark III.
And our backup is the Canon 5D Mark II.
Right. So we have a backup always with us. So we have a third body with us.
But we are single camera shooters. So a lot of times photographers will carry 2 bodies on them with lenses prepped so they can bring them up. We've developed our photo style, and it works well for post-processing and a workflow for that each of us are just shooting with one body and we swap out lenses.
Yep.
And thankfully, we've never had to use that emergency body, but we have it just in case.
Right.
No, not once.
We've never once had to use it, but gosh, I'd never leave without it because I always have that fear that one day one of our cameras might go out and we'll have a spare.
Right.
So.
Thank you.
Anyone in here?
Terry, yes, sorry.
Kind of piggybacking on the talk about the shutter speed, but I've had a few weddings where like the bride and groom are under a tree, so there's leaf shadows, or one of them is in the sun, one of them is in the shade, or like they're in the shade and then suddenly they're in the sun. So how do you guys troubleshoot those situations?
Well, when my clients look like leopards, I flip them around.
Okay.
So 100%.
Can you like, excuse me, like go stand in a different spot?
Oh, you mean during the ceremony?
During the ceremony, yeah.
Oh, during the ceremony.
Oh, there's nothing you could do. You get cheated.
Yeah.
Okay.
So-
But then you're just quick on the shutter as they're coming out and as they're leaving and all
and
that. So.
we kind of take a little bit middle of the road, because if you're exposing for the skin, what are you exposing for? The illuminated skin or the dark skin?
Yeah.
You know, and so we kind of try. In post, we'll try to like bring up the the low lights and then manage those highlights. But there's not. I mean, we have to understand there's nothing that we could do in those situations.
Okay. Just wondering if you have any little tricks. So
Oh,
thanks.
no. People ask us that.
It's usually in post. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's really bad, well, what I do is I usually really focus on really tight photos. So I'll get like, but even then, if it's on that one person's face, then you're still gonna see it.
Okay. Cool.
Yes.
If you're in that situation where you're like, crap, I need to use the flash, and like you said, the bride's coming down, maybe you just know you need to get it, will you, this could be a long answer, but will you use the bounce card, or will you do, will you just turn the flash and try to get a bounce flash?
Yep. What I do is if it's low ceilings, which it's usually not, but if there's a low ceiling, then I'll try to bounce from. If there's a pillar behind me, sometimes there's pillars at these churches, and I'll bounce off the pillar. But if not,
So just as an explanation for people who might not be familiar, when JD says he'll bounce off a pillar or bounce off a ceiling, and when you're referring to bouncing, you're using it as a reflection from where you're pointing your camera. So if he's bouncing up the ceiling, his flash is pointed up, but that larger surface then starts pushing light onto his subjects. If he's at a pillar,
if there's a pillar, I'll direct the flash to flash at the pillar, so it bounces off the pillar.
Yes, but if in either of the situations, and we shoot the same way, we don't have those, we'll put the bounce card up.
Okay.
And I do rely on the bounce card if there's nothing there. So I'm not that doesn't freak us out. That's how we usually shoot. Yeah.
All right, guys, I would love to do a little rapid fire round of questions because we have a bunch.
Okay,
so
sorry.
That'd be cool. That'd be great. That'd be great.
That's a nice way of saying shut up, guys. Here we go.
Make it quick. I like these.
Okay, this one is from Rachel Lindsay Photography. How do you determine if your exposure is correct in the moment? Do you rely on the light meter in the camera, LCD screen? How do you review your exposures?
We might do it differently. I do LCD screen 100%.
Same. I do too. LCD screen, and I'll usually look at the histogram. And Jasmine had always let me know, like making sure that it's in some way, shape, or form into like a bell curve. So making sure that that's always happening, and also I actually used to like if there was ever anything overexposed where it kind of blinks the overexposed spot, so you can see if you're overexposing the dress. Especially during the ceremony when they're walking down.
These are supposed to be short.
That's it. Yeah, that is short. Sorry, you're right.
Next question.
I'm going to keep going.
Jen Hud would like to know if you keep your white balance on auto, both of you, all the time.
Yes.
That was quick.
Yeah, there you go.
You make it into a competition. I'm like, yes.
All right.
We're going to hit the buzzer.
Colin from the UK, do you ever use a tripod?
No.
Wow, you guys are getting good at this. Aardvark Bill would like to know, since you use prime lenses, do you find that you're swapping lenses constantly?
Yes.
Yes.
You guys are getting so good at this.
Which is, honestly, we're used to swapping lenses, so it actually, it doesn't take up too much time. You'll see us do it today, and it happens really, really quickly.
That would be great. I would love to see it in action because I remember seeing it in action. Because you guys don't keep the lens caps on, and you've like gotten it down so that you can be quick.
Yes, but you had a question.
That's what I was going to ask.
Oh, yes.
No lens caps. We take them off in the beginning, and we also don't have straps, so we carry our cameras in our hand.
Right. Yes.
Do you use filters?
Yes, we do. We use
Simple
filters.
UV filters. I know that they can get upwards of 125. We spent somewhere in the ballpark of 35, 45 on a filter. So.
Yeah.
All right, another one from Fab Michelle. What metering mode do you use most of the time? I know spot metering is best for backlighting. How do you feel about matrix evaluative metering?
Yeah, these are pretty deep. So when we first bought our cameras, they were set to evaluative. And because I'm not using a traditional form of reading, like a histogram or a traditional meter, I'm looking at my LCD screen. So I'm in control of it if I'm shooting manually. So I shoot in evaluative, but I'm not really using it for what it's intended for. The LCD screen does a great job for me. Yes, Mark.
Do you guys expose to the right or the left primarily on your histogram? You try and get more highlights or more shadows in your pictures?
I think we try to be as close to the center as possible, but if we were going to err on a side, I usually err on the side of highlights. But again, that's just my personal style. I've always been, partial to like a filmic quality, and you get that by erring on the side of highlights and not the lowlights.
That's so you're overexposed.
Yeah, slightly. If I do, but we try not to intend to say, oh, we intentionally overexpose.
Exactly.
If we're going to err though, and we're kind of questioning, we'll definitely err to the side.
When I'm shooting a dress, I used to overexpose the dress a little too much. So when I'm shooting like a dress or something like that, or I need to get the detail in dress, I'll usually underexpose a little.
But that's again our personal style.
But I try not to do that too often. But yes.
All right, another one is from Ducky. Do you keep flashes on the top of your camera during the ceremony just in case?
Given the ceremony.
It depends. If it's a low light situation, yes, we'll put them on. And we might not even use them, but we'll have it there.
Right. If it's outdoors, never.
Cool.
Yep.
All right, anyone else? We do have another one.
Is your flash mode in manual or do you do like
ETTL? Yes.
ETTL. There you go.
I'm very techie.
I didn't even know. I'm like, wow, I'm impressed right now.
He's just getting
I just
so
turned that thing on. I'm kidding.
Okay.
All right.
Wow, you guys are so good at the rapid fire that
We should keep all of our questions rapid fire so that people aren't.
No, we can't keep up with you two. Oh, they need another question.
Okay, one more.
Yes.
They keep coming in. Angie Wheeler, I need to know why you don't shoot with camera straps. It stresses me out.
My gosh.
Have you ever dropped your cameras?
Okay, so this is what we'll get into. If you want to know a full detailed answer, I actually blogged about this very thing within the past week. So you can go to my blog and you can search for strap or strapless because we prefer strapless. So the three main reasons are one, just workflow, or the first one was vanity. Like I don't really need a strap because I like the way that it looks when I just shoot with my camera. One of the reasons that I kind of felt this way is like when JD bought me my first film camera when I was in college, I immediately put the strap on. But when I became a professional, I felt like I wanted there to be feel like a distinct difference. So when I was using the strap, I depended on the strap. I would just let it rest either here on my chest or on my shoulder, and I wasn't ready like in a constant shoot mode. Now that we don't have straps, we must carry our cameras all day long. So I know that I know my tools, right? I know where I am. I know what lens I have on. I know what my settings are because I'm only using one body and we're only using one lens at any given point in time. And if I had a strap, I see photographers shooting with straps and they have them just dangling. Like that would be a hot mess for me. I would step into it. I would trip into it. I would, So if you're going to use a strap and you say, oh, it makes me feel better. Yes, but if you're not using the strap for the way that it's intended, we're really shooting in the same way.
I think, I don't know what it's called, but I think it's like a wrist strap.
Yes.
I actually want to start incorporating that pretty soon in our future because I think that it is starting to wear on Jasmine's hands. Carrying a 10-pound camera all day does weigh on your hands. So I think we might incorporate that. But again, no strap. That's just making sure now that the camera is just going to be stuck on your hand the whole day.
Yeah.
So.
But no, we've never dropped it in 7 years.
I haven't dropped anything yet. Oh gosh.
But today, because I said that, I'm going to drop my
It's gonna
camera.
happen today. Good
All right,
lesson.
I'm liking the strapless too.
There you go.
All right, so it's that time. We are going to take a 20-minute break because we need to change up all the cameras and move around. We've got our set ready to go, our bride ready to go. What are we going to do when we come back? Let's talk about what we're going to shoot.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so we were actually talking about this during the lunch break, and we have a lot to shoot. The shoot in and of itself will roughly be an hour and 40 minutes because we want to cover different aspects of the day and really hash out your questions as we're doing it. We're going to start off with the groom and his groomsmen just hanging out, right? A few shots that JD would get at the beginning of the day, or if we happen to be shooting that section together, what that would look like for us. Tomorrow we're actually going to be going through a shot list, so I would love for you guys to keep us accountable, right? So tomorrow when we go through that, you're like, she got that one, she got that one, she got that one, or he got that one, excuse me. I'm not, the focus is not on me today, it's on him. And from there, we're going to shoot the ceremony, what it looks like when we just shoot the details, and then what we shoot like with people in it, where he's standing. We're going to shoot cocktail hour. We're going to shoot cake. We're going to shoot reception. We're going to shoot bridal party. We're going to shoot the couple. So we have a big party going on in a little bit.
Well, that is very exciting. But let's see, the quotes keep coming in, the comments on Facebook, and the conversation that is going on online is just, again, I'm so encouraged and so excited. Julie Worthy Photography says, I'm always impressed with how Creative Live runs things. You guys do a great job. I have to admit, JD and J-Star are my favorites to watch. Lots of love.
Julie?
Yeah.
Well, also everyone, the Facebook page, the Jasmine and JD Facebook page, which is J-Star Second Shooters, is absolutely blowing up. So now there's 2,752, which is up 250 or 300 from the break.
Great.
So this page is going so fast, so you guys want to get on the party train and join the page. And you will just put it in, basically ask to be included, and then someone will accept you to be included. So it's not automatic, so don't worry. And I just want to say, you know, we have hosted so many wedding photography workshops, and there have always been so many questions about second shooters and second shooting, and these questions are now finally getting answered. So it's pretty incredible, the need that you guys have had. You've been asking for this. Now, Creative Live is bringing it to you. Jasmine and JD are here. If you are one of those people that has been waiting for so long for the answers to all of your questions that are going to be wrapped up in this 2-day workshop, then it is you that needs to purchase the course. So you can get it for $99, and if you really need it, you should buy it right now while we're at break, because it is $79 if you buy it right now. So with that being said, we will be back here in 20 minutes. We'll see you then.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to Creative Live. We are here with Jasmine Starr and JD, and we are about to get shooting. But before that, we're going to give away 2 more prizes. First, we have an Adorama $100 gift certificate, and that is going to Edward Bonner, whose quote is, "If you use a middle-of-the-road aperture, you'll get middle-of-the-road results."
No.
So
That's mine. I'm going to take that one.
I said it.
All right, we're 1 and 1, and
Whatever.
we'll see at the end of the day. All right, congratulations. Thank you to Adorama. And second prize is White House Custom Color, a 10-spread album. This prize is up to $150. And the winner is Jeanette Thrasher, and her quote, "Push your creative boundaries." And that is always something that we're trying to do here on Creative Live. Who was that, Jasmine or JD? All right, Jasmine. All right. I think she's got the lead right now. We're going to have to see some JD quotes coming in. Everybody, I'm happy to send it back over to Jasmine and JD. Over to you.
Awesome.
All right.
Okay, so just as a recap, I am in the quote lead, in case anybody was doubting it. But in all honesty, we're going to ask for flexibility going into the shoot because we're going to be replicating a wedding day. But we can use this as a twofold. If you are a photographer and you want to start doing styled shoots, this is exactly how a styled shoot would unfold, right? We're going to be using pieces of a wedding to kind of give an overview of what a wedding might feel like. But for all intents and purposes, how we're going to work this wedding is to photograph it in the best possible way that's real. So a couple things I want to point out is before we would start a wedding, we would get overall detail photos. Now, in a traditional wedding location, we would have chairs, we would have a runner, and we would possibly have an archway, a huppah, some sort of trees or background. That's not what we have in this particular case today, and that's totally fine. There are very simple weddings too. So in this particular case, we would get an overview shot of the chairs with the door in the background. One thing to notice is that there are hot spots along the chairs and the floors. Now, because this is a styled shoot, or a mock wedding, we would have tried to push these over so that they weren't in the hot spots, but we're leaving them here right now so that we could showcase what we would do on an actual wedding because hot spots exist on a wedding day. They kind of throw things off, and that's okay. So in light of us not getting detailed photos of an archway or anything like that, if that was the case, we would be shooting that now. And if that was the case, JD would be using either the reflector or the diffuser to kind of be covering up some hot spots that we don't want to take, but that's okay for right now. So what we're going to do first is we're going to start the wedding ceremony. We're going to start with the pastor or the preacher leading the processional, then we're going to move into the groom, walking down the aisle. These are all the shots that we will be getting. They're going to walk and showcase the two sets of couples walking down the aisle, and the bride will be walking down by herself down the aisle. Now, usually we have more space to work with. We don't just have 3 sets of chairs, but that's okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to have the class be a part of our ceremony. So our class members, you guys can come and find a seat here.
I've already tested the light. Look at that.
Oh, gosh.
So what I would do here naturally is if guests were coming in, I would actually be standing pretty far away, and I would start just testing my light and making sure that my settings are right, because I have an idea that the bride will be coming down in this same exact section. So right now I'm actually testing the light with the guest, and now I'm prepared. So when the big moment comes, when actually the bridal party starts to come down, I already know my settings, and I'm ready for that. I'm not nervous or trying to fumble through my settings at that point.
Now, JD, if we were waiting for the ceremony,
right,
what would that look like right now?
All right. So once people are being seated, usually there is a lull. There's a time where the bridal party is getting ready, and the guests are just interacting, just sitting down for a while. So what we'll do is we'll just walk around this entire section and take some candids. So that's what Jasmine is doing now.
And as JD finishes that, what I'm going to walk through just for behind the scenes is I'm going to mark where the pastor will stand. We're going to want him standing right about here, and the groom is going to be facing the bride here. But he'll turn his body and wait for his gorgeous bride right about here. What we don't want is for him to be in the sun. Now, we don't always have those controlled settings, but in this particular case, we do. The groomsmen will line up to this side of the groom. The bridesmaids will line up this side of the bride. Because this has already happened, JD has already tested his settings as the guests had been walking down the aisle. So now what he's going to do, he's going to hopefully be prepared for the groom as he goes on. So JD, I'm going to have you back.
Just a second. I don't know. It's saying busy. Oh, there it is. Oh, no. Yeah, it's still a little busy.
Okay, we're going to move you to the back, and then we'll have them.
Okay, so now it's happening?
We'll get your camera fixed
yeah.
first.
I was just trying to change the focal point when it happens, so I'm not sure. Oh, that's good. Oh, thanks.
Just so that they don't have to walk into it.
That was an accident there.
Okay, so JD just said something too that we should, while we're waiting, I'm great at talking. So what JD just said right now was something that we actually try to be very conscious of on wedding days. We are a husband and wife team, but I have asked him, and we've kind of come to the agreement not to refer to each other in pet names. So baby, love, honey boo, like those are what we keep at home. On a professional day, we try to use our actual names because we want to showcase our professionalism.
Very
and somehow,
true.
like,
when I get nervous, it comes out.
So in light of that, if JD will, we should have like a quarter jar. So every time he calls me like honey
boo boo
or baby or something, by the end of this course, he'll be buying everybody drinks with that fund. How are we on the tethering so far? Or 20 seconds. Okay, we can come up with another story at this time.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
No, at this point, I was just going to say how I would actually, in this case, it happens a lot on wedding days when there's usually something going on with the bride. She's not ready yet. So what I'll do, if there's music playing or musicians there playing, I'll go and shoot the musicians. All these little things. I'll even go and catch details of extra details. If I see that the ring bearer and the flower girls are ready and they're already standing there waiting, I'll shoot them a few times. So, there's always something to do. Make sure as a second shooter, you're always keeping busy.
Good. So tethering is good to go.
Yep.
Great.
Cool.
So one more thing.
Yeah.
So this is usually where we stand. Different first and second shooters will take on different roles. We've become comfortable with myself standing at the front, and JD gets a different angle at back. You can flip it for whatever you feel comfortable with.
Yep. Because there's plenty of room, I'm going to actually stand in the back row. There usually is plenty of room, but sometimes the back row is just right the very, very front of the processional. So I'll actually be in the rows. But for today, since there's plenty of room, I'm going to stand right in the back. And usually it's filled up with guests. So when the guests stand up to see the bride come in for the first time, we all kind of mesh in, and I'm not standing out, sticking out like a sore thumb out here. So, yep, we're ready to go. All right. Now again, I noticed that, okay, perfect.
Perfect, thank you.
I'm actually going to change my exposure just as they get closer to me. The light's great right now, but now it actually gets a little darker, so I'm going to bump down that shutter speed, and hopefully that works that second time.
Looking good, Wes.
That's great. Again, go up 2 stops, because there's plenty of light here. I'm focusing on the bridesmaid right now. It's getting darker, so I just went down 2 stops so that I can get that light. It's perfect. Oop, I think I went down a little too much. So I'm going to keep that there. Oh, there you go. This is great. And I'm going to take one down here. Perfect. And now the bride's getting ready, so what I want to make sure is I'm making sure that the light is right for her because their dress is a lot lighter. Okay, I'm going to make sure that... Oops, my camera is just not firing away. For some reason, I don't know what happened, but my camera just didn't fire away. It's still processing a few things. So I missed that back shot, but I would have tried to at least fire off at least 2 or 3 in that short period of time when I actually had her flipped.
So now what we're going to do is I'm going to ask how do you refer to the pastor, reverend? Officiant. Okay, great. I'm going to have the officiant just kind of conduct an abbreviated ceremony. I'm going to put him on the spot again, but the good thing is that our model couples just got married. How long ago? 6 months ago, so this is like, just another walk in the park. Okay, So what I'm going to have you guys do is
Okay,
you're going to
so-
pass off your bouquet to your maid of honor, and you guys are going to, yes. And you guys are going to just kind of go through an abbreviated ceremony, if that's okay. Bridal party, step into the bride and groom.
So now I'm actually going to swap my lens to the 85. I wanted to make sure I wasn't so tight when the processional was happening, but now that we're going to be in a tight space, I'm going to actually switch my lens. Jasmine, I have most of your lenses in my shoot sack. So whatever you need, I got.
Got it. Thank you.
My camera's still busy. Just waiting a second. Cool. But at this time, Jasmine, Jasmine, you can take it away and instruct a little there.
You would like me to instruct?
Yeah, until my camera
Okay, cool. So if this was the exact ceremony location, I would be so stoked because this area right here, this little patch of light is actually reflecting beautiful light back on her. Yes, the floor is green, and it's going to cast a slight green tone, but we could fix that in post. You can't add light in post. So this right here is just so stunning. And as I flip, I might not get as much light on the groom, but it's still there. And over this beautiful backlight behind him. So we're going to get that nice little like angelic glow behind him. And if you guys want to, you guys can hold hands if you guys so choose at any given point in time. And then, JD, you just let me know whenever you're ready because I don't want to shoot too much without you being on board.
Go ahead. I'm not ready yet.
But you guys can hold hands. That's okay. We might have you guys repeat your vows again in front of everybody. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm going to actually unplug from the tethering for a little bit, but I'm going to start shooting with you.
Great. So then why don't you just make sure and talk through what you're doing. So
now what I'm going to do is now since they're still, I'm actually going to get my aperture down to a 1.8. And what I'm going to do is, okay, so right now I'm going to focus on their hands and get some of these shots just for detail's sake, get some detailed shots of, here it is.
You can talk. I mean, feel free. Feel free to talk. I mean, I don't want to make you feel like you can't. So we're just going to be talking over each other.
Okay.
So yeah, you just do, it's brilliant.
Ring is long and symbol of marriage and never-ending love.
All right, so at this point, Jasmine wants a single shot of the bride. So
JD and Jasmine?
Yes.
We're just going to pause right now because the tethering isn't working. So we're going to kind of hold on the teaching front.
Got it.
And just have a little chit chat. So
Perfect.
We're gonna crash your wedding.
We're going to get you guys some water real
we're
quick.
going to crash your wedding.
Water?
No problem. Actually, that's great.
So if you guys want to come over here.
No. Well, no, this is great.
We're just going to do a little back and forth.
Janae, can we get water for the people up stage? They're a little warm. Okay, let's go into Kenna.
All right, cool. So
great.
I think I broke the I broke the system or something.
You did not break the system.
Okay.
All good. Well, I was going to ask those folks in front if they had questions. So you guys can turn around if you do as well. But question from Annabelle is, how far up forward do you go in a normal ceremony?
So if we were shooting in this exact same scenario, the only time I'm going to be at the front is when they're walking towards me because that's an angle that I can't replicate any other time. JD will be at the back. And
I will never go, if this was what we were doing, I would never go past Mark here, which is this guest on the first row. That is the furthest I would ever go because I can still kind of blend in with Mark and make it seem like I'm not really there. I would actually be quiet when I'm there, and I'd maybe even crouch down so that I'm at Mark's level. And then I would go back, and then I would actually do the same thing on the other aisle. But I'll never go past that first aisle, just so I can be unnoticed. Whereas Jasmine, I know as a first shooter, she's actually going to go past that maybe once or twice throughout the ceremony.
Because the shot that I'm really most concerned about is when the bride and her father walk towards us.
Sure.
Because everybody's turned around looking at them, so nobody's really looking at me. So the minute that people actually turn, that's about the time that I step out and I will take the position that JD had said on this side of Mark. I'll be on the other side. So I'll be at the farthest point behind the bridesmaid so that when guests actually turn back around, I'm no longer there.
Right.
That's good thinking, Jasmine.
Well, good. I'm glad. I'm glad you approved, Kenna.
So another question from Sam Cox in Colorado. Would you ever give the bride or the groom or the minister or anybody in the wedding a shot list or something to prepare them for the shots that you're going to take so that they would actually turn and give you the shot?
No.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, another question about, well, it was actually a comment that, I'm not sure who it was at this point, but they had said it was great to see, or interesting to see, that you guys were both on the same side, so that again you weren't blocking each other's shots.
Really good observation. With
Great
JD
observation.
being
Yep.
behind on this end, and I'll speak to it from a first photo perspective.
Oh, and that was Sam Dobbins, by the way. Shout out to Sam Dobbins.
Thank you, Sam. So what would happen was if JD was standing on this side, I would be getting him in all of the background of photos, but because we're standing on the same side of photos, I can crop JD out and still center my subjects within the frame.
Yep, and you don't need much diversity when it comes to that processional shot. It's the same shot no matter what angle you're in, so it's better to make sure that you're just out of each other's way before anything else.
All right, question from Can Diggity, who said, do you try to get both vertical and horizontal shots of people walking down the aisle? And do you have like an algorithm where you're like 2 horizontal, 1 vertical? Or are you calculating that in your head as you're shooting?
Yes.
Yes, actually. So you could talk about this from a second shooter. I'll speak about it from a first.
Okay. In this situation here, we have a small space, so if I'm gonna default on vertical. So I did mostly all verticals because I only had a few steps. If there's more room, I will actually do both. So I'll do vertical and some horizontals, but I'll definitely default to the vertical shots if there's not that much room.
Part of the reason why we're defaulting to vertical is because you're getting full body shots with a vertical. So you can get the dress, the shoes, the hair, and editorially and getting published, that works better because they can fit more photos on a page. And when it comes back down to Pinterest as well, so we think about marketing when we're shooting too. So popular pinned posts in Pinterest are usually vertical. Those do best well. So we want to incentivize people to be posting and pinning photos, and that usually has manifested itself in a vertical form. Now, for me, the algorithm is having the processional all vertical. It's just easier to maintain. I can control my settings. But with the bride and groom, 100% the algorithm is 2 to 1. So 2 verticals, 1 horizontal shot. 1 wide shot of them walking towards me, a tight shot of them walking towards me, a horizontal shot of them walking towards me, pulled back. I do the same wide, tight, wide, vertical and horizontal combination once the bride and her father get to the front. Now, I see you guys waving. It's warm in here, right?
It is warm.
Woo! It is blazing. Okay, I might take off my jacket.
Especially right there where you guys are, right in that little hot spot.
Okay.
Are we good to go or no? I think we're
just about ready, actually. I think it's
going.
might be going soon.
So I'm not sure if you had talked about this yet, but the question came in earlier about the communication between the two of you during the whole event. Some folks had said that they've seen or they've used walkie-talkies.
Yes.
Other people have hand signals. How do you guys communicate?
Okay, so we don't have walkie-talkies, but we make sure to communicate a few times actually during the ceremony. So right now we made sure to communicate right before everything happened. Obviously, it was a little not so real, but throughout the ceremony, you'll see Jasmine and I will always meet at the back. Or wherever they're, so we're going to walk through the back. We're never going to intrude through the aisle or through the front. So every time I see Jasmine come back and I've gotten my shots, I also meet her in the back. And that's when we say, okay, we're switching sides, or make sure you're here for the first kiss. We actually always make sure, once we see the angles at the ceremony site, we'll tell each other where we're going to be for the first kiss. Yeah.
Cool. All right, so let's keep asking questions. Let's see. Question came in from Pro Photographer. Do you talk to the officiant before the ceremony about where you can go and where you can't go?
I subscribe to the school of thought. I prefer to ask for forgiveness and not for permission. Now, depending specifically on like the religious ceremonies, rabbis and priests are a little bit sticklers on where you can stand, and so we try to be respectful of that. And if you are shooting, say, a Jewish ceremony or a Catholic ceremony and you haven't done it before, just look up the protocol on Google prior to the ceremony. It makes you feel a little bit more confident of where you can stand. Now, for non-traditional ceremonies, usually the officiants are cool with wherever you stand. So sometimes the officiants, if they really care about where the photographer stands, they come up to you. But if they don't come up to you, that's probably because they are pretty free-flowing.
So definitely wait for them to come to you instead of you going up to them.
Great.
That's great advice.
Yeah.
All right, so this is a question from Lindian about outside weddings. So here we are, we're indoors.
Right.
Would the scenario be different in terms of you guys moving around a lot more if we were outdoors?
Yes, 100%. I love outdoor weddings. I could shoot outdoor weddings. The latitude that you're given is so great because if it was outdoors, I wouldn't have to stand where I stood. I could stand at a far greater distance behind my subjects and not feel obtrusive, being in their way. And if you go back further in an outdoor space, the guests don't really notice you. So we love outdoor ceremonies. There's a lot more latitude.
And there's a lot of echoes in these indoor buildings. So even when you walk, you make a lot of noise. So you want to actually keep your walking to a minimum, and also make sure that you don't, maybe you shuffle your feet a little, when you're walking through these types of floors. This is not, the echo here is not too bad, but if I notice it, I will definitely start shuffling my feet.
Well, I'm so glad that we get this opportunity to sit here and ask you guys more and more questions.
All right.
But I think we are going to take a short technical break, so we will be back momentarily. You guys hang in there, and we'll see you in a few.
Great.
All right.
Hi, I'm Kenna, your host at Creative Live. We are thrilled to welcome International Award Welcome back, everyone, to Creative Live. Thanks for bearing with us for a little bit of technical glitches. We are going to go back and start this whole session again. And so with that, over to you.
All right. I'm a big fan of second chances, so let's do it again.
This is gonna be great. Where we're gonna start is on the processional. So our guests are seated, the officiant is up. We're gonna start with the groom walking down the aisle, the bridal party, then the bride, and 1 second. And then once we're gonna do that, we're gonna move directly into the officiant, starting a mock ceremony, and we're gonna kind of be walking through what we're gonna need and when and what we are shooting. So, we're gonna get started.
So this is pretty much Jasmine's gonna find her place. All right. Are we ready for this, Jasmine?
I'm sorry?
Ready to get started?
Yes.
All right. So here we go. Here we go, like. Perfect. I'm actually right now focusing on the bridesmaid. She's closest to me. Perfect, and I'll get a couple side profiles. And again, I'm gonna focus on the bridesmaid. And my focal point on the bridesmaid, here we go, this is good. Now sometimes I actually switch from vertical to horizontal, but today, like I mentioned earlier, it's such a tight space. I actually want to stay here and make sure I get this photo of the bride. Sometimes I'll switch over here and get that photo here. And get stay here. Again, I missed that shot, but it's completely okay. Great. So what I'm doing here, usually the father's giving the bride away. I'll stand back here for a little bit longer for that. What I'm going to do now is actually, before I move over, I'm going to get a few details of what's going on here.
With their time, they've come to realize that their personal dreams,
One more of
hopes,
these.
and goals are more attainable.
And now I'm going to switch my lens
through the combined
because I want a tighter look with the 85.
In love, commitment, and family. And so they have decided to join their life together as husband and wife.
There we go. Now I'm going to go with the same shot and shoot the hands. There's some good detail there.
It is the union of two hearts and becoming one in covenant.
So
of
work on
marriage.
that one more time.
Love is
A little bit more negative
unconditional
space.
and it drives on the joy of each new day. May you always be able to provide each other
Again, I'm going for detail shots of my hands.
to enjoy life together and to share
And
moments
now
of
I'm actually going to pull around
quiet and peace. When the day is done,
to get that same
may you
shot for
bless
the groom.
A lifetime of happiness and a home of warmth and understanding. These guys have written their own vows for each other, so you may go first.
So now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get an individual shot of the man, of the groomsman, of the groom. There we go. My focal point is up by his eyeball. And I'm a little underexposed, so I'm going to bring my shutter speed down to... Oops. Yeah.
That was lovely.
I don't want to go too much.
Sure, everyone is touched. Always want to see it. The ring has long been
This is great.
a symbol of marriage, of never-ending love and strength. Wes,
I'm going to shoot this now at a
as you put this
2.0, get a little bit more light instead of messing with my shutter speed.
with this ring, I take you to be my partner in life. Take you to be my partner in life. And my love from this day forward. And my love from this day forward. In the presence of God. In the presence of God. Our family. Our family.
I'm also
and
just trying to get the ring shot here.
I offer you my solemn vow to be faithful partner. My solemn vow to be a faithful partner.
Okay, so now I'm actually going to
In
go
good
down
times and in bad.
to 1.8.
And enjoy as well as in sorrow. And enjoy as well as in sorrow.
Okay, so Jasmine came over here, so now I'm going to switch over since I know that Jasmine's there. And I'm going to go and get the bride.
To laugh with you and cry with you.
I might be overexposed here, so I am. I'm gonna go up to 1/250th of a second. There we go. I'll go down one stop.
Will the power invest to be by the union of the creative mind?
Okay, so now the first kiss is happening.
Man and wife.
That's great. It is. There's that shot. It's great. I'll take that. Yeah.
We're gonna pause. This is brilliant. You guys are the best actors ever. Thank you so much. That was like, see, and this is why I know I'm a wedding junkie. When they're saying their vows, I'm sitting here being like, yeah, to honor and to hold. So this is great. So Kenna, we're gonna move to questions before we have them walk back down to us.
Yeah, we just wanted to pause, Jasmine and JD.
Yes.
And JD, we know that in a real life situation, you go quiet. Well, we want to hear what you're thinking.
That's right. I actually did go. I went quiet a little bit. So what happened was, at first I was wanting to get some fine details of just their hands, and then I moved over to shoot the groom. Once I knew that Jasmine had, because the reason why I went with the groom first because Jasmine was shooting the bride first. So what I did then, once I knew that Jasmine was done with the bride, I switched over to get the. To get her from my angle, just because I was, it's always good to have two perspectives. And then when I realized, when I started shooting the bride, I realized that I was way overexposed on her dress. So I made some quick adjustments. And right when that happened, we were going to get ready for the kiss. So I moved into the center, closer to the aisle, so I can get that kiss. I knew Jasmine. I made sure to look where Jasmine was for the kiss. She's always usually in the center. And I always love to get that angle. So I was able to switch over and get that kiss from an angle that I would actually get that angle on a wedding day. So, yeah. I don't know if you guys were able to see some of those photos.
No, if there are specific questions that we can answer from the studio audience, from our studio audience, that would be great too, because you guys are watching us here. Mark.
Yeah, I just have one quick.
Do you want to stand up and, turn around? Awesome.
And hold on,
Oh, you have a
I
mic
think we're
coming.
going to get a mic.
You got
a second.
Take handheld.
Ooh, it's warm.
It is
warm in here.
It is warm up
Yeah, I
in
just
here.
had one quick question about the beeping during the focus. Do you guys use that constantly?
No, actually,
That's for this course, so that people can hear how much.
I don't know if it was showing. I was trying to tell people where I was focusing and where my focal point was, but I don't know if that translated well on the internet. But what I try to do is I usually try to focus on if I'm shooting the bride, I'll focus on her eye, her eyeball. The groomsmen, same thing. And again, I just was doing it. I'm always changing my focal point. I'm always changing focal point behind my camera, but I wanted to leave that there so you guys can hear when it is that I was focusing and if I was recomposing or just shooting.
And do you guys use back button focus?
I do back button.
Yes.
We both do, yes.
Okay.
Good question.
Thanks.
All right, I have a question here from Wired. Do you ever walk up to get the placement of the rings? Is that a typical shot for you?
If I have the opportunity, we're usually shooting with the 7200 at this point. We're about a row deep of people. So if we were doing a small destination wedding, we wouldn't bring out the 7200. But if we were at a distance, we don't have to get in close for the exchange of rings. We have the 7200, so we can get middle aisle, zoom in, and get a nice tight shot of the rings during that time.
And you always try to get that shot?
As much as our ability,
Okay. Oh, yeah.
yes. And sometimes what we need to understand is that from an artistic perspective, we think as photographers we need to get that exact moment of the groom placing it on the bride's hands. But sometimes what I notice is that the bride and groom prefer the actual moment that it was happening and not that the exact literal ring being put on the finger.
Okay, great. Well, I think we're ready to keep shooting.
Great.
Okay, so what would happen at this point right after they were announced as bride and groom? JD is getting the first kiss from an angle, but our routine has become, I want backup as we do the recessional, specifically backup on a recessional that's only 3 rows deep. So he knows, because I've asked him in advance, after the first kiss, he runs to the back with me, and we'll be standing pretty much simultaneously. Now, the key for us would be to shoot while they take 2 steps, and then we pan with them, pan with them, pan with them. And I shoot one shot. So I'm focusing in between each one, and I don't find it as difficult for them when they're falling out of focus because I find their pacing. If they're walking this fast, I need to walk just as fast with them. So I find them 1, 2, 3. If I can keep the same distance in between them, one shot should be fine. We'll be panning the equal distance with each other, and that focal point shouldn't be focusing shouldn't be an issue.
That's definitely from a first shooter. Jasmine, as a first shooter, she's already there for the first kiss. She's already in position for them to walk down. I, on the other hand, as a second shooter, it happens every single time on the wedding day. I'm usually right about here, I'm usually really close to the bride and groom. After the kiss, they start walking, so I have to run all the way back. This distance is not far at all, so it's going to be really easy to get there. But usually, I have to get back. By the time I get back, I can only fire off 2 or 3 settings. So making sure that your settings are right before are always good. So for this one, my settings are going to be the same. The light hasn't changed very much. So I would just pretty much walk as fast as I can to get back to where Jasmine is.
So I'm going to have the officiant. We're going to put you back there so people can see like this.
How it really looks?
Yes.
Yeah.
Real life, y'all. Okay, so if I can have you announce them one more time as husband and wife, and we will take things from there. If you would like. No, we'll just take it away from, wow, I said take it away. Wow, okay, we're just going to take it from the point where they announce you husband and wife.
I now pronounce you husband and wife.
Yeah, that's great. Now walking with Jasmine. Again, by the time I get there, that's usually how it looks for me.
You guys can walk that way?
Yep.
And then we'll have the bridal party come.
And I can also stand back. If I didn't get any during the processional, I'll definitely try to get more during the processional. Or the recessional.
Perfect.
And the blooms. Perfect.
Great. So now what we're going to do is we are going to move to a different section. Well,
all right.
Since we're not shooting this chronologically, we just finished the ceremony. We're going to now move to the reception. We're going to show a few shots of how we would shoot a reception traditionally. And we're going to have the bridal party and the bride and groom sit at the table. So it's going to take a couple seconds for the cameras to kind of walk over with us. And I'm going to talk about the things that I would shoot. And I want to everybody give the officiant a round of applause.
All right.
We are officially done. You were great. Thank you. Seriously, so much. I appreciate you. I took a couple shots, so I'll follow up with you to see if you want them. And okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks. Okay, so quickly, the conversation that I just had with the officiant happens every single time we shoot a wedding.
Yep.
I thank the officiant personally, and then I offer to give him the digital images of him doing his job, because most photographers won't follow up with the officiant, but I want him. He was such a nice guy. I would love to work with him again if I'm ever in the Seattle area. So I just said the images will be online. I'll send you a few digital negatives. Because if he puts my images on his website, guess what's happening? We're going to have more opportunities for us to work together, because he's showcasing what I do as a photographer, and I'm showcasing what he does as an officiant. Having said that, I'm just going to get the okay from the crew. So Janae, whenever your team is ready, I'm going to start moving into shooting. But until we get to that point, a couple things that I'm looking for as we approach this. So let's just say this was our reception setup on a wedding day. What's going to happen at this point is the bride and groom and the bridal party and family members are at cocktail hour. JD and I will walk into the room, and what we want to do immediately is to start shooting these details before the guests and bridal party sit down in them, because they're going to start messing up the table.
Ballrooms are usually, or rooms like this are usually a lot darker. So I'll have an off-camera flash setup, but since the lighting in here is nice, I wouldn't bother with that. In fact, I would even offer if Jasmine needs any diffusion of light or a pop of light or a bounce of light. So at this point, I would ask Jasmine, do you need me to help you with any type of lighting? Want me to bring in anything to fill light or diffuse light?
And at this point, I'm not going to need him diffusing, reflecting, or setting up an off-camera flash. So what I would have him do at this point would be one of two things. One, I would have him go through and clear the table of table numbers, of salt and pepper,
right,
of butter, of bread, of sugar packets, anything that degrades the overall design of this table. So he knows immediately, walk in, he clears that stuff, and then I start shooting. Myself as a first photographer has a list of things I need to shoot in order to make this tablescape exactly what it needs. I notice that this tablecloth is very different and unique, probably chosen by the bride and groom and her coordinator. I would like to take a second to highlight the amazing Kelsey Eads of Sugarcomb Events here in Seattle. She has worked tirelessly on setting up the most beautiful and over-the-top decor for today. I can't wait to go through all the images and list all the other vendors that have participated in that event. But until we get to that point, we're going to do that more tomorrow. So what I'm doing now, a list of shots that I'm getting, I'm going to get the table, the menu, the cards, the glass of wine, the plates, this fabrication. I'm going to get the florals, a vertical and a horizontal of the florals for the florist. I'm going to get a pulled back shot of this entire table in a vertical setting, a pulled back shot of it in a horizontal setting. Once I do that, I'm going to bring the bridal party in, and we are going to have a good time, and they're going to give a couple toasts. We did some of the shooting during the lunch break because I don't want people to wait too long for what we do. I'm going to shoot. JD is going to shoot because sometimes he sees things differently from a different angle within this tablescape, and then we're going to shoot on through there. So I'm going to stop talking, and JD's going to do the rest.
All right, wow. Well, usually, we'll shoot different tables, obviously. We don't try to shoot the same exact table, and for this case, we only have one table. So in this case, I'm going to shoot this table, but if it were a wedding with multiple tables, I would actually be right now getting a pulled back shot with maybe 2 or 3 tables at once. So again, now what I'm going to do, my skill set isn't in details, so I usually get a whole different look from Jasmine. I actually like to just get in. I love the details that are here. There's a chocolate bar with the menu, so I'm going to shoot that first. Okay, here we go.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is we are going to bring the bridal party over. We are going to position the bridal party, and I would love to have the bride and groom in these 2 back chairs. And the bridal party can adjust from there.
Okay,
now,
do you want to actually shoot? Do you want to switch cameras on this point, or do you want to just have me continue shooting?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh yeah, well, now that there's people, yes. Oh, I think it's right here.
No, it's not. It's okay. It's all good. You'll shoot with that. Okay. So what just happened that may or may not have happened on camera is because I'm not carrying a camera bag with me because I'm not really super focused on the technicality of the shoot. I want to just go through the motions so JD can show what he's doing. But I just turned to him and I went like this, and he said, "Oh, I have your lens," and I realized no, he didn't, because I had taken it out of his bag and I placed it on a chair. So these types of communications are going, because then I looked at the lens that he was using, and he has the 85, which is what I wanted to shoot with. But I know he has my back. So it's all good.
Yep.
So I don't feel that pressure to be like, oh my God, I need to go and get it right now. If we're in a crunch situation, the way that we would at a reception, we're just going to roll through it.
Right.
Thank you. Perfect. So in this particular situation, this is probably after the grand entrance. Everybody is seated down. This then becomes a story. People, you guys can start drinking wine if you guys want.
Thanks, Mark.
You guys will be great models.
All right.
Okay, this is cute. And this is exactly what would be happening.
Great.
Great. So as quick as that moment happened, you can keep it in your bag. As quickly as that moment happened is as quickly as it happened on wedding days. So as people are just talking, JD and I we wouldn't be so close to them, I don't think, on a wedding day. But what we would do is we just kind of circle them in a counterclockwise manner. So he'll go in one way, I'll go in the other.
Okay, I'm actually settled, ready to shoot now. Okay, so I'm going to focus on the bride for a little bit. Just making sure I get her toasting right there. She just looks great.
That's really cute, guys.
Good,
I like that
that's
one.
great. Oh, and I'm noticed that I'm a little underexposed. So I'm actually going to go just down just a little bit. Perfect. So now you just want to shoot. I'm definitely just shooting the conversations that are going on, having people interact, light faces. Oh,
Sorry, I was stepping on it.
it's okay. Oh, I just missed that shot, but it's okay.
So what we're
Here
going
we
to do
go.
now is we are going to simulate a toast scenario. So So I'm going to have you stand up, and you're going to stand right here, and you're going to be giving them a toast. And you can give them a toast for however you so choose. You can just say a few words. I'm going to have you guys scoot in closer together.
All right, so if I see Jasmine standing on that side, I'll definitely just pick the opposite side.
I know. I totally put you on the spot.
I'd like to raise a glass and toast to our lovely bride and groom here.
Jasmine is most likely getting the bride and groom right now.
I remember meeting Wes in college.
I'm going to give diversity's sake, I'm going to try a different photo.
No big deal. A lot of good Greek room memories. Well, we won't get into that, but you guys are an amazing couple, and I'm very proud of you guys and happy for you. And I wish you guys the best. Awesome. And you guys going to be together forever. So toast to a great, beautiful, new, happy couple. Cheers.
So again, I know Jasmine's getting the reaction shot of them toasting, and I'm getting the groomsmen.
That was a great toast. Great, so we're going to do that one more time. Would you mind giving us a toast to your best friend and bride?
All right, so now that the first, we did it once, I know what Jasmine was getting, so now I know that she has shots of the bride and groom already toasting, cheersing to each other, so now I actually have the ability to just do whatever I want at this point. All right. So again, as it happens twice, you always get that second chance. When the second time that it happens, you actually have a lot more diversity. You can do whatever you like. The first time I wanted to make sure what Jasmine was shooting. After I found out what she was shooting, I would just do the opposite at that point. So when she was shooting, right now when she's shooting them from this angle, what I'll do is I'll just focus on the groomsmen or on the groom.
Do that one more time.
Or maybe even get the guest interacting.
Perfect. Great. So that's kind of, how are we doing over there? I feel like it got a little quiet. Are we okay? Are we just kind of seeing?
I need to talk a lot more. That's for sure. And here's the thing. I'm not used to talking when I'm shooting, but I did want to give an overview. I'm just making sure that I'm always looking at what Jasmine was doing when they were doing the speeches and the toast. I made sure to look at where Jasmine was shooting so that I can just get the opposite reaction. You want to get both reactions. You want to get the groomsmen toasting, and then you want to get the couple cheersing.
So even if I'm standing in the same location, JD's looking at me to see how I'm rotating my camera. While the best man was giving the toast, I simply turned my camera and tilted it this way. I got him giving the toast. I turned my camera this way. I got the reactions of the bride and groom. So he's looking at that to make sure that we're not shooting the same thing simultaneously. Right. What's going to happen now is you guys can take a couple drinks of your water, of your wine, and what JD and I are going to do is we're going to transition over to the cocktail hour. This is what we would shoot on a wedding day, so we're going to kind of showcase shooting the details and then showcasing how we would shoot signature drinks and things of that nature. Now, if this was a cocktail hour, one of the things that I would do immediately, because we can and nobody's around, is I would move this table back because there's a hot spot.
So I'm actually, I would.
So JD and I would just kind of peel it back just right there. Great. Yep. We would just make sure that nothing's changed within that. So I'm going to get a vertical shot. I'm going to get a horizontal shot of these types of details. I'm going to get close-ups of this guest sign-in book. This is instructions to the guest sign-in book. This is a beautiful decor piece, and I'm going to get the bar in the background. If there are signature drinks, I'm going to shoot the signature drinks.
At this point, I'm just going to ask Jasmine, the table's a little high, so I would ask her if she needs a stool. Sometimes she needs a chair. I can get her a chair for elevation's sake. I don't know if she needs one now. Again, we moved the table so that we eliminated the hot spot, but if she still needs fill light, I'll make sure to ask. Again, when it comes to details like this, I will shoot some of them, but I'll definitely first ask Jasmine what she needs in order to get those shots. So as of right now, are you pretty much okay with what you got?
I'm
Are you
pretty
gonna
good.
You want an elevated shot at all?
No, I'm pretty solid right now.
Okay. Do you want to actually, while you're shooting this detail, do you want to actually use my lens, my camera, so you can shoot, so you can see what you're shooting?
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring in the bride and groom at this
Okay.
point in time. So if you want, you can gather them.
Perfect.
And then Kelsey, if we can get the cocktail
All right, you guys.
drinks,
You guys probably want
but
to
if we
fan
can
a
bring
little
them
bit
over
longer.
on that tray,
Isn't
that
cool?
would be
Actually, you know what? Can you do that
fantastic.
again? Can you just grab that chocolate?
So the bride and groom
and look
today,
at it
Kelsey
like
has
you were going to
organized
lift it up.
some
Yep, just like that. Just like that. Perfect.
signature drinks.
Just a second.
So what I want to do is I want to get
Just a
individual
second.
shots of the cocktail
Perfect.
drinks, and then I want to get the couple holding the cocktail drinks. And JD is going to be getting different types
Perfect.
of
Now I'll
reactions.
grab you guys over
Now,
here. If
the
you can have both of
cocktail
you.
hour is much larger than one
problem.
person
Thank
can
you. You
handle
guys are great.
most
Yeah, right now would be
probably.
good.
So JD will be kind of floating, doing opposite of what I am doing. This beautiful signature drink station is so adorable. What I'm doing in this situation is getting a vertical shot, a horizontal shot, a shot just of the paper goods, and during this time, JD is usually just getting candids. So that's his role at this time. I'm gonna have the whole bridal party come.
Okay, and again, Jasmine is shooting with the 50. I've been shooting with the 85 this entire time. If I see her switching from the 85, she is probably going to ask for the 85 pretty soon. If she does, I would swap out my lens, but since she hasn't, I actually prefer the 85 like I mentioned earlier. It's one of my favorite lenses, especially when I'm trying to get candid shots.
So what I want to do is I want to get standard shots of it by itself, but I also love and prefer when somebody's actually holding it. Editorially, it works better, what I've discovered. So I'm going to get an individual shot of somebody holding it and making sure that I have that. I'm going to place it down on the table. And I don't think that these are alcoholic, but I am going to have you guys hold a few of these drinks.
There's that one right on the side. There we go.
Yeah, that'd be great. So during this time, everybody, friends are just hanging out, drinking.
So,
And JD would be at this time shooting things that I'm
here's the thing.
not.
I know, again, I'm not going to capture everything because I'm shooting with the 85. So, but I know that Jasmine's got that safe shot, and she's shooting the wider shot. And so right now, I'm actually going to focus on individual people having drinks, just so I can get more of the interaction of what's happening.
Yes,
All right.
if you guys would like. We might do more toast. You never know. I mean.
So there's some hot spots that I'm trying to avoid at this point. Oops, and there it is. There they are. So I'm actually
And
going
what if photographers can notice is that exactly, that's what he just said. So if you can take a step back, what I want photographers to notice is if you could see how her face is illuminated and then take a step in. Oh, wow. Do you see what happened to her face? That's the light that I'm looking for at cocktail hour all the time because it's beautiful light. It's as if somebody's holding a white reflector. So that kind of light is going to be amazing. You just have to compensate for it accordingly. I'm so sorry, Stacey. Good. So why don't you from there talk about how great it was to go to college with Stacey?
They met in high school.
Oh, high school, sorry.
College. I don't even want to tell you what this guy was like.
He told me about the street.
Oh, okay.
Earlier.
We wanted to keep that.
Okay.
It was a little cold out.
It's great. That's exactly what would happen during cocktail hour. We're just going to cruise right along. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to end the session with the cake. Yes, Mark. Oh, you didn't have a question. Forgive me. So in this situation, what we want to do is kind of do a mock bridal party. So if the guys were here, now this is an actual wedding venue at Soto Park in Seattle. If we were here on a wedding day, there isn't too much room within this space that's different or that varies too often or too much. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the groomsmen over to this brown door, and we're going to shoot them there. Yes?
Okay, so randomly, I guess, during like the cocktail hour when everybody's kind of like mingling and having fun and doing their own thing, do you go towards them and get the candid moments of them just doing their own thing, or do you kind of pulling away from each other and kind of create a couple essence, like, you know, for
That's a really
instance,
good
the
question.
mom and the dad, or the, you know, bride and groom themselves.
That's a really good, that's a great question. Because he's not mic'd, I'm going to repeat it for those on the internet. Do I ever pull people away during cocktail hour to kind of create a mock moment during cocktail hour? And the answer is no. I usually want those moments to happen naturally. However, if mom and dad are walking from the cocktail hour to the reception and they're by themselves, I will grab a candid photo, but then I'll ask them, can you guys hold on? I'd love to get a photo of just the two of you. Lean them in nice and close. So it's a posed candid. So, but usually when people are laughing and having a good time, we don't want to be noticed.
Now, during cocktail hour, I always get the shots that we were doing now, which were candid shots. I didn't take one, I didn't ask them to pose for my camera, but I always do both. So what I'll do is I'll start the cocktail hour by just taking candid shots. And then afterwards, if this were a table that weren't the bride and groom, obviously, because we've already gotten plenty of photos throughout the day, if it was just guests, I would actually have them all get together and say, you know, I would say, excuse me, pardon, I hate to interrupt, but can I get a quick photo of you guys?
Why don't you do that right now?
Yeah, and you know what, and in that case, so what I do is, at that point, when I know I'm going to do something like that, I actually swap my lenses out. So once I've done all the candids, I'll take my time, get my another lens in, so that I can do the shot that I'm actually referring to now. I was going to go with the 50, but I don't think it's going to have enough.
Why don't we just switch lenses?
That'd be great. Ooh, I can't turn off my. Okay, cool. Take that.
So that might happen on a wedding day. You know, like if I don't have the bag that I need on a wedding day and I turn to him, this happens a lot during the reception. Go ahead. Yeah. During the reception on the dance floor, I'm like, hey, can I get that lens? So you go ahead.
All right, so this is exactly what I would do. I would just say, hi guys, how are you guys? Do you mind if I take a quick photo of you guys?
Do it.
Yeah, cool. All right. Now, I don't mind if you guys are behind the table with your drinks, because I actually want to document that this is cocktail hour and you guys are having a good time. So I'm going to have you just come on in. That's perfect. And then I'll just fire off. At this point, I just realized I'm still shooting at a 1.8. So a good call that I didn't forget. And now I'm going to, since there's a lot of people on here, I'm going to go to a 3.2. I'm going to go down to 80th of a second and test my light. Great. I'm going to actually say, can I get one more photo? I'm going to bump up my ISO a little bit more. 1, 2, 3. And then I'll just fire off a photo like that. Actually, it's still a little underexposed, so I'm going to go with my ISO just a little bit higher. Okay, you guys, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. And that's what I'll do. So I'll do that, and I'll go around a few tables, actually, because I want to make sure that the bride gets a different type of cocktail hour photo, depending on what she likes more.
So now what we're going to do is we're going to take the groom and the groomsmen to the wooden wall. We're going to show kind of like what we would do, average wedding for the groom portraits and the groom and his groomsmen.
Perfect.
So this might actually be very much the case how it would appear and look on a wedding day. So I would ask JD to help move some of these chairs.
Perfect. Yep. I have the 35 too in my shoot sack, so if you need the 35, we'll always switch.
So if this was then the case, we actually do a lot of shifting of furniture on a wedding day, and we've learned to do it rather quickly. I usually just need the first row moved. JD will do that.
Yep.
And so I've just noticed that there are ceremony programs. I am going to ask, I'll have you come this way, out towards me just a bit. You can stand right here in front of this door. Just the groomsmen, I'm so sorry. I'll have you come this way. Can you hold these for me?
Yeah. So I always, like Jasmine said, clear the first 2 rows, and now we're ready to shoot.
So if I'm shooting details, JD is going to be shooting candids.
Correct. I've actually popped the 85 back on. I'm going to change my aperture to 1.8 because when I shoot, actually I'll go to a 2.0. When I shoot candids, I'm not focusing on the entire group. I'm focusing on individual people, so I can actually have a wider aperture.
Perfect. So I got the details that I would need from this area.
I'm going to shoot.
Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to shoot the groom and his groomsmen together. I'm going to have you move out slightly more towards me this way. Usually if there are an equal amount of groomsmen, I'm going to place them equally on each side. I try to do a formal photo, and I try to do a casual photo, then I try to do a photo just for me, then I do individual photos of each, the groom and his groomsmen. So if I can have you button the top button. Gentlemen, can you guys angle yourselves in towards, and then just put your right hand over your left and your left hand over your right. Angle yourselves in a little bit more this way. Perfect. Great.
So I'll take a minute real quick to get the boutonniere at this point because I know that Jasmine is
So
probably
while-
still going to work on her settings. So while she's doing that, I'll just lean in, get a boutonniere shot, and then start focusing on a couple little details that I know Jasmine isn't really focused on at this point. So it's just the details at this point are just their hands being crossed together. I'll even try to go in and try to get a pulled back shot of a couple more boutonnieres.
Great. I'm going to have you come out this way. Take one
Didn't
big
really
step. You
work.
can undo your jacket. You can angle your shoulders towards me.
Again, as a second shooter, you can see what works and doesn't work really quickly and make quick adjustments. I saw that boutonniere shot didn't really work. So now I'm actually going to try to go in one more time and get that shot. I also noticed that he has a tie clip, so I'll even come over here and just make sure that I get just a couple different views of that. Again, I know Jasmine's going for the safe shot, the straight on front shot, so I'm actually going to be doing a lot of profile.
Good. Now, guys, if you guys can, on the count of 3, what I want you guys to do, the 2 guys from behind, come up and just throw your arms around the room like you guys are front. Yeah, this is old college buddies. Just kind of come in, get a really super casual photo. Go right ahead. Come in right towards the groom. Throw, yes, that's it. Nice. Good. Perfect.
Right.
Great. So that feels awkward. It totally feels awkward. But what happens is, one, when the groom is regular, like friends and homies with his friends, not so awkward. And 2, what usually happens is that guys don't like to be close too often. So we want to give them a reason to be close so that when that happens, JD will get a shot the way that he's kind of getting on the side. He's focusing on the groomsman or the groom at this time. That's a slightly different candid, but usually what we're going to try to do is get a shot now of them walking towards me. I'm going to clear out a couple rows.
Great.
Have you guys back up
You
a
can
tiny
have
bit.
them, Jasmine.
You what?
Yep, there we go. We'll do that again. So you can have them walk to you?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Perfect. So guys, however you feel most comfortable walking towards me is exactly what I want. I don't want you guys walking too far behind the groom. You guys are going to be kind of walking in the line. You guys will be talking to each other super casual. Now kind of keep it at a pace of just like a 1, 2, kind of walking this way, talking to to each other.
At this point,
great.
I'm going to pan with them as they walk. So I know Jasmine's going to be pretty much staying in one place, so I'll be panning the entire time.
Great. So you can have however you feel comfortable. Hands in your pockets, walking, whatever you feel comfortable is exactly what I want you to do. There's that, oh, I like that look. That swag look, that was kind of good. Okay, you guys are gonna walk towards me on the count of 3, 1, 2, and 3, looking at each other. Nice. Oh, that's good, guys, that's good. Nice, that was great, thank you. Thank you guys very much.
Yeah.
Perfect, now what I'm gonna quickly do is I'm gonna get a shot of just the groom. I know, I'm just putting you on a spot. I know, I'm making you go.
At this point,
work.
when Jasmine's doing that, I actually will step away. I know this isn't really natural, but they actually just hung out. They're probably
turn your body,
in a real life
take one
situation.
step
They're
this way.
good friends. They're probably going to start chatting. So I'll still do candids of the guys hanging out.
And this feels like a little bit awkward, but don't worry. We're just going to kind of make this as quick and painless as possible. The light is really, really, really nice. So good. Good. Can you take a deep breath and just kind of relax for a sec? Yes, I know. There we go. Great. Stacy, where are you? Can you come here for a second? Great. So basically, I just want you by my side, and you can just talk to them because I think sometimes guys and girls.
So again, making sure that you always get candid shots of the groomsmen while they're hanging out, while the first shooter's getting the main shots. That's what I'm always looking for. Once I'll actually take my time and get every single groomsman hanging out, so that there's diversity. So that's what I'll be doing while Jasmine's working with the clients. Perfect.
I love it. I love it. Okay, so what just happened here in this moment from a first shooter's perspective is that I was shooting Wes, and it was fine, and it was great, and he looked handsome, but he didn't necessarily look comfortable. And that's the key between defining your work as photographers. So, and I feel like there's a groom who's not so comfortable by himself. If the bride is around, I'll bring her around just to get him talking, and we're going to show tomorrow the differences between a classic portrait pose and then a pose where a guy just looks really comfortable to be around the girl that he loves. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to get individual shots of the groom and his groomsmen, and then we're going to do a different type of pose for the girls. Did you get the boots?
Yes, I did.
Perfect.
I got one. Oh, well, actually, those were candid shots that I was getting of just them hanging out.
Perfect. Can I get you guys right over here, groomsmen? You can hang out here. We're good.
But I did get the boutonniere.
The
on
side
him.
shot?
No, I did not.
Great. So what I'm going to do is, so this is what just happened right now. JD and I had a little bit of language, and I asked him if he got a particular photo, and he said no, he did not get that photo. The photo that I am referring to is the boutonniere shot. So what I want to do is to get a candid boutonniere shot so that I can give it to the florist and to the coordinator, who then become promoters of our work.
Now,
so because I didn't get that photo, I'm going to reposition the guys to get that photo.
Well, that photo actually, I always wait for that photo, and I always get it when we do the bridal portraits, when all of them are together. That way, this pose is going to sound it's going to feel very natural. What happens when all the ladies come up? Are you going to take those?
Let's do that right now.
Yeah, let's do those.
Well,
so
bring
this
the
is
ladies. Can I get the bouquets as well?
Yeah. So this is when I'm going to take advantage and actually get the detail shots of the boutonnieres and also the bouquets.
So how are we doing on questions for people within the course?
Students.
Students. Are we doing okay?
Yeah,
Yes.
question, go for it.
Do you always shoot cocktail hour, or are you ever doing like portraits at that time?
The question was, do I always shoot cocktail hour? We try to shoot cocktail hour to the best of our ability if the bride and groom will have a first look, because then we have the time to. Now, if they do not want the first look, then we explain to them in advance via email so that we have documentation. We probably won't be able to get cocktail photos because we will be shooting during that time. Is that okay with you? And then they let you know, yes, that is okay. But we prefer to shoot cocktail hour because then you get a mix of photos of their guests, and those are really important for the clients. That's a great question.
Cool.
Yes.
Yes. When Jasmine's taking pose pictures like that,
I know, guys.
will you ever stop it? Like if you see something and then she starts to pull them away, will you ever stop her and say, wait, let me grab this right here, or do you just move on?
You know, if Jasmine's working like this, how she's doing it, and I'm shooting, and I didn't get a photo that I wanted, and I just need a little bit more time because I know what I want. The photo's there, I just didn't get it. I didn't fire off. It was out of focus or something like that. I'll have her say, I'll just say, Jasmine, can I get another second? And she'll know with that cue, and she'll keep it going there, and I'll get the shot that I wanted. So I always stop her if I know that I'm just about to get that shot. And as long as it's not like a crucial time where we need to get out.
Right.
But like this, we have plenty of time. I'll definitely just hold off and ask her to get that photo, if I could get that photo. And she's always okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, this is when I'm actually going to now start focusing on the boutonniere shot that Jasmine was referring to.
Great. Okay. Perfect. The question was asked, how often or how early in advance do we get to be in contact with the bridal party, so that because we're going to be posing them, we're going to be talking to them, how does that look? Well, on a wedding day is the first time I'm usually meeting the bridal party. I meet the bride and groom for the engagement session, but I don't meet anybody else during that time. So JD is usually hanging out with the guys during prep, and I'm usually hanging out with the girls. So I will probably talk to the girls a little bit differently than I would the guys. I'm meeting the guys for the first time. I introduce myself. I say, guys, I'm the lead shooter. Every time you're going to be, a camera's going to be in your face, I want you looking at my camera. So I'm instructing them where to look so that there's no point of confusion. And then all of a sudden, I will be then positioning them. And I changed to flats for the shoot. I do become a lot shorter when that happens, so I need to be authoritative, so I use a bigger voice, and I turn to the guys, and I just give them specific instructions. I don't want to touch guys, so what I'm saying is turn your shoulders towards me. Turn your shoulders towards me, face your shoulders towards me. Perfect, great. Right hand over left, hands in your pockets. If the guys are drinking, if they're wearing sunglasses, JD is usually during this time saying, hey guys, can you do this? Hey guys, can you do that? And I'm usually adjusting the girls, but that was a great question. Right. So if I can have your right hand over, talk to me.
Oh, just I mean like so far as becoming familiar with them.
Familiar with them?
Yeah, so they're like comfortable with like getting authority from you and knowing that you're like the...
Usually I work so fast that I'm not really concerned if they're comfortable for me. I want them to have a good time. That's my main goal. So like, hey guys, as quick as you guys get these photos done, the faster you guys get to cocktail hour. And the more you guys drink, the better these photos will become. So everybody work with me right about now. Exactly what I would do. Yep. I'm gonna have you guys back up, and why I'm having them back up, everybody take kind of 2 steps this way, is we have this pole. I don't want the bridal party being divided by this pole. So I'm gonna have you on the inside of this pole. Brilliant. Great. So I'm gonna have your right hands over left. You're gonna come in towards the groom. Ladies, if you can line up your bouquets with The bride's beautiful. I'm asking them to line up the bouquets with the bride, along with the bride, so that it's continuous in the photo, but also because JD has been, now knows that I need a photo of these types of floral arrangements for the florist, for the wedding coordinator, and for the venue. I depend on him solely for those shots. So he knows as I'm talking, I'm turning around to family members, everybody please, I'm going to be taking this photo, JD's shooting this shot, and then I'm going to be moving forward. So everybody's going to be looking here at my lens.
And now I know that Jasmine's shooting with a 50, so I'm actually not, I'm going to try to stay away from her shot. I'll ask her if I'm in her shot. She'll let me know if I am. I'm usually not at this point, so I'm still getting the details.
So can I please have the, oh, you guys look great. Ladies, bring it in so that your abs are turning towards each other. Now salve the legs, kind of distribute the weight. That's good. Love the zhuzh. Okay, great. Perfect. Perfect. Now, gentlemen, can you guys bring it in a little bit on this side? Great. Everybody smiling here, licking? Good. Beautiful. Great. So everybody just kind of like lean in, get it nice and close. Go ahead. I know, Stacey, you guys are burning up. We are doing like, this is like so hard. I love it. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Great. Now what I'm going to have you guys do is separate from each other. Now, during this time, I would probably do 2 different poses of the bridal party, but because we're running short on time, or because I want to move through different aspects of it, I'm now going to be okay with that photo. Actually, hang up there. Nobody move a single thing. If I was in a pressure cooker on the day, everybody fell into a pose that I was really comfortable with, and I would ask them to not change. JD, move the first 2 rows back to the door.
Okay.
Great. So that's exactly what would happen on a wedding day. Stacey, drop your bouquet. Pick up the dress, the side of your dress. No, I love the bouquet. Yes, that. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's good. I like it. Good. Thanks. Perfect. Now, actually, everybody stay in. Stacey and Wes, lean in right where you guys are. Just lean in with your mouths, not your hips. Lean in towards each other for a light kiss. Perfect. Thank you. Great. I feel good with that. I'm going to move on to the girls. So, gentlemen, you guys can take a break, get some water. It is like the 7th ring of Hades up in here right now. You guys are sweating and you guys are just standing there. I am like, wow. Okay, so girls, why don't we have a little bit of fun? I'm going to shoot you against the door. I'm going to shoot the girls against the door because what I'm thinking about in my back of my mind is an album spread. I do want the photos to match. However, I do want diversity because girls are the people who buy most of the photos and print them out and share them more on Facebook. So if I'm going to lean more to one gender, it's going to be girls. They are my biggest advocates. So ladies, I'm going to get you guys on each side. Or actually, you guys can stay here. I'm going to get you on each side. Angle in your bodies. Yes, I'll have you straight. Relax the bouquet so I can see your belt. That's perfect. Line up your bouquets.
Again, at this point, I'm testing my light, making sure I'm right on, because I'm going to be getting a lot of floral shots at this point.
Beautiful. So now we have this kind of safe, beautiful shot here. 1 second, somebody was blinking. Good.
Okay, now that I've got that, I'm going to pull back because I'm usually going to get the bride.
Wrap your back arms around Stacey and kind of lean in around her waist. Yeah, there we go. Lean in. Great, that's cute. Side angle, Jay. Are you ready for the side?
Yep.
Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the girls lean in once more. So Stacey, what I want you to do on the count of 3 is, ladies, I want you looking here. Stacey, you're going to look at JD. Perfect. Great. So now what I'm going to have you guys do is we're going to take you guys over here, if that's okay, with the crew, is we're going to slowly make our way. We're just going to flip towards the white wall. So I have a very plain background that could mix pretty well in an album spread, or if they decide to pair them up on Facebook. Actually, ladies, hang out there, hang out there, hang out there. JD, move the cord.
Pull the cord? Yes,
no,
yes,
just pull the cord.
yes.
Perfect. Good.
Got it.
So now what I want you guys to do is to interlock your arms. I know, we need to fan you down. Poor girl. Okay, so now what you guys are going to do...
Look hot, though. You look hot, but not hot.
I know. No, this is great. Good, you guys are going to be looking at each other and talking. Good, now you guys are going to walk towards me. Walk towards me. Perfect. Beautiful.
Great.
Looking at each other. Great. Perfect.
Great.
So JD and I were shooting, he was shooting at a different angle and also with a different lens, so we'll be getting 2 different perspectives within that quick turnaround. So what we're ultimately going to do is have a total of 3 sections, 3 poses for the girls, 1 traditional at the wall, 1 fun walking, which works better for editorial, and 1 here on this white background.
Is that average? Do you do about 3 poses for the girls?
I do.
That's average.
Yes, the question was, do I do typically about 3 poses with the girls? And the answer is yes. Stacey, I love the back of your dress. Can you face that direction?
And at this point, I'll even,
We'll get some air under there first.
I'm usually not
It's a
wasting
little wet.
any
Oh, no.
time. If Jasmine is doing this, I'll actually shoot behind the scenes of just Jasmine. I don't know why. Or I'll just shoot any. At this point, if Jasmine was out of the frame, that'd be even better. But since she's not, she's in it. But once she gets out of the frame, I'll actually continue shooting this, or just having them hanging out. Oh, I missed that again. Things go pretty quick sometimes. Yeah. You're good with the 50?
Yeah.
Cool. Again.
So what I would love for you guys to do is, I would love for you to look over this shoulder. I would love for you to look over this shoulder. I would love for you to look over this shoulder. On the count of 3, I'm going to have you guys all turn back. Great. So I'm going to test my light right about now as we're talking to them. And JD, this is pretty good light. So then what I'm going to do is on the count of 3, I'm going to have you guys turn back. Relax those arms, ladies, around Stacey's back. Relax, drop them, beautiful. On the count of 3, turn your bodies all the way back and face me. 1, 2, and 3. Good. Okay, well, what was happening was this looks a little too Olin Mills, right? So you guys are like, okay, what I want you guys to do is actually turn back and have a lot of fun. So think like, like a bubblegum commercial, like Girl Next Door. That's cute. That's cute. I want more of that. Okay, so now what we're going to do is wrap your arms around. That's cute. So now what I'm doing is I'm shooting as they're joking around. Beautiful. On the count of 3, everybody turn around. 1, 2, and 3. Work it out. That's so cute. Good. Okay. What's happening?
Now, during that point, I actually had my first angle. It wasn't that good. I just didn't like what was going on there. So I made a quick adjustment, and it happens a lot. If you see that first angle just didn't work, it almost was probably way too similar to Jasmine's, even though I'm shooting with an 85. So I made sure to come all the way around, get in tight with the 85, and now I know that for sure my portfolio piece on that is going to look completely different from what Jasmine shot.
Also, chances are my angle of that photo is cheesy McCheese, right? I mean, it's just not going to work. I know this, but I trust that my second shooter is strong enough. There's a couple photos that I see up on the screen where the girls are looking all back. It looks completely candid, and it just looks so much more like our brand, which is fun.
It's a lot easier. It's easy for me because I know that when they look right at Jasmine, it does look a little cheesy sometimes. But if you get them not looking at Jasmine, if you get that candid look, that's what I'm getting. And so she's actually throwing me a lob ball there, or a softball.
Don't mind. But I'll have you sit like right about here, like that. But make sure your knees are pinched.
Perfect.
Good. Stace, come in this way. Turn in towards me. Put this bouquet in that hand. Drop it.
I'm assuming this is
Beautiful.
for. Love your dress. Love that dress. Such a beautiful dress.
Okay, I'm going to do it 2 ways. Keep that in the wings.
Perfect.
I'm going to have you right over here. And you're going to have your hand, your bouquet, right here. And then we might bring in that chair. So Stacey, make sure that your hip is adjacent to the chair so that there's not a gap between the two. Bring your hip in. Yeah, that's beautiful. That's exactly what I want. Gorgeous. Yes, everybody's looking beautiful and good and directly at my camera. Can you bring your legs in a little bit closer to your knees? Perfect, perfect. So what happens, why I'm adjusting her knees is because light was coming through and is becoming a distraction with it. And I don't think I'm going to add the second chair. I'm okay with it. I'm going to do an individual shot of Stacey and then Stacey with each bridesmaid. So
now, again, at this point, I'm just realizing in my head that I'm shooting at a 1.8. I have to commit whether I'm going to shoot tight or whether I'm going to go wide, because I noticed right now that I didn't commit to either or. So I had a 1.8, and the photos not really what I want because everyone's out of focus except for where I'm focusing, obviously, and it's not telling a good story. So I'm knowing in my head, at this point, this is that rut that I'm in, that you're in. You're kind of like, okay, how am I going to work out of this? And I'm going to kind of commit to a shot in a little bit and figure out what I'm really going to end up getting for Jasmine.
That's great. Drop the bouquets a tiny bit.
Oh, well, now that you changed that, sorry.
And good. Can you guys look at each other real quick? Nice. Good. Good. That felt awkward, but that's okay because in the edit, it's going to be all worked out. Trust me. Here we go. We're going to bring you in. We're going to switch it on out. JD, make sure you're getting individual shots. We're doing the laugh and the European flowers.
Laugh and flowers, gotcha.
Now, can you guys drop the bouquets so that I can see Stacey's? But you can actually bring them up like that. Beautiful. Relax the arm, Stacey. Bring it. Yeah, that. Beautiful. You guys are going to be smiling at me. Beautiful. Now you guys are going to look at each other. There we go, ladies. Thank you. Beautiful. Great. I'm going to do a shot just to Stacy now. We're good right now. You guys can get hydrated. If we were at this point in the day, I might ask the wedding coordinator for a cold glass of water. So, Kelsey, can I bother you for a cold glass of water for the bride because it is so hot?
And when I hear that, that means
Good.
Jasmine's probably hot and thirsty too. So I'll make sure to get Jasmine a glass of water
Can you give
for
me
her.
a card too?
Yep, of course.
Okay. So you're going to get a different angle?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Here you go. That's your first card. I'll take it. And I'll put it
that's
inside out.
Okay. So we're going to have just you relax for a sec. I love the way that you're standing, but tilt the head of the bouquet up and bring the hands up on the, yeah, very good. Love it. Thank you.
Perfect.
So I'm getting the head-on safe shot. Can you drop the bouquet a tiny bit? Yeah, there we go, because I want to see the belt. You're beautiful. Gorgeous. Now, can you tilt your body a little bit more towards JD, my second shooter? Tilt your shoulders more towards him. Turn your shoulders. There we go. Good. There we go. Beautiful. Now you're going to turn your face.
Beautiful.
Good. Good. Now what I can have you do is drop the bouquet in your right hand, and I want you to pick up your dress with your left. Okay. Ready? Yes, I'm ready. Thanks for asking. That's perfect.
I'm just going to wait for that shot.
Good. Now what I want you to do is to slowly kind of walk towards me, but what I want you to do is as you're holding it, kind of head down, couple steps, look up, look to the side, look down. It's going to feel silly, but I know. Exactly. Don't worry. Good. Take a deep breath, relax those shoulders. Good. Look over at my second shooter. Atta girl. Now look at me. Look at me. I love it. Good. So what just happened in that situation? I maintained my role as the first, but when I tossed her vision over to JD, he became the first, but I still took that first position so that I was standing in first position getting second photographer's angle. Great. Thank you so much. Perfect. So can I get a time check real quick? Anybody? A room full of Okay.
I think it's 3:15.
It's 3:15?
Yes.
Perfect. If you guys wouldn't mind, what we're going to do is take a few questions so that we can get recalibrated. What we have left to do is the cutting of the cake and the bride and groom photos. We're going to be calling the shoot in about 15 minutes. And then we're going to move into Q&A, like formal Q&A from there.
Okay, well, I would just like to start off by saying Tyrell Banks said, just watching this live course makes you fall in love with wedding photography.
Oh, good.
So I thought that was that's a cool thing to say.
So let's start with our studio audience.
I was just getting your
and see
details
if you
on your
guys
dress.
have any questions.
Thank you. I should have let you know
over
before
there.
to know what I was doing.
All right, well, I have questions.
For hair.
Do we have a question? Oh, go ahead.
Are there any situations
You guys
where
have mics?
JD would
I'm gonna take a
kind of
photo.
take the lead on that, or
So we
you
just
would
put you
kind
in this light.
of maybe say, hey, do you want to
this point,
do some
it's gonna
pictures,
be
that type
more
of
of
thing?
The
your
question
hair
for those
and
of you
your
on the
profile
internet, just in
shots,
case you
so
couldn't
don't
hear
worry
it,
about
is
it.
would
You can have a
JD
light
ever
smile
take
like
the
that nice-
lead in any one of these situations? And the answer would be no. If, however, JD was shooting the guys entirely on his own, then yes, he would take the lead, but there was only one position in that situation. We prefer that I shoot all of the bridal party, but if in the case we're in a pinch or the guys are getting ready at a different point in time or at a different location, he'll then take the lead entirely on his own.
All right. Let's see. So there was a question from As One Studios who said, my husband is a second shooter for our business. He's 6 feet and I'm 5 feet. Guests automatically assume he's the first shooter. Do you ever have that problem?
100%. JD and I walk into a room, and I'm never the first shooter. People say, "Oh, I'd like to, talk about the photographic considerations," and they go immediately to him, and I'm like, "Awesome! Don't bother me with the logistics. I'm gonna get to work." So yes, it happens all the time. I'm totally okay with it. It's just nature. People just presume that he's the lead.
Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah. So a question from Renala Photography. When do you communicate to people that they should be ignoring the second shooter and looking at you? And how do you do so without being rude if you see them continuing to go back
I
over to
explain.
him?
I take time at the beginning of the shoot to ask them to everybody please look at my camera. And I am the person who's continuously talking in that situation. And if I see somebody's eyes wavering, I always say, everybody's eyes here at this camera. And I've learned to shoot with one hand. I focus and I shoot with one hand. And I say, everybody at this camera, everybody at this camera, and everybody adheres.
It's pretty self-intuitive when I'm so quiet and Jasmine's directing so much. Nobody's really looking at my camera as if I'm the first shooter at that point, once Jasmine has actually started. But yes, when we first get there, a lot of people do assume that I'm the first shooter. But once Jasmine takes the lead and starts talking, and I'm just so quiet, they understand the roles are to look at Jasmine by that time.
All right, question from Bekskowski. When there are guests at a table with their backs to the shooter, like a circular table, and you want to pose, say, everyone look at me, I mean, are you taking those photos in segments, or are you just having people with their heads turned around? Are you setting that up?
Oh, for like table
for
shots?
table shots?
Table shots.
Table shots, I actually do two ways. What I'll do is, if they're big, they're pretty large tables. Let's just say there's 10 people in that table. I'll actually have everyone stand up and get close together, like I did for the cocktail hour, so that it doesn't look awkward where some people are turned. So I'll always do that. Or sometimes if I'm allowed to, it's even better to if we're in a tight time crunch. I'll have all the tables come to a certain place. So
where the bride and groom are standing.
Exactly, so that the bride and groom they don't have to go walk around. So we'll set the bride and groom somewhere, and then I'll go to table number 16 and get table 16, take them to the bride, put them back, go get table 17, and so on and so on. While Jasmine just kind of waits with the bride and groom.
That's so great to know.
Those are the two ways we do it.
Table shots can get a little messy.
Great. So do you want to keep going? Do you want to move over
Yeah,
there?
I mean, yes.
And then we can do
That's
like a general Q&A
Okay, great.
after?
So what I want to do right now, we are completely done with the bridal party photos. So bridal party, thank you guys so much. You guys are brilliant, and thank you for those questions. I never have a groomsman ask so many great technical questions. I loved it.
I wanted to explain one thing. I actually, at the end, when Jasmine was kind of answering the last couple questions, I took the bride back and just started shooting some details, and that was just for the hairstylist. I was getting photos of her hair and how it was kind of the details in her hair, and also her earrings, her jewelry. So that was for mostly for vendors. It wasn't any type of portfolio piece for Jasmine or for the bride. Although they might use it, that was definitely for the vendors that we're working with.
So great. So now what we're going to do is we're going to focus on the bride and groom. So typical bride and groom photo that they would do by themselves would be the cake cutting. So we're going to transition over to the cake cutting.
All right. How's it going, Mike?
Perfect. Kels, do you have the signature drinks by any chance, the tall ones? If not, no worries. Okay, cool. Here, yes. Perfect. Thank you, guys. So what we're going to do is we are going to position you guys, and so I'm looking for the best light. Usually as photographers, we get to position the clients where we want them to be. So if I was in this situation, I wouldn't have them here because the light source is behind them. What I would have them do is get them here so that the light is coming at them. I usually put the bride in the front because she's usually the most petite of the two. But because it's a circular table, it's great because I can position the groom to kind of get me a head-on angle and the bride at a side angle. So these are things to take into consideration. So I'm going to bring you to stand right about here. Stacy, I'll have you right next to him. Kelsey has provided these beautiful signature drinks for them.
Now, at this point, I know that Jasmine has her 50, but when we're doing cake cutting, if I put on the 85, it's a little too tight sometimes, so I actually, my photo won't even come out right. So at this point, I'll even go wider. I'll put the 35 on, or I'll just stick with the 50 and get a whole different angle. And today, I'm going to stick with the 50 and just try to get a different angle from what Jasmine's getting so that it can look like a completely different shot.
Perfect. So now what we're going to do is, what happens usually at this time is after I position the bride and groom, they usually wait for the coordinator, or they don't quite know what to do with the cake cutting, and this is the perfect opportunity for us to get candids.
So where are you going to stand?
I'm going to stand right here. I usually get that straight on shot, and JD will usually stand at an angle, although at this point, maybe we can have JD here so that the light is spilling in on their faces.
Okay.
Perfect. So these are the conversations that we would have right before. So usually the DJ will say, this is the last song before we do the cake cutting. At that moment, JD and I go over, we strategize where we're going to place them, and then we talk about that lighting with
And since
JD.
this is happening, we usually have a couple minutes to strategize. As of right now, I realize that 50 is going to give me a lot of the same results that Jasmine has right now, so I don't want to do that. So I'm actually, instead of going super wide, I'm actually going to put the 85 back on, and I think that this is going to yield still a better photo.
Great, this is good. Face nice and light, that face nice and light, it's beautiful. Good, perfect. So now what we're gonna do is I have a pulled away shot. You guys can place your drinks down. You guys are gonna do the cake cutting.
Now I'm gonna switch angles.
Right,
if you guys don't mind, actually, if we don't mind, if we can put the drink on that other side.
Perfect. So you guys are just gonna hold the cake, the knife in your hands. You guys can look at each other because this is usually what couples do, right? Okay, this is good, that's good. Great, and kind of pretend like you're gonna head on over to, you're about, actually the bottom cake is usually the one that they cut. Nice.
And again.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, no, this is perfect. This is perfect. Great. So now what we're going to do is we're going to have a slice of cake. Kelsey is so On it, she has brought 2 slices of chocolate cake, and I know everybody's jealous of this. Sure. This would be. No, if you can actually hold the fork, that would be great. If you can come up this way, perfect. So what I'm going to do now is just kind of get a shot of the cake. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. That's perfect. Now what I want you guys to do is to each take a turn feeding each other cake. No, however, we can do a cake smashing if you guys. No, I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. That's cute. Jay, what are you?
Go
Are you
for it, Jasmine.
horizontal right
Yeah,
now?
I'm good. I'm good.
Are you horizontal?
I am.
Okay. Cute. Light kiss for you in for a light kiss. Cute. Perfect. Thank you. Perfect. So what was, you guys can continue eating. What was happening then is usually JD and I are going to be right next to each other, be like, and I was asking him, what do you have? What do you have? What do you have? And we're talking
We were talking
to each other
right now. She said vertical or horizontal. And I just, at the point I was doing vertical, so I said, now I'm horizontal. We were good.
Tomorrow we're going to be showing side by sides of what's happening and when, and actually what makes that portfolio.
My camera is tethered, so a lot of times you're just seeing really detailed shots of them, just their hands. Most of the time that's what I'm doing because I know that Jasmine's getting the overall shot. So tomorrow you'll definitely be able to see a good range of what we're getting together as a whole, the gallery as a whole.
Perfect. The cake smells amazing. Do I want? Yes, I want a bite. We'll have that later. I also want a drink, and we'll have that later too. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to move the cake back from this area, and we're going to shoot the bride and groom just for a very quick shooting demo between a bride and groom in 2 different locations. And also, Kelsey, if I can have the signage ready in about 5 minutes, but there's not a direct rush right now. So I'm going to move this table, and I never put my camera on something that could fall. I've learned to keep my camera off to the side. JD, if I can get you to help move this table.
Okay.
No, you can't help.
I'll do it nice and slow. Ready? And there we go.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kelsey.
So we actually move a lot of stuff on a wedding day. We do that quite a bit to get shots that we need. Sometimes I've explained to JD in the past that we're not just photographers, we're stylists, because we're not shooting the weddings we're shooting the weddings we want, yes, but we're also shooting the weddings we want to shoot in the future. And sometimes that takes artistic styling on our end.
Yep.
So I'm going to position the bride and groom if I can get the bouquet for the bride.
Of course.
And so immediately you guys will see I turn to JD and I'm like, if we can get the bouquet for the bride. That's what he does for me all the time. Yes.
What do you do if it's just a dark room for the cake? Are you using on-camera flash with the bounce, or
yes,
yes,
absolutely.
Yes, and we can actually,
well, this room is pretty well lit.
Room,
so
yeah.
in this situation of a cake cutting, yes, we would be using flash. We would be using with the bounce card from the flash up like this. But sometimes, now JD uses this a lot more because I'm usually getting the head-on shot, but he stands off to the side so he can bounce that flash against the wall and get this nice, beautiful, kind of like glowing.
We also have video lights, and I am not afraid to just turn on a video light at that point. If the light looks even better, I'll even turn off my flash and just use that constant video light for the cake cutting. Once the cake cutting's over, we go back to using our flash. I actually hold it.
He's going to show it tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll show it tomorrow. So I'll hold it with one hand and actually just shoot. So.
And he's illuminating my shot when he's doing that as well. So that's great. Cool. So for me, again, we're talking about being stylists within a photo shoot because we shot a lot of blue hues. So Kelsey and I had a conversation, and she had said that the ideas, the themes of what it was like a summer harvest. You'll see a lot of berries. You'll see a lot of wildflowers, very reminiscent of Pacific Northwest. And I think she completely nailed it. So what I want to do from an artistic perspective is tell a color story as well. So we have these blue-green panels in the background. So what I'm going to do is position my clients in front of that blue-green background, even though this light isn't the best. Because what we're having illuminate this area is this floor is becoming a reflector, but it's kind of like campfire lighting, right? It's kind of coming up from the bottom. Not so complimentary, but we're going to see what we can do, manipulate in camera. I'm going to have you scoot over just a tiny bit. Forgive me. Now, I'm not going to put my subjects too far back in this area. I'm going to bring them up to the light source. And I have to remember that the 2 of them must be facing this direction so that they're both illuminated equally. In light of that, I'm just going to place them shoulder to shoulder. So I'm going to take you this way. To stand around. Stacey, you take it right here. You guys can just interlock your arms, and you're going to push this. You're going to put that bouquet
At this point, I'm already starting to test my light. Since the lighting situation is pretty dark, I'm going to have to push my camera to the limit, so my lenses. So I'm going to shoot at a 1.8, knowing that there's 2 people, but I'll try to keep a focus on one person so that I can really get that crisp shot. Where Jasmine, I know, is going to be getting with the 50
the safe shot.
The safe shot.
So in this particular situation, JD, why don't you talk about what your settings
are?
So
my settings right now are, you know, it is pretty dark. I'm going to test my second shot will be 1/80th of a, I'll start with the aperture. 1.8, 1/80th of a second, ISO 800.
Great.
I still did that wrong.
So my settings are going to be aperture 2.8, ISO 1250, shutter speed 100. So you'll see those differences between us, but I'm getting the safe shot. He can shoot with a really wide aperture because he doesn't have to get both people in focus. He'll be standing off at a distance, probably just focusing on one person at a time. Great. I'm going to have you guys, can you relax that bouquet, Stace? Good, good. Can you lean your body in just slightly like that? That's perfect. That's good. Beautiful. Looking at each other. Beautiful. Good. Now what I want you to do, it's good. Turn your shoulders towards me. Beautiful. Stace, coming this way. Look, do you like how I abbreviated your name? I'm sorry. Okay, cool. Well, have your hands here, just resting there. You can have your hand in your pocket. Okay. Perfect.
And that light, you good?
Yes. So JD will take the bouquet and shoot with the bouquet. That's just what he does. I keep on stepping on that. Forgive me.
I think we're good.
Okay, good. Lean in, Stacy. Perfect. That. Great. Awesome. Now what I want you guys to do, JD, do you get a shot?
I have not yet.
Okay, great. In here, beautiful.
To be honest, I'm kind of finding I'm struggling a little bit at this point again. So I'm just my light. Every time I look at the back of my camera, I'm either a little too underexposed or it's too bright. So I'm actually trying to get in I'm just trying to either get closer so I can actually get a different angle and different look.
And also, I'll say that I'm very difficult to shoot with. I move fast, and I don't wait for people.
Right.
So, I mean, I have to understand that the bulk of the portfolio will be coming from me,
right.
And JD is salt and pepper to
I'm looking for that one or two that I can actually get for Jasmine at this point.
Great. So now what I'm going to have you guys do is take a couple steps. You're going to be taking a couple steps from me, but just hold your hands. Perfect. Nice. And actually, can you hold the bouquet?
Sure.
Great. You're going to... Where do you want me to? Yeah, you can just hold it. And then if you can pick up the side of your dress. Yes. Beautiful. Stacy, take one step towards me. Perfect. Ready? Actually, what I want you to do, oh my gosh, this is so beautiful. Good. So now what I want you to do is to pick up your dress. Look down at the dress. Perfect. Good. Take one step towards me, Stace. Beautiful. Look back at Wes. Now walk with me, guys, at a pace of 1, 2, 3, good. Leaning in towards each other for a light kiss. Cute. Good. Beautiful. That's exactly what I love. Her falling out of the kiss and her laughing is when you get those like real, sincere, absolutely beautiful things. We are going to take the bride and groom against the white area, and then I'm going to save this cute sign for over there. So we're going to be walking slowly with...
After you guys, sorry. Yep, no, you guys are good.
Good.
Jasmine, is this the conclusion of the shoot, or
yes,
do we still have a little bit more?
Yes, we're going to be concluding with the shoot. We have about, if we are okay with time, we have about 5 to 10 minutes. Cool, great.
Cool. All right.
So Kelsey was so thoughtful in making a sign. So Kelsey, I'm going to walk you in. So Kelsey has been here since, I don't know, 6:45 in the morning, and she looks amazing. She has been setting up this shoot so flawlessly, and she brought, you have that lens here. Yep. She brought this adorable sign. So I want to find ways to incorporate certain elements, and then JD's going to show how he shoots what we refer to them as environmental elements. Let me kind of clear this space. Now, as I adjust a dress, I am not one of those photographers who really, really like those fanned out dresses. It feels like a little cotillion to me. So I want to fix the dress, but I don't want to fan it out so that it's so perfect. I actually like a little bit of imperfection because it feels more like real life. Cute. So now what we're going to do is we have a very simple, straightforward sign. What I want to do is to... get it at an angle so that the middle P is actually centered. So JD, why don't we go through your settings, and then we'll go through my settings.
Okay. So I took a couple test shots. Right now I'm at aperture 1.8, ISO 500, and shutter speed 1/125th of a second.
Great. And so I am at f3.2 because they have different height distances and they're at a distance from each other. So I need to make sure that both of them are going to be in focus. My ISO is 1000 and my shutter speed is 1/125th of a second. So this is absolutely adorable. This is great. Now I'm putting them against a white background because in Photoshop, if I need to like add more space on the side, I could easily do that with the white background. So usually this would happen with a thank you card, a Christmas card, things of that nature. So using them against a blank background is going to be great. Stace, can you grab the side of your dress? No, just that one. Just like that. It's perfect. Great. And I want you to distribute your weight in one hip or the other. There we go. Nice. Good. Beautiful. So now that we have this safe shot, oh, that was cute. You guys, can you guys look at each other? Nice. Beautiful. So now what I want you to do is now that we have that safe shot for mom and dad, I want you to, I'm going to give you an action. And these are going to be happy actions. And I just want you to totally commit to me. Okay, so I just said I want a happy action. I want you to commit to me. So JD knows, and he's hearing this, that as she's going to be holding the side of this sign, I'm going to be shouting out things I want her to do. And I either want him to, 1, get the groom's reaction, or 2, get the bride's reaction. So I know, are you ready?
Okay, you're good, you're good.
Okay. So your favorite team just scored a touchdown, and you're really excited. Yeah, good. Okay, good. Good. Now you're about to go up on a roller coaster, and you're really, really, really scared. Good. Good. And now you're about to do a victory dance because you just won a touchdown. You just scored a touchdown. Hey, good. Hey, good. Nice. Good. Great. So now what I want you to do is to hold the signs. That was great. You did phenomenal. You're going to hold this with this hand, and you're going to hold the sign with this hand. No, that up. Yes, and you turn your bodies in towards each other.
You know
You're going to bring your hands in. Yes, JD?
No, go ahead.
Bring your hands in, just like hold it here. Perfect. And what I'm going to have you guys do is you guys are going to come in towards each other, but I don't want you to smash. I don't want you to smash the happy. So I need this to come out a little bit this way, and you guys are going to bring your bodies in this way. Great. So we are going to bring you on in. Now I have to make sure that I'm not cropping out her dress. Perfect. Now you guys are going to lean in with your faces, not the torsos. And you can shoot it horizontal if you want. Beautiful. Yeah. Beautiful. So now what I would love for you to do is your back hands, your right hands, your left, hold them. Hold this? Hold each other's hands. Perfect. Now lean in for a kiss. Perfect. Great. One last shot. You are golden. Thank you so much for doing this. You're a killer. I'm going to get one shot of the bride holding it by herself. Now I'm going to see if this works. I'm going to have you hold this. I noticed, I think the crew is going to kill me. So we can end up maybe not doing this. Oh, the crew is there, so we can't do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the bride and I'm going to finish the color story. There was like a window frame that I absolutely love back there, but the crew's back there. I'm going to take the bride over to the windows. I'm going to have her hold the sign, and I think it would be a great way to end this color story. So I'm going to take Stacy back on over here just with the sign. We don't need the bouquet. We don't need anything else. Now, in this same situation, we were shooting the bride and groom at an f2.8 because I needed 2 people to be in focus. But now that I'm shooting just the bride, I can really push this lens. I'm going to be shooting it at a 1.2. JD will adjust according to the lens that he's using, which is the 85, and he can shoot as wide as the 1.8. I'm going to be adjusting, and he's going to be getting his settings set.
If you want to adjust or anything, go for it.
Perfect. No, don't apologize.
Don't apologize.
You can get your settings right.
Yep, got it.
Great. Perfect. Great. Oh, okay. So I noticed that the bride is not centered to the 3 panels. So Stacy, I'm going to have you take maybe 2 steps this way, 1 more, and 1 baby step, right about there. Perfect. Because I want to create a frame within a frame. So hang out just 1 second. What we're going to do right now is we are going to test the light. Great, and I like what we're looking at. I'm shooting at a 1.2, 1/60th of a second, ISO 640.
And I'm shooting at 1.8, ISO 800, and 1/100th of a second.
Great. So Stacey, you're going to be looking here at my camera. Take a deep breath, relax those shoulders. Good.
That's great.
Good. Now lean forward and look outside towards the parking lot. Slight smile. Good. Now come back, stand up. What I want you to do is lean out like somebody's calling you and you're holding the sign. So hang out 1 sec. 1, 2, and 3. Cute. Smile, smile, smile. Cute. Beautiful. Hang out. I'm going to back up.
Sorry, Mama, am I in your shot here?
No, no, no. Hold the sign up like this. Distribute the weight between one hip or the other. Cute. Cute. Look over at JD.
Perfect.
Okay, why do you give him the look?
That was it. That was it.
That was so cute.
That was
no,
money.
That was
was
so
the shot.
adorable.
Don't worry.
Okay,
gonna
so
work
that's
great.
what happens on a wedding day. I will absolutely have fun with my bride. Give her a hard time for working with my second shooter. It's all good. Whatever gets
That's
a
fine.
shot. Her laughing, that sincere, like, oh my God, that laugh,
Yes.
will definitely make an edit, and I appreciate it. So
Thank
a
you,
big
thank
round
you.
of applause
Thank
to
you.
our bride and groom, the bridal
Yeah.
party, who just did so phenomenal. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was great.
So hang out for 20 minutes. Once we end, I want to chill for a little bit. A special thanks to Kelsey Eads again with Sugar Plum Events here in Seattle. She was phenomenal. We're going to go through all of what she did in those details tomorrow, but we are absolutely pleased to be working with such a great team. What we're going to do now is transition over to better light, if that's okay, in the room. We're going to go through Q&A. We're going to talk about what we're doing tomorrow and go through all that zhuzhing. So give us a second. We're going to walk over one direction.
Cool.
Can you go ahead?
I think I'm done. Am I done tethering? Cool. Okay, so I'm just going to give you this. Do you want to hold it? Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, thank you guys. Kelsey. Oh my God, thank you. I'm so glad we shot before.
I want this.
Holy Moses, I'm so glad.
Do you want that? Doesn't matter,
I think
right?
we have. I think we.
No, we're not. I'll give it to you later.
If before you pack up, if I can get a single shot of this in the programs, then I know we'll have everything. Thank you. Okay.
All right, JD, Jasmine.
Yes,
let's give
let's
it up
do
for
this.
these two.
All right.
Come on over.
It got warm in here.
It really did. It really did.
Good job, Jazz.
Special. I mean, I feel so bad because I've done this before and it's nerve-wracking, but I literally threw my poor husband into, hey, teach, talk, be on camera, educate, deal with the technical snafus. Just go
I
ahead.
started feeling, you know what? I'm really quiet. I didn't talk very much at all. But as a second shooter, Jasmine kind of just took the lead and started talking a lot. And I think observationally, I think you guys were able to observe what I was doing. But at the same time, I hope and Kenneth did look at me once or twice and say, talk a little bit more. So I tried my hardest.
Well, I think that's cool. That's what we saw an observation in the chat room where somebody said, it is cool. We get the best of best worlds because JD is directing, which is the real world scenario. And then we're seeing your shots on the tether.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
that was really cool.
Yeah, excuse some of those photos. I'd never done that before. That's kind of nerve-wracking, is having the people see the photos for the first time before I even get to see them.
Hey, that's all right. Beauty
But
of
it's cool.
live.
Yeah, I love it. I love
Thank
it.
you to our studio audience who just
Yeah.
floated so
Thank you,
nicely
guys.
between things. And
You guys
tomorrow
rock.
it's going to be definitely more about you guys. So thank you guys.
Thank you
Seriously.
guys for
So,
watching.
should we do some rapid fire questions before
Yeah,
we?
yeah, let's
all
do it.
I
right.
think you guys are ready because
I know you guys are fast. Okay, I have a question from Jason D, and a lot of people have been asking this. How many pictures do you take on average combined, and how many do you deliver to the clients, and what percentage of the delivered images are taken by JD?
in totality, we shoot roughly in the ballpark cumulatively around 2,500. What the client sees will be in the ballpark of around 800 to 1,000. We tell our clients that we average about 100 images an hour. But
And
you'll
the percentage of my shots in that 800 to 1,000 is usually what?
12%.
12%.
To be precise.
I said I was a math nerd.
Dude, so just about 120.
Would you say that's? Would you say
That's
that?
sad, isn't it?
No, it's great.
No, I'm kidding. That's good.
Would you say that's industry standard?
No, I definitely would not. There are, according to the second shooter group, there are second shooters who actually contribute 40% of the wedding day portfolio. It just depends the division. So you guys will see how fast I shoot, and JD's a little bit slower and methodical. It's not that I feel like that the skill set isn't there. He just sees things differently. But the percentage within his portfolio that I actually use is a really high percentage.
I'm all about quality, not quantity.
It's a good
That's
match.
good. That's good.
All right, so want to check in with you guys over here? Yes, Sarah.
Or, like dancing pictures and stuff. So when you have your flashes set up or your lighting set up, and taking pictures in low light situations as a second shooter, are you connected to any of that lighting, or are you just bumping your ISO? What do you do?
As a second shooter, so the question, I don't know if everyone got to hear, but it was, what do we do for the first dance, and especially if it's under low light situations, because we use an off-camera flash for that. I do not use off-camera flash, so my only lighting setup is my mounted flash, where Jasmine has two sources of light coming in. She has her mounted flash and her off-camera flash. Yeah.
Does that ever interfere then when you're?
It doesn't interfere because I'm not connected to it. When I shoot, it never fires off.
Okay.
Does it interfere for me? I always make sure that when I'm the one that places the off-camera flash, so I know exactly where it is.
Okay.
And I never shoot. It's never in front of me. My angles are always to the side of it, so it's never in my shot.
Theoretically, if we happen to shoot simultaneously
same-
and it went off,
Yeah.
we both technically have an off-camera flash.
Exactly. That's a
Okay.
cool thing. You know, mine might be blown out sometimes, but again, it doesn't happen very often. Not enough to make any of my photos kind of my whole set of shots go bad.
Okay. We have two questions here. Yes.
Being a second shooter and trying to build your portfolio but get those different shots, would you ever adjust your settings to get one of the safe shots for a portfolio, or would you just strictly?
Oh, heck yes, of course. You know,
Okay.
Especially if I was a second shooter wanting to be a first shooter, I would definitely snap a few more for my personal portfolio, like getting some main shots. I definitely have time to do it. I just always make sure, since I know I'm not doing that, I'm always looking for just something different. But again, if you're a second shooter, who wants to build your portfolio, it's totally okay to get a few shots as the primary photographer in certain places. Not being right in front of the shot, but if you see that the first photographer is now going into a second shooter role, jump into the first shooter role. So if position. Yes. So if you see the first shooter getting an angle and you liked where he or she was in the beginning because that was like the safe, good shot, go there and take some shots there too, because that's completely okay.
And that's from a second shooter's perspective. From a first shooter's perspective, if you're going to stand exactly where I was standing and the pose has not changed, what I beg of you to do is to use this different lens. Because I don't need that exact same photo. So what it's showing to me is that you're caring about your portfolio and not about the wedding day portfolio. So go and stand where I was, but if I was shooting with 50, shoot it with the 35, shoot it with the 85.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, that's totally cool.
All right, thank you.
Good clarification.
Did you have one, Kev?
Yeah. So when in the dim lit receptions and everything, you're able to push your camera and lenses a little bit farther than JD's. JD, will you put a flash on and not you, Jasmine, or do you guys both commit to that for like the continuity of it?
We both commit for the continuity of it. I'll never have my flash on with Jasmine. I'll even go as far as to ask if I can borrow one of her lenses so I can push it even further. So if she has the 50, I'll toss her 85 on so I can go even to 1.4.
Okay.
1.2.
Oh, 1.2. Yes.
But I think for clarification reasons is we shoot the first dance like we're independent photographers within that moment. He's just staying out of my way. So we both have our flash on, so if he opts to shoot just ambient light and crank that ISO, he has the prerogative.
Yeah.
I do the same thing, but we always do have.
Now that I think about it, that wasn't the best answer because we always mount our flash, especially if the light for the first dance.
Right.
Sometimes her camera she can push it so she doesn't actually turn it on, and I actually do, and it doesn't interfere with her at all. So in that situation, I think it's okay.
Yes.
After the first dance, will you shoot, and it's just normal dancing, like as independent photographers? When it's just, you'll just go around and be...
When it's free dancing, it's a free-for-all. There's probability we become less conscious of where we are in the dance floor because there's so many people there, so we don't worry about it. And we're just, as long as we're not standing next to each other shooting, we should be fine.
Now, I think tomorrow, are we going to be talking a little bit more about a shot list itself? And the question had come in from Sam Dobbins. Is there a specific reason Jasmine and JD do not split up tasks? For instance, one shoots the cocktail hour while the other one is shooting the first look.
We certainly do split up tasks throughout the day, especially if we have a tight schedule. There's lots of times where I'm the only one shooting cocktail hour. But if we have plenty of time, Jasmine and I will just end up shooting the entire day together. Again, I always shoot the groomsmen on my own. And I'll
We're
leave
going to
you-
go through all of these details tomorrow.
Yep, yeah,
But
so we'll
suffice to know that all of the what we deem important, first look, ceremony, anything that I definitely need them, we are not shooting separately.
Right.
The smaller tasks like cocktail hour and groom prep, we shoot independent.
Yeah.
But we'll go through that tomorrow.
All right, I have a question here from several people. From Peanuts, Amanda Iris, and Filtered Light Photography had asked earlier in the day, should you ever second shoot for someone whose quality is less than you would accept in your own work, but you are looking to get your start? Should you be patient and wait for a better caliber photographer to work with?
Wow! One, question your motives. Once I was going to turn to a friend and I asked, like, how can you ever go to that yoga class? I can't stand that instructor. And she turned to me and said, I didn't have anything to learn from that instructor. I had to learn something about myself. That everybody has something to teach as long as you're willing to listen. Deep, like deep. I would say that same thing to that second shooter. That if you are saying that your portfolio is better than that first, if that was really then the case, you should be out shooting weddings on your own. So if somebody's giving you the opportunity, you should take whatever opportunity you're given and handle it with grace and gratitude and humility.
Fantastic.
Amen.
Snap.
Dang it. She's going to get another quote, isn't she?
I didn't have a question ready because I was so...
Sure. What about you guys? Are we cool? Cool? Great.
Yeah, I feel like we have so many questions that are coming in, but it's the end of the day, and a lot of the stuff, again, is what we're going to talk about tomorrow. So maybe we can let's talk about tomorrow and what we're going to do.
How about you talk about a couple things,
yeah.
I'll talk about a couple things.
So tomorrow we're going to get into the pre-wedding day checklist, where I'm going to be going into the things that you should have prepared the night before. And also we're going to talk about, help me out here, we're also going to be doing a critique of all the shots that we got today. So we're going to post our images side by side, and Jasmine's going to give me that infamous grade.
Well, we're going to, I won't
Maybe
do
an A, right? I'm going to get an A.
Right, right. I'm really excited because we're going to talk about what to wear to a wedding. Like, clearly we are not dressed for wedding attire. Y'all look phenomenal. But we're going to show pictures of what people are actually wearing. We're going to do a post-wedding day checklist. What happens to images after the wedding and how you should best service your second shooter.
And then we're going to end with a wedding day, the photographer hotline. So we're going to get into some sticky situations that first shooters and second shooters are really going through, and they're true stories. So we're going to hash those out.
And lastly, we'll go through how to shoot and work with your spouse. We're going to go through an entire shot list of what you should be working with, and we're also going to be talking about timelines, schedules, and division of responsibilities. So a lot tomorrow.
So great. I'm so looking forward to those hotline stories.
I know, me too.
So much fun.
Like Jerry.
I know.
Jerry.
Really cool.
Well, drama.
Well, today's been absolutely amazing. We want to thank all of you guys at home for tuning in and watching. We would not be here without you. So we always want to say a big thank you to all of you at home watching from around the globe. Thank you to our students. You guys have been great asking questions. Thank you to our crew. We have a huge crew here today, amazing Creative Live crew. Thank you to the entire crew. And I'd also like to thank these two people, JD and Jasmine.
Thank
you guys are awesome.
Thank you
guys so much.
No, seriously.
Big round of applause for you guys.
Thank you guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Whoa.
All right, we'll have a quote here that I would like to read. This is from Julie. JD, you are so rocking the second shooter Creative Live today. You and Jasmine make a perfect example of two being stronger than one. You complement each other fabulously when you teach. I hope this encourages you to do more. You rock being in front of the camera. Thanks, Jasmine Starr, for pressuring him to do this. You two are great together.
That's awesome. Thanks for the encouragement. Oh.
And I think what's so interesting is at the very beginning of the day, as we see, again, I think there's probably 10, 12 pages of questions that are still there, is that there's so much hunger for this type of knowledge. There aren't a lot of classes out there on what does it mean to be a second shooter? How do I prepare? One of those first questions was, JD, where do I start? Well, this is where you start, people. You start by learning from the best as to how to go about identifying what type of shooter you are, what type of second shooter do you want to be, but then really it is learning how to get those jobs that we talked about today, how to connect with people, what shots to take, what's in your bag. It truly is everything you just talked about that we're going to cover tomorrow. This is the comprehensive, I want to be a second shooter workshop, and it's only $99. If you are that person that is just beginning, or if you want this to be your career as a second shooter, this is an incredible investment in helping yourself move forward to where you want to be that person. So The course is $79 when you purchase it right now. There's a buy button right beneath the video that we're watching. And again, along with the course videos that you can go back and refer to at any point, is the entire keynote that JD and Jasmine have put together. So that is included as a bonus material as part of the course. Once again, I just think this is such an incredible workshop. We still have another full day to go. So join that Facebook group, everybody. It is J-Star Second Shooters. Search that on Facebook. Share your knowledge, because that is what Creative Live is all about, is bringing experts together with all of you out there and allowing you to learn. So everybody, thank you for joining us today, and we will see you back tomorrow, same time, same place. Big round of applause. We'll see you tomorrow.